A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Now, the Goldbergs. The best of us can sometimes find the depth of cruelty in our natures which is beyond belief. And tonight, as Sammy faces Sylvia Allison and Dr. Cater, he told the psychologist that Sylvia is in love with Dr. Cater, and that Dr. Cater encouraged her love deliberately as part of the girl's cure. And now, Sammy's still speaking, not even hearing what he says himself. Sylvia, you're falling in love with Dr. Cater. Isn't she, Doctor? Well, why don't you tell her it's part of the cure? Why don't you?
Sammy, please, Sylvia, go upstairs.
Why don't you tell her, Dr. Cater, before she really thinks it works two ways?
Sylvia, go upstairs. Go to bed.
Go, Sylvia. The master has spoken. Go upstairs. You should be in bed by now, full of sweet dreams of Dr. Cater.
Go on, Sylvia. Good night.
Ma, I want you to go upstairs, too. I want to talk to Dr. Cater.
Might as well, Mrs. Goldberg. Sammy's having a fine time.
Sid?
Hey.
Sid, dear. Come, dear. We'll go upstairs. Come, dear. Sammy and the doctor want to have a little conversation.
I hope in your conversation, Dr. Cater, you'll find a word of consideration for somebody else other than Sylvia.
Sid.
There are other people in this house other than Sylvia. Her past behavior and her present actions make me very uninterested in her future. Remember that.
Sid, please, dear.
I only hope, Doctor, that your present interest in Sylvia is purely psychological.
Sid.
I know your father for many years, and I don't want him to go through what we've been through.
Sid, dear, please.
If you're in love with her, Doctor...
Oh, will you go up, please?
I'm sorry, Doctor. With all your knowledge, you couldn't escape her.
Sid.
Reading books and living life are two different things, Doctor.
Oh, please, it's enough. You said enough.
Not perfect, but I should say.
Leave it for some other time, Mrs. Goldberg.
Good night, Doctor. I'm very sorry. Good night. Sid, please. Sid.
Quite a bombardment. Now let's sit down and catch our breaths before we begin. Will you have a cigarette?
No,
It won't obligate you. It'll be nice, won't it?
I don't smoke.
Oh. Well, in that case, I won't either. I don't want to have any advantage of you. You were rather nasty, you know.
Sylvia's in love with you.
Oh, nonsense.
Maybe you'd better see a doctor then. Plain as day.
Only to a jealous mind, Sammy, and you're a jealous mind. I'm surprised you didn't try to beat Sylvia or kill her or something equally persuasive. Why did you only try to make her miserable? What kept you back?
I don't think you can afford to be sarcastic.
Hmm?
I know you're quite an expert in your line. But when the doctor is sick, he can't diagnose his own case.
That's an interesting theory, and quite true.
She is in love with you.
And I can think of a dozen better reasons for her not wanting to marry you. For instance, you're infantile.
Thank you.
You're a bright young man with the emotional status of a 14-year-old boy.
That seems to be enough for the present situation.
Perhaps, but let's try to advance a little. Hmm?
Why don't you be honest?
Honest. Very well, I'll make a bargain with you. You answer a few questions of mine honestly, and I'll do the same for you.
Is this a little psychological game?
Yes, very popular. To give you confidence, I'll let you ask first. Go on. Sammy, the answer to your first question is, I could.
Are you in love with Sylvia?
You mean, could I fall in love with her? I probably could.
Are you?
Honestly, I couldn't answer that. But I could. She's quite lovable. Is there anything else you want to know?
Is she in love with you?
I don't know yet.
She is.
She could be in love with me. I'm very lovable, too.
I thought you were serious.
Don't you think so?
I hadn't considered it.
Well, then do. It's very amusing. Yes, I think I'm quite lovable. In a small, unobjectionable way. Anything else?
No.
Then turn about. Now, Sammy, my first question. Suppose that Sylvia did fall in love with me and I with her. Would you let her go gracefully?
That's stupid.
Be honest.
No.
Why? Don't you think I'm as good a man as you are?
What's that got to do with it?
Everything. I could make her happy, and she could, with proper care, make me happy. What's your objection? Don't you want Sylvia to be happy? Huh? Don't you? You don't, do you? Honestly now. You want her to be miserable and sick and unhappy. You want her weeping and crying after you, don't you? You do.
Maybe.
You're ashamed to say yes. And you despise yourself for it. Do you know why you want to pleasure yourself that way?
I don't know.
Shall I tell you? And if I tell you, will you admit it to be true? If it sounds true to you? Very well. To begin with, there's one person in the world whose good opinion you value more than anyone else's. And quite properly. Your mother. Her mind is a little like yours, only balanced and mature. She loves what is dignified and proper and kind in the world. And she loves intellect and wisdom. Because I suppose you never had a chance at the formal exercises in it. Am I right?
What of it?
When Sylvia took you for that little ride, when you decided to love and marry Sylvia, your mother objected. Because she knows the way of the world. She knew that Sylvia was a selfish little animal. But you knew it, too. You wanted to show your mother how smart you were, how right you were, how superior. You rushed into it. You decided to give up your writing, everything, for the sheer satisfaction of showing your mother what a great big adult you were. And each crisis that showed how right your mother was merely made you all the more determined to be right yourself. And Sylvia is the means. You're going to make Sylvia toe the mark. You're going to make her be what you want her to be. You don't give a hang for her, what she is, or what her future might be. You're going to show your mother that Sammy is always right. Isn't that so? Am I right?
And if you are?
If you are, then you should take your character into your hands and give it a strict going over. Because, Sammy, you're violating the one fundamental rule of human society. Yes, of the morality that makes us the inheritors of this earth. That unites us against tyrants and idiots and the egotists of this earth. Sammy, we who are plain and normal and helpless stand apart in all our hundreds of millions against those who would use us as slaves and machines. You see, we say every human being is an end, not a means. Every human life is an absolute human life, is an absolute human life, is an absolute human life, is an absolute worth. Every feeling an absolute value. Every human hope an absolute end. We live for ourselves by living for each other. Those who don't are our enemies. Do you, in this small way that you've picked for yourself, want to live with the enemies of plain people everywhere? Answer that for yourself. I'm only a doctor, not a priest or a conscience. Good night, sir.
For Sammy, this is like looking into a mirror and hearing the self reflected. Come to life and speak. But he has no words. And in the silence, Dr. Cater departs.
Everyman's Theater, written and created by Arch Oboler. Oxidol invites you to hear Catwife, a mystery drama that will give you a thrill a minute, featuring Betty Winkler and Raymond Edward Johnson. Catwife is especially written for radio, part of a series of 1941-style entertainment brought to you each Friday at this time and over this station by Procter & Gamble, the makers of high-test Oxidol.
Wait, though. Are you putting up with some old-style laundry soap? An old-fashioned slow-poke soap because you feel it's economical and saving you money? Well, look, here's the way many of these soaps can and do actually lose money for you. Enough money so you'll be ahead using a laundry soap like Oxidol. First, those slowpoke soaps don't make as much suds. Well, every bit of Oxidol goes to making suds. The result is that Oxidol gives more suds, cup for cup, than 23 popular laundry soaps we tested against. Second, Oxidol suds last straight through your wash. Old-fashioned, less economical soaps don't last this long, as you know from experience. Compared to them, Oxidol can cut your laundry soap bills as much as 1/4. You'll save that in the amount of soap you use alone. And third, you don't scrub and boil clothes with Oxidol. You save that wear and tear and tatter and fray of constant washboard scrubbing. Because Oxidol soaks dirt out in 10 minutes. Throw your boiler and washboard away. Why, 10 minutes soaking in thick Oxidol suds, a good douse, and a few quick rubs for extra dirty spots like collars and cuffs, a rinse, and you're through. Clothes sparkling clean with so much less washing wear that they'll last longer and look better, too. Hundreds of thousands of women have found this out by actual trial. And thousands more are changing to Oxidol every week because it's so economical to use. Compared to old-style inefficient soaps, you get more suds and use less soap. And you get clothes clean and fresh with far less wear and tear than if you'd scrubbed and boiled them. Remember that when you buy laundry soap tomorrow. And now here's our writer-creator, Art Oboler, to introduce tonight's 1941-style radio program.
Since the time when mankind sat around fires and caves, stories of the mysterious and unusual have been the most welcome. You and I like to be thrilled. So tonight, just for fun, let's listen to the story of a man and his wife, a very unusual wife.
I got that on mine. I don't know the rest of the
Hey, girls, cut it out.
Woman with all
Linda, for the love of... Cut it out, will you? The old man will be standing here in a minute.
Yeah, so what? Give me my drink, Queenie. Oh, baby, do I feel swell.
Hey, look what time it is. Come on, Queenie. We better blow out of here.
Yeah. No, don't go. I don't want to be alone.
What do you mean alone? Your husband's here, ain't he?
Ah, that guy. What does he know about having fun? Work. Makes me sick where I've never been sick before. That's pretty good, huh, Kenny? Come on, stick around. Let's have some more fun. St. Louis woman with all a diamond ring.
For heaven's sake, Linda.
Well, speak of the devil. Hiya, Johnny boy. Come on in. The water's fine. Only it ain't water.
Linda, for heaven's sake, I'm trying to work.
Go away. You're spoiling my party. Throw him out of here, Kenny. He's only my husband.
Linda, take it easy.
Get out of here. You, whatever your name is.
Okay.
And take that woman with you. Go on, clear out.
No, wait. Don't listen to him. It's my house. What, you kick them out.
Linda,
my friends.
I begged
you
with you, pleaded with you to keep these people out of this house while I'm trying to get some work done. Haven't you any consideration at all?
You kick them out. My friends.
Yes, and I'll do it again every time I find them here. They're no good, not a one of them. You've promised me time and time again to give them up.
I'll call them back. I'll call them all back. You can't tell me what to do. Not me. They're my friends, mine. I'd give a dozen of you for one of them.
All right, Linda. If that's the way you feel. You haven't got a grain of loyalty in you. All I ask is a little peace and quiet in my own home, and I can't even have that.
Go away.
Night after night, you and these people yowling and screaming like a pack of alley cats, and you the worst of all. I'm through, Linda. I'm through with you for good.
Oh, no, you're not.
Keep away Oh, Linda.
You see? You're not through with me at all. You'll never be through with me. Never.
Oh, Linda.
Now, let me go. Let me go. I don't want you, you fool. You're not through with me. I'm through with you.
No.
I'm tired of you. Do you hear me? Tired of you. I'm going to get so far away from that smug face of yours I couldn't see it with a telescope.
Linda, my wife.
Ha! Your wife. Why do you think I married you?
Oh, you loved me.
I married you because I was sick of working in a two-bit barber shop, because I was sick of living in a hall bedroom wearing bargain sale dresses. I wanted dough, plenty of it, all I could get. And you were the best chance to get it that came my way.
No, Linda, you did love me. You must have loved me.
Oh, well, I loved you about as much as that canary up there loves its cage. I told myself I'd stay with you a year, divorce you, stick you for plenty of alimony, and then get out.
We've been married 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years. Because you fooled me. That's why.
I fooled you?
Yeah. You started to make a lot of money. More money than I ever thought you could make. So you're giving me the air.
No, Linda, I love you. I didn't mean what I said. I didn't.
Well, I did.
Linda, don't leave me. You're no good. I know you're no good, but heaven help me, I love you. I'll never love anybody else.
Get out of my way.
No, I won't let you go. You've got to stay.
Get your hands off.
You're no good. You cost me my self-respect, but you stay with me. You stay with me or I'll cut you off without a cent. You'll never get a dime from me, not a dime. Stop it. Stop laughing.
Oh, you Sab. You fat-headed Sab.
Stop that.
So you're gonna cut me off without a cent, are you? Why, you fool. I've got everything that belongs to you now. You hear me? Everything.
What are you talking about?
This house. It's in my name, isn't it? The car. It's in my name, isn't it?
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't I? Well, listen to this, my darling husband. I cleaned out the bank account yesterday.
Oh, no.
Every cent of it. I won't be in the street. Oh, no. You will. Now, this is my house. Get your things and get out of here.
I'll kill you.
No,
I'll kill you.
No, let me go. Let me go. Oh. Touch me again and I'll tear your eyes out.
You cat.
Get out of my way.
That's what you are, a cat. A big, white, heartless cat.
Get out of my way.
You think like one, you screech like one, you claw like one. You even look like one. Your eyes, they're cat's eyes. That's what they are, cat's eyes. A cat, that's what you are. A white cat. I didn't marry a woman, I married a cat.
Keep it up.
Laugh
Keep
at
it
me.
up. You're doing so
Go ahead,
well.
laugh at me. You're a cat, a sneaking, yowling cat. A cat. You're a cat. A cat. Cat. You're a cat.
Now, that's enough of that. I don't like it.
A cat.
Stop saying it.
A cat, you hear me? A cat.
John, stop staring at me like that. Stop staring at me. John, what's happening to me? John, my head. I can hardly see. John, help me. John.
Linda.
What are you staring at? What are you staring at? What are you...
Linda! Linda!
Now, John, you've got to control yourself. Everything will be all right.
Doctor, what have I done? What have I done?
John, please pull yourself together.
I can't.
You are not entirely to blame for what happened.
Oh, I did it. I'm to blame. What'll I do? What'll I do?
Stop talking like that. It's preposterous to say you were to blame. She was in a hysterical condition.
I know.
The suggestion that she was a cat caught her in an unguarded moment and resulted in temporary neurosis.
But she... Doctor, can I go in and see her?
But I tell you, she's sleeping.
I know, but... Doctor, I've got to see her. I've got to look at her. I've got to make sure she's all right. Don't you see? I've got to make sure.
Now, John, please. You've had a hard time of it. You'd better get to bed and get some rest.
No. Doctor, listen to me. I've got to see her again. I've got to make sure she's all right. I can't rest until I know.
But I tell you... Oh, very well. Just for a moment.
Yes.
Be very quiet.
Yes.
There. You see? She's resting very nicely.
Doctor, look.
What?
Her hands. Look at her hands. And her teeth. Linda.
No, John. You'll waken her. John.
Linda. Oh, Doctor, listen to her. Listen to her.
Steady, John.
I can't stand it, I tell you. Doctor, what is it? What's happening to her?
I don't know, John. I don't know.
Oh, listen to her. What'll I do? What'll I do?
Fingers into claws. Teeth into fangs. It can't be happening.
Well, it is.
And yet I've seen it with my own eyes.
You've got to do something, Doctor. You've got to. You're my friend. You've got to help me.
But what? In the name of all that's rational, what?
Well, think. There must be something you can do. A drug, something.
Oh, John, I don't know what to say. I can't think. I'll call in someone else. Yes, that's it. I'll inform the authorities. They'll take care of everything.
No. Wait, Doctor, wait.
What's the matter? What is it?
You're going to inform the authorities?
Yes, of course. Don't you see, my boy, it's the simplest way out of this.
Way out?
Of course. For you and for me.
What do you mean?
This horrible thing that's happened to Linda, it goes beyond just you and me. It goes beyond the normal into the supernatural. The world should know about it.
No, stop. You mean you're going to let everyone know what's happened to Linda?
Of course I am.
But you can't do that. She's my wife. Do you hear me? My wife?
No. Now don't get excited again, John. Listen sensibly. We owe it to science.
Science? Who cares about science? She's Linda. She's my wife. And I cursed her to God, and I turned her into a yowling beast. It's my shame, mine. And you're not going to tell anyone else about it. No one.
It's my duty, John. I must inform the authorities.
No. Keep away from that phone. Keep away, I say.
I'm sorry, John. I must call.
John. My friend.
And now, while we get our breath back, and, well, I, for one, need a breathing spell, well, let me remind you of those dazzling snowy white washes Oxidol gets every week. As much as 9 to 11 tintometer shades whiter than soap after soap we tested against. And yet washable colored things come out bright and lovely looking wash after wash. It's easy on hands, too. It doesn't harm your manicure or ruin your fresh nail polish. All these things Oxidol promises and will give you if you use it Monday.
No. Try to sleep, darling. Try to sleep. Yes, I know, darling, but it's almost morning. You must rest. Sleep, Linda, sleep, my darling. All right, darling, I won't cry. I've got to be strong. I've got to help you. And I did help you. He was going to tell them about you. Everyone. They'd have taken you away from me, locked you up, pointed at you, laughed at you. But I stopped him, Linda. I stopped him for you. He called me friend. But you're my wife, beloved. And I love you. I pleased you, haven't I, my darling? I never could please you before, could I? But now I've pleased you. I'll tell them he never came here, and no one will ever know, darling. No one but you and I. What is it, darling? What's the matter? Why are you getting up? What is it? Why go to the window? What do you want out there? Oh, if I could only understand you. If I could only know what you're trying to say to me. Oh, no. Linda, stop. On my knees, I'm begging you to stop. Linda, beloved, stop. Yes, I'm coming.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, it's you.
I found this note saying you wanted to talk to me. Jay, I hope you're not going to quit taking milk from me.
No, I'm not going to stop taking milk. That's what I wanted to see you about. I want milk. More milk, cream, everything.
Well, sure. How much do you want?
4 bottles of milk. No, 6.
6?
Yes, and cream. 6 bottles of cream.
Is something wrong, Mr. Taylor?
Wrong? Why do you think something's wrong?
Well, I only meant...
You meant what? Speak up, you meant what?
Well, don't get sore, Mr. Taylor. I just meant... Well, you don't look so well, and... Well, you know how it is. Sometimes a fellow has a couple too many and starts ordering all the milk in the world.
You fool, I'm not drunk. Do you want some of that milk, or do I have to get another milkman?
No, I'll get it for you.
Well, hurry.
6 quarts, 6 cream. Only him and his old lady. The guy's nuts.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor. Early again this morning, ain't you?
Morning.
My first customer every morning for the last 3 days. I was saying to my wife this morning...
Yes, Mr. Heinrich. Some other time. I'm in a hurry. My order, please.
Sure, but you didn't give me an order yet. How about a nice broiling steak?
No, nothing like that.
But broiling
No, stop it. I'm in a hurry, I tell you.
All right. You don't have to get so excited, Mr. Taylor. Now, if you'll tell me what you want, I'll get it for you.
Oh, well, I don't know exactly. A couple of pounds of fresh liver. Yes, that's it, fresh liver.
What? Again?
You heard me?
Oh, sure, I heard you, but look here, for 3 days now, ever since your wife went away, you eat nothing but liver.
Are you going to fill my order?
Sure, I'll fill your order. Nice and fresh, huh? So, 2 pounds, yeah. There we are. Say, you'd think you was raising cats or something.
What? Why do you say that?
Well, you buy liver every day. Oh, this morning I caught a couple of mice in a trap. Maybe you'd like to take them along for the cat tour.
Don't say that! Don't say that!
Mr. Taylor, the liver... Forgot. Man's crazy. What did I say that was wrong? Cats like to eat mice.
Oh, my Linda. My dearest Linda. Close to me. Oh, so close to me. Oh, my darling, my darling. It's better this way. You can't leave me now. I'll have you with me always. I'll keep you here. Yes. Just you and I. I won't answer it. They'll go away. All right, I'll answer it. Linda, it can't be anyone that knows. He's dead. I buried him, Linda. You know that. No, stay here, my beloved. They mustn't see you. Be very quiet. Yes, I'm coming. Well, what is it?
Are you the owner of this building?
Yes, what do you want?
Kerrigan's the name. I'm your neighbor. I've got that place across the alley from you.
Oh, my neighbor?
Yeah, Kerrigan's the name. I'm with the department.
Department?
Yeah, I'm desk sergeant at the 3rd District Station.
A policeman?
Yeah, I'm off duty today, so I thought I'd drop over and speak to you. Do you mind if I step in for a moment?
Step in? Oh, no, not at all.
Thank you. Well, you got a nice place here.
Yes, nice, very nice.
You know the same contractors made this place as made mine. You didn't know that, I bet.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, an Irishman by the name of Gil Hooley. Sure. Jumped out of the 10th story window, they tell me, the day after the stock market crash. Lucky for him, too. If he was alive now, some of the people along here that bought places from him would murder him. What with the trouble they're having.
Oh, trouble?
Yeah, cheap material, plaster cracking, floor sagging, stuff like that.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Now, you take my place. I have had to have a new roof put on and new gutters put in, and I never know what'll go wrong next. Anything wrong around here?
Here? Oh, no, nothing at all.
Well, then you're lucky. Say.
What's the matter?
I just remember why I come over. If you don't mind, I'll tell you.
Yes?
No, it ain't me that's complaining, Mr. Taylor. I'm the kind of a man that can sleep in a boiler factory. But it's my Ella. There's a light sleeper for you. I always say that if a star in heaven twinkles too much, the noise wakes up me Ella.
What's the trouble?
Oh, no trouble at all, Mr. Taylor. Like I'm telling you, I'm the last man in the world to go around having trouble with me neighbors. But you know how the women are. Always finding something to make a fuss about. Oh, say, I'm not disturbing her, am I?
Disturbing?
Yeah, you know, your missus. She's not sleeping in the bedroom there, is she?
No, of course not. There's no one in there.
I thought maybe seeing the doors closed.
No, I tell you there's no one in there. My wife is out of town.
Well, that's fine. I always like to talk things over man to man without the women around. That's why I made my Ella stay home. Let me handle this, I says. There's anything wrong, I says. Let me do the talking and we'll stay good.
What is it? What's wrong? What do you want to tell me?
Well, to put it plain, it's the cat.
Cat?
Yeah, the cat. You just got it, didn't you?
You had a cat?
Yeah, it started a few nights ago. Now, it ain't disturbed me none, like I says, but my Ella. Well, you see, our bedroom window faces right on the alley, and by golly, she hears every meow that animal makes.
You're wrong.
Huh?
I have no cat.
But my Ella heard... I heard it, too, for that matter.
I have no cat.
But I'm telling you, it came from this house.
I tell you I have no cat. Isn't that sufficient?
Well, now, seeing as you put it so plain, I'll be speaking up plain myself. I'm telling you, I heard a cat yowling last night, and the night before, and the night before that. And as sure as my name's Thomas Kerrigan, it came right from this house. Now, what do you say to that?
Get out.
Now, wait a second, my bucko. Get on your high horse.
Get out. Get out of my house.
Well, you sure are making a lot of noise about nothing, young fella. But it's your house, and if that's the kind of a neighbor you want to be, I guess I could...
What are you standing there for? Get out. Get out.
Now, just a minute. Take it easy. No cat, eh? Well, what was that I just heard?
Nothing at all. You've got no right to be coming.
You may not be a liar, but you sure are something close to it. If that ain't a cat in that bedroom there, then I ain't never heard a cat.
Get out! Get out of here!
Oh, no, I won't. Listen to that cat. If that ain't creating a public nuisance, I'd like to know what it is.
It's none of your business. Get out of here. This is my house. Get out of here.
Stop pulling at me, bucko. I may be off duty, but I'm still an officer of the law, and I'm telling you, that cat in there is violating the city ordinance. Now, if you don't make it shut up and disturbing me, Ella, I will.
Stay away from that door. Stay away from that door.
Say, listen to it. That ain't no cat you got in there.
Yes, I lied. It is a cat. It's just a cat. But I'll make it be quiet. But go away.
Now, wait a minute. Take it easy. If it's just a cat, what are you getting so excited about? Just look at
No.
Look at you. Your eyes blazing. What's going on here? I think I'll have a look.
No. Stay away.
Oh, no. Get away. Take it away.
I told you to go.
My gun. I'll get my gun. My gun.
Linda, did you hear him? His gun. Yes. Close to me. Yes, darling, stay close to me. If he comes back, you'll... No, they won't hurt you. I won't let them. I did this to you, I did. I cursed you to God. No, they won't hurt you. They won't. Wait there. I've got to find it. They won't hurt you, Linda. No, they can't. I've got it. Now they won't hurt you, Linda. I swear it. They won't ever hurt you. No, don't look at my hand. No, why shouldn't you look at it? Yes. There's a gun in my hand. But not to hurt you, darling. It's just to help you. I swear it. To help you. Yes. Yes, so close to me. I must do it quickly. Quickly. No, don't try to pull away. No, Linda, stay here. I must hold you. I must. You'll be back in a moment. I mustn't miss. Linda, my darling. I heard my beloved. I heard you. Wait for me, my beloved.
This is Arch Oboler. Tonight's play, Catwife, featured Betty Winkler and Raymond Edward Johnson. Music by Gordon Jenkins. About next week. Well, the actors, two of our favorites, Mr. and Mrs. Houston, Walter Houston and Ann Sunderland. The play, a story of two people who perhaps lived in your own town, who lived a strange, excitement-filled life that you perhaps knew nothing about. The title of the play, Mr. and Mrs. Chump.
Before we leave you, just one more word about next Monday's wash. Well, you've heard me tell of Oxidol's economy, the white, clean washes you get, its safety to every washable color. Well, it's all up to you now. If you want those results in Monday's wash, and even if some other laundry soap is your favorite now, well, ask for Oxidol, O-X-Y-D-O-L, tomorrow. You'll always be glad you changed.
And be back with us next Friday at this same time for Every Man's Theater. Every Man's Theater brings you something new, something different, every single week. And next Friday, it's Mr. and Mrs. Walter Houston in a great new radio play, Mr. and Mrs. Chump. Thank you, and good night. Every Man's Theater is written and created by Arch Oboler.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock. Time makes many changes. The passage of years affects our habits, our thoughts, and our physical appearance. The passage of centuries affects the very structure of our world, and eons can affect the universe itself. Time changes everything, goes the popular conception. But in this case, the popular conception is in error. For there is one thing that has remained the same since the world began. The one thing that will always remain the same. The love that a man and a woman find in each other. Eloise and Abelard, Tristan and Isolde, Romeo and Juliet. Their love stories are all well known. And now I'm going to add a new pair to that illustrious list. This is the story of still another Juliet. A modern Juliet and a boy named Cliff. Like all love stories, it is romantic. Unlike most, however, it is overtones of fear. It is a fear that has been instilled throughout the ages and sharpened to a knife edge by superstition. It is the terrifying fear of the unknown.
Your evening gown is lovely, Juliet. Do you really like it, Alice?
It's absolutely charming.
Oh, Bob, you only knew how excited I am. Do you realize I haven't been to a formal dance in ages?
That's right. Don't you like them?
You must know the reason. You see, I haven't been asked.
Oh, the bachelors today must be blind as bats. You're one of the prettiest girls in town. It isn't right for a girl like you to hide away.
Oh, you're sweet, Bob. You're both very sweet. But if I told you how I felt, I know you'd laugh at me.
Why? We're not much older than you are, Juliet. Well, it was only 2 or 3 years ago that Bob and I were footloose and fancy-free, like you are now.
Yes, I know. And then you found each other. That changed things. I have to wait until the right man comes along. Oh, I must sound like a popular song.
You sound like a girl who's been starved for romance. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed and my bets on Cliff.
Alice, what's he like?
Cliff? Oh, he's rather nice, intelligent, not handsome in the conventional sense, but, deep.
Deep?
What I mean is, I think you'll like Cliff.
So do I. And we knew you wouldn't attend the dance without an escort, and that's why we insisted on arranging the blind date.
Oh, I'm glad you did, Alice. Lately, things were becoming difficult. I mean, I was beginning to be alone with myself. Too often.
Oh, that's Cliff. I'll get it.
We'd better leave right away, Bob. We're late as it is.
Hello, Bob. Hello. Long time no see.
Good evening, Cliff.
Oh, good evening, Alice. Nice to see you.
Cliff, this is Juliet. Juliet, meet Cliff.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Say, haven't we time for a drink before we go?
Oh, we're late, darling.
Oh, the dance can wait. Nothing like a cocktail to keep the home fire burning. How about a martini, Cliff? Anything's all right. Juliet?
It doesn't matter.
You help me mix them, Alice. We'll be out that much sooner.
Yes, but... I'll get the ice.
There's something you want to say?
How do you know?
I don't know. I just feel it.
Is it necessary for me to say anything?
No.
This is crazy.
Yes.
It's simply incredible.
Very.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I know what you mean.
We've never met before.
No.
And yet...
It's like we've known each other for years.
Yes. Why is that?
I don't know.
Is it because we've been wanting to know each other for years?
What difference does it make?
No difference at all. I'm glad I came, Juliet.
And I'm glad, too.
Oh, Bob, just look at them.
They haven't been off the dance floor since we came.
They've always been together.
Well, they certainly make a handsome couple.
Bob, we've got to do something about that.
What do you mean?
Now that they're together, we have to keep them that way.
Yes. Oh, got any ideas?
Well, I know. Let's invite them for the weekend.
Good idea.
It couldn't be better. Just give them a few days.
In a nice romantic atmosphere.
What time is it, Cliff?
Almost midnight.
Oh, I'm sorry I asked.
Because it'll soon be over.
Yes.
Well, there's always tomorrow.
Is there?
There's got to be.
Oh, Cliff. Cliff, please make sure of that.
I will. What's your last name? Why are you laughing?
Because it's all so queer. You don't know anything about me. You don't even know my last name.
Do you really believe I don't know anything about you, Juliet?
No. You know almost everything about me. And I about you.
Darling,
What?
I said, darling.
I know. I just wanted to hear you say it again.
Just put the cat in. Music stopped.
Oh, yes. Yes, I never heard it.
Hey there. Hey, Cliff.
Where have you two been hiding?
We're on our way home.
The dance is just about over. Oh, is it? You sound disappointed. I am, Alice. Very.
See, you know, we were talking, Alice and I, and we came up with a corking idea.
You remember our cottage in Massachusetts? Yes. Well, we're going to open it tomorrow and spend the first weekend of the season.
The trout will be running, and we can have a bang-up time. Wait a minute. Is this an invitation? Well, naturally, you idiot.
Both of you.
You'll be well chaperoned by an old married couple, like us. How about it? Well, I must confess it sounds inviting.
I'd love to go.
Then it's settled. We'll leave on the early train, 9 a.m.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. I can't do that. I have a business appointment at 10. I won't be free till noon.
Oh, neither will I. Well, why don't you two come up together later in the day? You know, it'll give Bob and me a chance to air the place out and brush the cobwebs from the room.
All right, then that's just what we'll do.
Juliet knows where it is, and she knows how to get there. You can expect us by 6.
And no stand-ups now.
Nothing in this world or any other could make me change my mind. Is this where you live?
Yes,
All alone?
all alone.
It isn't much fun when you're alone. It's getting late.
I'd better go. I'll see you tomorrow. You won't forget the time and place. We don't want to disappoint Bob and Alice.
3:30. At the information booth in the station.
I'll be waiting for you.
I'll be there. Do you mind if I kiss you?
I'd mind if you didn't.
Oh, you're trembling.
Yes.
Why?
I don't know.
You're afraid.
Yes.
Of what?
Of everything.
Juliet, nothing will come between us.
Do you promise?
My solemn oath.
Then kiss me again. And say goodnight, my darling. What time is it, please?
3 minutes to 4, lady.
Are you sure you're not fast?
Lady, the station clock is right over my head. Take a look.
Yes. Yes, it's 3 minutes to 4. The train leaves on track number 10.
Yes, ma'am, for the 15th time.
I'm sorry to bother you so, but you see, I've been waiting for someone and he hasn't shown up.
Well, if you're going to catch that Boston Express, you'd better not wait any longer. You can just make it now if you run for it.
But I can't leave without him. He said he'd be here. He promised. What could have happened?
I'm only the information clerk, lady, and they don't supply us with a crystal ball. Oh, lady, what's he look like? Maybe you can make the train and I'll recognize him when he comes.
They're closing the gate.
Yeah. Well, it's too late now. There's another train in an hour. Maybe he'll show up by then.
No. No, if he hasn't come by this time, he must have some reason. It's funny, isn't it? How things change from day to day. Reminds me of Cinderella and her pumpkin. At midnight, the ball was over, and so was everything else.
Lady, take it easy.
You say there's not a train at 5.
Track 9.
I'll take it.
Well, don't you want me to keep an eye out for the boyfriend?
No, thank you. It would only be a waste of time. I know he isn't coming anymore. Darling, how are you? Hello, Alice.
That's Juliet?
Yes, Bob.
Good.
Here, let me take your bag. Alice, I didn't want to come, really. You see, Cliff, well, something happened. I mean, to tell the truth, he stood me up. Not that I blame him. I suppose he had his reasons. Juliet, darling, I should have told you right away. He's here. Here? Cliff, yes, he came an hour ago. He said he missed you at the station or something. But I was standing there, I just... Oh, Alice, it doesn't matter. Where is he, Alice? Upstairs. You'll find him in Bob's study, in there. You go in and say hello while I finish preparing dinner. All right, Alice. We're all just about starved. Cliff, I'm so glad to see you.
Good evening, Juliet.
Oh, if you only knew what a fool I've been, Cliff. I've gone through every kind of torture since this afternoon.
I'm sorry, Juliet.
Oh, it doesn't matter now, darling. You're here and I'm here.
Juliet.
Yes?
Nothing. I forgot what I was going to say.
Alice said you missed the train, Cliff.
Yes.
What train did you take?
I got here an hour before you did.
But if you took the 4 o'clock, didn't you see me? I was standing right there at the information booth since 3, just to be sure we wouldn't miss each other.
No, I didn't see you, Juliet.
But I can't understand how I missed you. I kept my eyes on that train gate from the time they opened it until it closed. How on earth did it happen, Cliff?
Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready, everybody.
I think we'd better go in and join the others.
Love is a sweet and heady wine, and like the grape, too deep a draught will often affect the senses. The passage of time grows swift, with the hours going by like flying seconds and the minutes non-existent. Love transcends reason and shuns the logical up to a certain point. It is at this point that the questions one asks oneself must be answered, no matter how fearful a penalty one must pay.
The birch trees are budding and the bougainvillea is really hitting its stride.
You'd better get after that vegetable garden of yours tomorrow, Bob.
Oh, tomorrow's for fishing. How about it, Cliff? What?
Why, Cliff, you haven't touched a thing. Don't you like my cooking?
Oh, he's not hardened to it, darling, like I am.
I'll have no more husband and wife jokes out of you. Don't you feel well, Cliff?
I'm quite all right, Juliet.
Well, I know what you did. You had your dinner on the train, and I don't blame you.
Excuse me, please. There was something I forgot to do.
Do you think he's ill?
He looks a little pale.
Perhaps I ought to go after him. Go ahead, Juliet. Make sure he's all right. Excuse me.
Well, we seem to be alone.
Bob, there's something wrong.
Wrong?
With Cliff.
Oh, don't be silly. He's just in a mood, that's all.
Do you think they quarreled?
Cliff and Juliet quarrel? Oh, of course not.
Bob, he worries me.
In what way?
I can't describe it, but ever since he suddenly showed up in the kitchen this afternoon,
Did he scare you? I heard you shriek.
Oh, well, I didn't hear him come in, but it wasn't that. There was something in his eyes, something in his manner that frightened me.
Oh, come now, Alice. We've known Cliff for years.
Yes, that's just it. Ever since he's come, he's been, well, like a stranger. I almost feel I don't know Cliff at all anymore. Cliff, where are you?
Over here, Juliet, in the garden.
Are you all right?
Yes.
Aren't you going to invite me to sit down?
Please.
It's a beautiful evening.
It's spring, Juliet.
This is perfect. I'd like a cigarette if you have one.
I don't.
The inveterate chain smoker without a cigarette. The Reformation and the Millennium have both arrived. If I babble away like a girl who's out of her mind, forgive me. I'm much too happy to care what I say.
Juliet, how long have we known each other?
Exactly 24 hours.
Not long enough to make a sensible decision.
Please don't tease me that way. I don't have much sense of humor when it comes to how I feel about you.
I'm not teasing, Juliet. I merely want to be intelligent about it.
Oh, let's not, Cliff. Let's be wildly, ridiculously insane about it. It's much more fun.
The moon is up.
It's a lovely moon.
Yes, it is. I suppose we ought to become romantic about it. No, Juliet, I'm going inside. I don't want to talk anymore.
Cliff,
I'm sorry.
The joke's going a little too far.
I'm sorry.
Cliff, for heaven's sake, what is it? Why are you acting this way? I haven't changed since last night, and neither of you. What's happened?
You're wrong, Juliet.
Wrong?
Perhaps you haven't changed. But I have.
Towards me?
No. No, not towards you.
Bob. Bob, are you awake?
No, I'm fast asleep.
Oh, Bob, get up.
Alice, for the love of Pete, what's the matter? Oh, hey, it's 3 a.m. What are you sitting up in bed with the light on for?
I've been thinking.
Well, can't you do your thinking in the daytime?
Stop being silly and listen to me, please. Now, first of all, why did Juliet miss Cliff at the station?
Perfectly natural thing. Station's a big place, lots of people. No, I'm tired.
All right, we'll say that could happen to anyone. He missed her and took the train, fine. But how did he know where to get off?
What do you mean?
Juliet knew where we were, yet he didn't. How did he find out where it was?
Well, Juliet may have told him when they made their plans last night.
But she didn't tell him how to get here from the station. We're 8 miles away.
Darling, Joe Cobb and his cab service know where we are.
You're right, they do. And they brought Juliet up. I saw their car leave.
Well...
I called them this evening, Bob.
You did?
And they told me that Juliet was the only person they'd taken here tonight.
The only... Why did you call them in the first place?
I wanted to see if Cliff had left his luggage at the station.
You mean he didn't bring us his place?
No.
Well, I don't get it.
Neither do I. That's why I say there's something wrong. Bob, it frightens me terribly.
What are you doing in the garden at this hour?
I couldn't sleep. I saw you from the window.
You're chilly.
No, I'm all right, Cliff. There's something I want to tell you.
Not now, Juliet.
You've got to listen to me. It means so much.
Yes, what is it?
That scene we had this evening doesn't count, Cliff. We were both very foolish and very young. Listen to me, Cliff. Our meeting yesterday was not an accident. The way I see it, all our lives we've been waiting, hoping for the meeting. It was something that had to happen. And it was the most wonderful thing that ever did happen to me.
And to me.
Then what's wrong with us? Why are we behaving this way? Surely we must mean more than that to one another.
Juliet, you don't understand.
I'm trying to, Cliff. You won't let me.
I don't think you could ever understand.
Doesn't my love for you count for anything?
You don't love me, Juliet. You can't.
You can say that until we die, and you'd be wrong. No matter what you do, no matter what you say, I'll always feel that way.
There's no changing that.
No, Cliff. You can leave me. Do whatever you like. I'll stay the same.
Juliet, come here. Look at me. Look deeply, Juliet, and tell me what you see in my eyes.
Cliff? Cliff, what are you trying to say to me?
I can't tell you anymore. But one day you'll know. Dawn will be here soon.
And then?
The sun will come up. Another day will begin. For you. You'll go on with your life, Juliet, and you'll be happy.
And what about you?
I'll be happy, Juliet, if you were. I'm here to leave you now.
Don't go, Cliff.
I want you to do something. When you return to New York, I want you to see my sister.
Your sister?
Alice will tell you where she lives.
But why?
Juliet, perhaps my sister can explain. Goodbye, Juliet.
This is the house, Juliet.
Do you want me to go in with you, dear? No, Alice, I think I'd better see Cliff's sister myself. I'm sorry to have broken up your weekend that way. I didn't want you to drive me back to town.
Nonsense. We were as concerned about it as you were. Imagine Cliff running out on us that way. It's not like him.
I do hope he's not in any trouble. Didn't he explain at all? No, he didn't. But just before he left, I think I almost understood.
We'll wait here for you, if you like.
Oh, Please don't, Bob, and thanks again for everything. Good luck. Goodbye, Alice. Yes? My name is Juliet. Oh, yes. I'm Cliff's sister. Do you know who I am? Of course. Cliff took you to that dance 2 nights ago. That's right. He told me he was going to spend the weekend with you and the Wilsons. But you mustn't blame yourself, Juliet. Blame myself? For what? You mean... you don't know? No, for heaven's sake, tell me, what is it? What is it? On that afternoon, when Cliff was to meet you at the station, as he was driving there in a cab, there was an accident, and he was killed.
So goes the story of Juliet and Cliff. There is no sequel. You must accept it or discard it according to your lights. Time alone can find an answer if an answer does exist. And as the years go by, some may put it in the realm of fancy, along with Romeo and Juliet, and Tristan and his love. Perhaps that's best. Perhaps in the realm of fancy, Juliet and Cliff would want to be.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time. This program was written by Lawrence Clee, and Hart McGuire was the Clock. As Juliet and Cliff, Wendy Clayfair and John Million. As Alice and Bob, Barbara Brunton and Leon Piers. With Joan Lord as Eloise. The Clock, directed by John Saul, is a Grace Gibson radio production.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. The most popular West Coast radio program. And remember that every traffic signal will remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign. It identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Boomerang. It's been 3 months now since the career of the doorbell killer ended in a blaze of newspaper headlines announcing the execution. The case was a strange one. Some thought his motive was robbery. Some thought otherwise, but no one ever knew for sure. But the most important feature of the case wasn't mentioned in the headlines. It doesn't even appear in the police records or in the accounts of the trial. It will never appear anywhere. Because the only 2 people who know of it aren't in a position to testify. It's the story of Amy Clark and a husband named Ralph who grated on her nerves. At first, he merely bored her. But after a while, her boredom subtly changed into something more dangerous. She found herself trying to find a way to leave Ralph without leaving the comfortable home, the healthy bank account, and the insurance policy. And oddly enough, the rise to prominence of an unfortunate individual labeled the Doorbell Killer by the tabloids had a direct effect on Amy and her problem. It started one morning as Ralph sat at breakfast going through his usual routine with a newspaper.
Give me a little more coffee, will you, honey bun? Look at those headlines. Wonder if they got that guy yet. That's enough. Holy smoke, he's done it again. Second time. Listen. Fleeing from the scene of his second murder, a man alleged to be the so-called Doorbell Killer fired 2 shots at a patrolman in the Twin Oaks district last night at 11 o'clock. Then eluded the police dragnet around the area. Oh, good Lord, Amy. Twin Oaks. Well, that's just over the hill. Patrolman Joseph Grimes had seen the man acting suspiciously on the porch of a house at 320 Green Street. He was unaware that within the doorway lay the body of Mrs. Mildred Norris, the Slayer's second victim. Evidence indicates Mrs. Norris, like her predecessor, answered the door only to meet a similar fate. Amy, you gotta be careful. Who knows what this guy's gonna do next? So you tell him you'll be careful, Amy. And he gives you the usual dutiful peck on the cheek. Turns in the hallway at the exact spot he always turns, and you wait for it. Well, so long, honey bun. Don't take any wooden nickels. See you in the funny papers. How many times have you heard that one, Amy? And how many times must you hear it again? You think about it all day as you go through your routine. And finally, in the afternoon, you get a chance to relax by the radio.
Patrolman Grimes reported that all he could see of the killer was a dim shape, a heavy-set man about 6 feet tall, vaulting over a low stone wall in the distance. A small metal tie clasp bearing the initial R found near the scene is a possible clue to the criminal's identity. Chief of Police Henderson suspects the killer as a familiar figure, possibly a resident of the Twin Oaks neighborhood, since in both cases he was apparently recognized and accepted by the victim who opened the door.
It's more than just an unpleasant news item with Twin Oaks just over the hill, isn't it, Amy? That night, Ralph comes home a little early before dark, and you notice he's carrying his .38 pistol. There's an unhealthy suspicion through the neighborhood, a feeling that perhaps your next-door neighbor might be the guilty man. Ralph is tense and worried through dinner, and afterwards, during the usual routine with the evening paper, he skips his customary comments on the stock market.
Well, according to this, they couldn't find the bullet. But from the size of the nick in the patrolman's leg, they figured it was a .38. I don't care what you say, Annie. I'm still going to pack this little pistol of mine. And if that bird ever shows up around here, I'll have the welcome all ready for... Here we are, Amy. I'll go to the door. I'll give this guy the surprise of his life. What do you want?
Well, I'm Haley, Evening Bulletin. Working with Chief Police Henderson on the doorbell case. Just checking the neighborhood.
Oh, well, it's good to know the police are on the job.
You seem to be on the job, too.
Huh?
That's 38.
Yeah. Well, I'm not taking chances.
Yes, I understand. Got a permit, I suppose?
Sure.
What's your name?
Ralph Clark.
Oh, I'm sorry. How long have you been in this neighborhood?
3 years.
What?
Yeah. Amy. She's back in the kitchen.
Okay. Look, have you seen anyone acting suspicious around here last night or tonight?
No.
Where were you at 9 o'clock last night?
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Haley. Did you say you were a reporter or a police investigator?
I told you I'm working with Henderson. Isn't that good enough?
No. You better run along, Haley. I've answered enough questions. If the chief of police has any more in mind, tell him to send one of his men in uniform.
Any particular reason, Mr. Clark?
Yeah. One reason, and a good one. I have no intention of standing at the front door telling my life history to any reporter who happens to come along.
Okay, Mr. Clark. Keep your door locked and be careful when you open it. That's all.
when you began to think about it, Amy, as you stood back at the kitchen door and watched Ralph talking to Haley, the man from the evening bulletin. Ralph was jittery, almost suspiciously jittery, wasn't he? Standing there answering questions, the gun in his hand. And later that evening, when the doorbell rings again... I'll go. Oh, Mrs. Gibson.
The gun. What are you...
Well, anything wrong with the gun?
No, but I...
All right. Maybe if more people had guns, these things wouldn't happen. What are you doing out this time of the night?
Well, I just came to borrow a cup of sugar from Amy.
Come on in.
For just a minute. George! It's all right, George. I had Mr. Gibson watch from the window.
Funny time to be borrowing sugar, if you ask me.
Is Amy...
She's in the kitchen.
Oh.
Well? Aren't you going to get your sugar?
Oh. Of course, Mr. Clark. I'll only be a minute. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Get your sugar. It struck you again as he stood talking to Mrs. Gibson, didn't it, Amy? Nervous, jumpy, rude to her. Of course, it's fantastic. You admit that. But it's something to think about anyway. And perhaps a remark or two to Mrs. Gibson the next day as both of you go outside to hang up the washing. Just a suggestion, a remark that slips out accidentally. Mrs. Gibson, after all, is always interested in her neighbors. She might see fit to pass it on. Here's your mail, Mrs. Gibson. A couple of magazines, too.
Thank you, folks. Sorry I jumped and rang the doorbell.
Oh, I'm getting it from everyone these days.
I swear my husband George is going to break down if this business keeps up much longer. That awful man still at large. Oh, hello, Mr. Clark.
How are you, Mrs. Gibson?
Very well, thank you.
I tell you, I wanted to apologize for the way I acted last night. I was sort of on edge and
I see.
worried about Amy and all. And you know how it is with this doorbell man running around the neighborhood. Well, I better be getting home to Amy. See you later. Home early, Amy?
Yes. Yesterday, too.
Pretty jumpy.
You think so?
See?
You know, I think the worst part of the whole affair is what the paper said about the man being a resident around here. About him being recognized by the victims just before
Yeah.
Can't trust anybody.
You're right, Seth.
For example, that tie clip with the R on it.
Huh?
And even the end. R for Ralph.
Oh, well, now, I don't know.
Could be, couldn't it? 6 feet tall, heavy set.
Well, lots of people are 6 feet tall and heavy set.
And carry guns? Same kind of gun the killer carries?
Huh?
He has one. He was carrying it right now. I could see the bulge in his pocket.
Oh, now, Mr. Gibson, it might have been something else.
It's a gun. Amy told me this morning.
You don't say. I thought you did?
Yes. Says he's carrying it on account of a knife. You won't mention this to anyone.
Oh, no, you can trust me.
Amy said he began acting queer just before the first one happened. Says that lately it's gotten so he's scared. Told me so just this morning.
You couldn't miss it, could you, Amy? A heavy-set man, 6 feet tall. The initial R, the .38 pistol. The announcement by the police that they would shoot on sight. But even so, it's still an experiment. There's nothing solid enough to count on yet. But 3 nights later, after the gossip has had a chance to circulate around the neighborhood, something happens that is solid. That's the night you and Ralph go over the hill to Twin Oaks, to the Walkers for bridge. At 10 o'clock, Harry Walker comes in from the kitchen.
Sorry, folks, the bartender's up a stump. Yeah, they're out of ice. The old refrigerator ain't what she used to be, and guess we'll have to take them warm.
Oh, gosh, that's a darn shame, Harry. Supposing I go home and get some, huh?
You mean they got refrigerators in your neck of the woods?
Why not?
No, forget it, Ralph, old boy. In another hour, you won't care whether they're hot or cold, right, Amy?
Hey, wait a minute, Harry. Isn't there an ice machine down the street a couple of blocks?
Hey, there is a pen. Forget all about it. I'll get down there.
No, let me, Harry. I've been wanting to get some air. because it's warm in the house, you walk out on the porch and stand in the shadows. Yes, it's still an experiment. You'd notice a kind of forced cordiality toward Ralph at the party, a subtle undercurrent that would never penetrate that thick skin of his. Nothing subtle ever did. Then as you stand there thinking, you notice a man walk up the stairs to the porch of the house a few doors up the street. There's a pause. The door opens. There's a sudden movement, the flash of a knife.
Wait a minute, everybody. Wait. You may as well sit down.
Did you see it, Harry?
It's just over there.
Yeah, but did you...
Yes, I saw. The light flare electric. The police are in there now.
They're doing all they can. Hey, I come in? Well, it looks like a party. Who's the host?
I am.
Oh, I'm Haley, Evening Bulletin. What's your name?
Harry Walker.
Well, is it a party?
Yeah, I had a shoe in for bridge.
Well, friend, I'd send him home if I were you and tell him to stay there the rest of the night. Lock the doors. They all here?
Yeah, I think so.
Hello, Harry, old boy. Well, here's your rice, man. 25 pounds.
The darn machine's haywire. Slammed the ice on my finger. I got a little blood on it.
Hey, what's the matter with everybody?
With the prologue of Boomerang, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But first, I want to thank all you friends who helped make January the biggest month in all of Signal's 14 years of growth. Bigger even than pre-war midsummer months when travel sent gasoline sales soaring. Yes, the recent swing to Signal has been terrific. And I think I can tell you two reasons why. The first is that great new Signal gasoline, in which chemists actually rearrange the atoms in gasoline molecules to create amazing new power. Power that makes today's vintage model cars feel young again, with quicker starting, faster pickup, and smooth anti-knock performance. Even when you're taking the steepest hills and highs. Power that gets so much extra efficiency from your motor, you actually go farther than ever with each gallon of new Signal gasoline. That'd be reason enough, wouldn't you say, for today's swing to Signal? But there's another equally important reason. If you're already trading with a Signal dealer, you know it. If not, I'll be back later to tell you about it. But for now, back to the Whistler.
The trick, didn't it? Changed it from a vague idea in the back of your head, from an experiment in creating suspicions, to a solid plan to end your marriage in such a way that you'll manage to hold on to Ralph's house, his bank account, and the insurance policy. Somehow, Ralph manages to explain it to the police, shows them the defective ice machine, convinces them he actually did cut his finger when the ice dropped down. But the suspicion remains, much stronger than before, and the town is aroused to such a pitch by the third killing in Twin Oaks that the police and the people are ready for anything. The next day, after Ralph has left, you visit Chief of Police Henderson, and a few minutes later...
See her, Sis? Yeah, Haley, I saw her. She's out there now.
What about it?
I don't know. Sometimes I think she knows what she's talking about. Sometimes I think she's just a dizzy dame who's got the jitters like everybody else.
What are you going to do?
I don't know.
I checked the neighbors. They seem to think she's on the brain.
The papers are screaming for an arrest. Mayor called me this morning.
I think you've got a case.
I don't. You know, it's funny. I had a feeling Mrs. Clark was holding something out on me.
Yeah?
Something she was afraid to spill.
Like what?
Well, that's just it. I don't know. She told me after they got home last night, she saw her husband go into the kitchen and boil a knife in caustic soda after he thought she'd gone to bed.
Uh-huh. What do you mean?
That's it, so help me. You think the guy could be that stupid? He leaves a party in a house full of witnesses, kills the lady 3 doors away, comes back with blood in his hands and a nutty story about an ice machine, takes his wife home and goes into the kitchen to boil out the knife.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, would you do it that way, Haley?
Well, no.
Neither would the killer.
I still think Clark is your man.
You've been right before.
The guy's jumpy as a cat. I thought he was going to pull the trigger the other night, so help me.
Well, you're going to get a chance to find out tonight.
You going to run him in?
Yeah, just for questioning. But if his wife is right, he'll come out fighting. He's still carrying that gun, you know.
Yes, I'll take the license.
For some reason, she's afraid he'll try to kill her tonight.
Oh?
Yeah, now here's the plot. Sergeant Ransom's taking her home, letting her out a block away from the house. Now, she'll go in and try to get his gun. If she gets it, she'll raise the front window shade. But if she doesn't, she'll open the front door.
That's pretty game of her.
Well, she says it'll be easier that way. I think she's right.
Now, what if she can't get the gun?
Then Ransom goes in shooting.
Now, there's a story in that for me. I think I better be out there, Chief.
That's fine with me. We need all the help we can get on this case.
All right, Amy. I'll sharpen the carving knife. Anything to get dinner on the table. I'm just saying there's no excuse for you staying at a hen party till after dark. Especially now. Check that front door, Amy. Be sure it's locked and then come back here. I don't want you fooling around the front end of the house. Aren't you with them? No wonder they get into it. What's that? Amy? Amy, are you all right? Amy, I'm coming. I'm coming. What's that do with that gun? The drawer. Here it is. I'm coming, Amy. Okay, brother, Well, you were right, Mrs. Clark.
Did I get him, Haley?
You sure did, Sergeant. I'd better call the coroner.
So, you think we can close this case, Haley?
I don't know why not, Chief. The guy came out shooting just like she said he would.
With a knife and a sharpening stone on the floor of the kitchen.
Yes, he was sharpening it when she got there.
Heavy set man, dark suit, and which you are. A gun, knife, and sharpening stone.
It all adds up.
Yeah, that's the trouble.
Huh?
It adds up too well. Comes out even. I've never been on a case in my life that came out exactly even.
Well, now, wait a minute, Chief.
He was holding something out of me, Haley.
What makes you so sure?
Are you sure she isn't?
I think so.
I hope you're right.
This is your evening reporter, ladies and gentlemen, with another last-minute news roundup. According to the latest statement from the Office of Chief of Police Henderson, the case of the doorbell killer is not quite ready for the closed file. According to Henderson, the case against the late Ralph Clark was entirely circumstantial, and had the man gone to trial, the state case against him would have been very rickety. The fact that there is no living witness to any of the killings is the biggest point in favor of Clark. Henderson's statement actually raised a furor among the city hall boys.
Well, Amy, it came off almost perfectly. The house is yours now, and the bank account and the insurance policy. You're proud of yourself, aren't you? You chuckle at Mrs. Gibson's sympathetic understanding, and chuckle harder at Mrs. Gray down the street, who snubs you as the wife of a murderer. It won't make any difference in a week or two, will it, Amy? You'll be relaxing in Miami, forgetting all about the dull little city and the dull little people in it. Meanwhile, the case is still a little unsettled, and you decide to settle it once and for all. So you make another visit to Chief of Police Henderson's office. Now that Ralph is gone, it won't make any difference.
I saw her again today, Haley.
Who?
Mrs. Clark.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, we can send the case to closed file.
Well, how come, Chief?
Oh, I'll give you a statement for your paper in 10 minutes. I'm satisfied now that we got the right man. You see, the case against Clark is no longer circumstantial.
What do you mean?
There was an eyewitness to the third killing.
Wait a minute. An eyewitness?
Yeah, I knew she was holding out on me. She was standing on the porch of the Walker House during the bridge party. She saw the killer walk up to the front door 3 houses away.
Hey, that is something. You think she could identify him at night at that distance?
She says so, and I believe her. She says it was her husband.
Why did she hold out?
Afraid.
Oh?
Satisfied?
I
don't know. Maybe. I think you're making a wise decision, Mrs. Clark. The real estate market is tops right now, and $15,000 cash is a good price for your house. We'll follow your instructions and have the draft sent to the Florida State Bank.
Hello? Hello, Mrs. Clark? Yes, we've done just as you requested. Converting the endowment insurance to cash will bring you slightly less than $20,000. Right. We'll have the check forwarded to the Florida State Bank.
That's $185.60, one-way mainliner to Miami, including excess baggage. Your plane leaves tonight at 11 o'clock, Mrs. Clark. So you're all ready to go, aren't you, Amy? Your bags are packed in the living room. The house is sold. The airline tickets are in your purse. And there's over $35,000 in cash waiting for you in the Florida State Bank. It was a neat job, wasn't it? There wasn't a hole in it, not a loose end. You're waiting now for the taxi that will take you to the airport. And then promptly, at 10:30. Hello, Mrs. Clark. Haley, evening bulletin. Remember me? There was a loose end, wasn't there, Amy? And a million questions hit you at once as Haley comes in and closes the door, smiling confidently. Haley, ace crime reporter. The man who cracked the Jenkins case almost single-handed. And he knows. You can tell it by the look on his face. You made a mistake, Mrs. Clark. A big mistake. You never should have said you were on that porch watching a guy that night at Walker's. It's a dumb trick, Mrs. Clark. You should have been sitting pretty if you hadn't opened your mouth once too often. Just try to wrangle out of this one.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, here's that second reason for today's amazing swing to Signal. The first, you'll recall, is that great new Signal gasoline. But equally important is the more thorough, more conscientious service your car gets at independently operated Signal stations. A typical of this is Signal's double-check lubrication service. And why is it called double-check? Because each part is checked not just once, but twice against Signal's lubrication chart, which shows every lubrication point and specifies which of Signal's 9 specialized oils and greases each part should have. That's Signal's way of making doubly sure that not a single lubrication point on your car is ever overlooked. No wonder Signal service cars stay so happy and last so long. Now, wouldn't you say these are two mighty good reasons for today's swing to Signal? More conscientious Signal service, geared to keep today's aging cars in the running. And that great new Signal gasoline that helps you enjoy peak performance from your car while you go farther than ever per gallon. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Amy, the walls are tumbling down all around you. You forget about the money in the Florida Bank. Forget about the 11 o'clock plane. All you can think of is the slip you must have made somewhere. The statement of Chief Henderson that you were a witness to the third killing, even though the man was nothing but a shadowy form to you 3 houses away. Somehow it caught you up, Amy. Somehow it brought Haley to you, just as you were about to leave. You stand there petrified, wondering, then suddenly you see something in Haley's eyes you never noticed before as he slowly walks toward you. You were going to leave town. You were going to take a powder, weren't you? Well, that'd never do, Mrs. Clark. Wouldn't do to have a loose witness floating around the country ready to spill the beans whenever she felt like it. No, I wouldn't like that at all, Mrs. Clark. There are just 2 people who know who the doorbell killer is. You and me. That's one too many. I gotta fix that, don't I? Chief Henderson of my newspaper wouldn't like it if they knew the guy with the knife was me. Yes. It's been 3 months now
Prince Richard Haley, the doorbell killer, was executed for the murder of Amy Clark. But the most important feature of the case wasn't even mentioned in the headlines. It's the story of a vicious, conniving woman and a husband named Ralph who grated on her nerves.
Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal, gasoline, and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, based on a story by Nancy and Alfred Steele, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now The Whistler's strange story, The Master Touch.
It had been 20 years since Charles Carter polished a pair of shoes. He thought about those 20 years as he sat alone in his bedroom, working on them, sponging them off carefully with saddle soap, making sure that not a speck of the gummy red clay that covered them remained. Red clay, sticky, stubborn stuff that clung to them like glue. They were beautiful shoes, handmade, custom built, the kind of shoes you'd expect a successful businessman like Charles to wear. He was proud of what he'd accomplished in those 20 years. As he worked on the shoes, he thought of the brutal poverty he grew up in, the resolution he made as a kid that someday he'd have more money than he could spend in a lifetime. The way money became a god to him, pushed him up the ladder from factory worker to top executive, and left him still dissatisfied, wanting more. It never mattered how he got it, so long as the money was there. And now the biggest opportunity of his life had arrived. He cleaned the last bit of red clay from his shoes and waited.
Yes?
Charles?
Yes, Amelia. What is it?
Charles, I didn't want to bother you, but...
Oh, it's nothing, Amelia. What is it?
Could you come over, Charles? I'm terribly upset. The police are here.
Police? Good Lord, Amelia. Tell me what's the matter.
I don't know. I'm afraid you are right about
Henry, that's it, isn't it?
They think so.
Amelia, it doesn't matter a hoot whether or not that caretaker was a favorite of your father's. I tell you, the man's dangerous, and you've got to get rid of him.
Oh, please don't discuss it now, Charles. Can you come here?
Of course.
Henry, the caretaker at Greenacres, Amelia Rankin's beautiful estate. You've told her he's vicious and irresponsible, haven't you, Charles? That perhaps it isn't safe for her to be living alone there with him. And she appreciates your interest. You are interested in Amelia, aren't you? Yes, in Amelia. And, incidentally, in the fact that she's chairman of the board and holder of the controlling interest in the company you work for, now that her father is dead. So you're concerned about Henry, the caretaker, when you arrive a half hour late.
Amelia, what's happened?
Oh, Charles, I'm so glad you could come.
And who is this, Miss Rankin? Oh, my name is Carter, officer. I'm general manager of Miss Rankin's firm. Now, what's happened?
Charles, somebody tried to kill me tonight.
What?
Just a minute, Mr. Carter. If you don't mind, I'd like to continue with the caretaker here.
Oh, of course.
Now, Henry, 2 hours ago, someone stood outside on the grounds and put a bullet through Miss Rankin's bedroom window.
Don't look at me. I've been with the family ever since this place was built. He trusted me, he did. He trusted me even more than he did.
Henry.
It's true, I did. That's why he said I was to stay here. Called me alone into his room just before he died.
Who?
Mr. Terrence, our father.
I see. Now, Miss Rankin, you say you've been reading until about 9 o'clock?
Yes. I got up when I'd finished and walked past the window. There was a crash of glass, that's all.
Henry, what were you doing with this gun?
I've always had it. Mr. Terrence told me to always keep it handy.
Any idea why one of the shells is discharged?
Someone must have took it while I was asleep.
And then walked out on the ground, shot at Miss Rankin, returned it to your house, and left. Huh?
Why not?
Miss Rankin, do you know of any reason why Henry would do a thing like this?
No, I don't.
We checked it, Ed.
Find the place?
Yeah, found the spot where he stood and fired the shot. Checked the footprints against Henry's shoes.
Match?
Nope.
What I tell you, officer? It was someone else.
He didn't say that. He said the prints didn't match. Maybe it was someone else, and maybe you're just smarter than I think you are. Stan, what about the prints? Are they clear?
Couldn't be better. Soft spot there. It's made to order. Kind of gummy red clay.
They've gone at last.
Will you believe me now, Amelia? I tell you that man Henry isn't safe.
We don't know, Charles.
You must think this over carefully, Amelia. It could happen again.
But I can't let him go. He was right about Father.
You don't have to let him go.
What am I going to do, Charles?
Amelia, perhaps what you need is someone here to protect you.
Maybe you're right.
With the prologue of The Master Touch, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. You know, friends, we of the Whistler cast think you're just about the swellest listening audience that ever turned a radio dial. And tonight we've got more reason than ever for thinking that. Remember, last month I told you that in January's radio survey, the Whistler received the highest popularity rating in all radio history for a West Coast program. Well, tonight I have in my hand the results of February's survey, and you've done it again. Yes, for the second consecutive month, the Whistler is way out in front of any popularity rating ever given a West Coast program. Naturally, this makes all those friendly signal dealers who bring you the Whistler mighty happy. In fact, there's only one thing I can think of that could make them any happier. That's if next time your car needs gas, you try just one tankful of new Signal gasoline. My bet is that once you try Signal's power-packed new Super Fuel that now helps you go farther than ever, you too will join the ever-increasing swing to Signal. A swing that has made the Signal organization grow in just 14 years, from a mere handful of stations in Southern California to a network of dealer-owned stations serving 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, back to the Whistler.
was the master touch, wasn't it, Charles? You were sharp enough to see the opportunity the minute old Terence Rankin, president of Rankin Industries, died and left the controlling interest to his lonely, frustrated daughter, Amelia. In the weeks that followed, you worked slowly and carefully to gain her confidence. And when that sharp, analytical mind of yours sensed the friction between Amelia and Henry, the caretaker, you knew what your next move would be. The red clay is dried now on the path where you stood and fired the shot through the window, purposely missing her. And the weather had changed, suggesting an afternoon walk. Just the two of you, Charles. You and Amelia.
Isn't it lovely out today? It was so nice of you to ask me to come.
Yes, it is lovely. All this and you, Amelia?
Please, Charles.
Why not? If I think you're lovely, why shouldn't I say so?
Because I know it isn't true. I wish it were.
The world is full of beautiful things when one's in love.
You don't mean that.
Why must you always say the same thing? You know, sometimes I feel as if you don't trust me.
Oh, I do. Really, I do.
Maybe I'm being presumptuous, huh?
Not you, Charles, ever.
I'm glad of that. I want you to have faith in me.
I know. It's just that since Mother and Dad died, it hasn't been easy. I've been on my own and, I've had everything, but I haven't really. I've had to be so cautious.
You mean Henry, huh?
No, not exactly. It's just that when you have money, too much of it, you're always meeting people who pretend to be friendly when all they want is to get their hands on the money. What makes people like that, Charles? Isn't money that important?
It has a terrible fascination for some people.
If I thought a lot of someone, and I found his motive was that, it would hurt me terribly.
Of course it would, Amelia. But you don't think that I would...
You know I'm not thinking of you. You've been so sweet and kind to me. I've never been so happy, even though I am so alone.
You don't like being alone, do you?
It's frightening sometimes.
You do need someone, Amelia. With Henry there and the things the way they are, you ought to have someone to take care of you, to look out for everything.
What are you trying to say, Charles?
I'm asking you to marry me.
Do you really mean it?
Of course I do.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Yes, Charles, that was the master touch. It's the biggest deal you ever swung, isn't it? And it is a business deal. Dollars and cents, cash on the line. The only difference is that it's accomplished in a church, that the dotted line is on a marriage license, that the witnesses are wedding guests instead of company executives. But the plan has only begun, hasn't it, Charles? And like everything else you do, it has to be perfect. You have to take your time, move cautiously. So it's 3 months after you and Amelia are married before you decide to move again.
Charles?
Yes, Amelia?
Come over here and sit beside me.
I was going into the library, Amelia. I have a reference to look up.
I'll only be a moment.
All right. I'll turn your mind.
These few months we've been married, have they been happy for you?
Why, darling, what a question. They've been the happiest months of my life.
You've been more than kind to me.
You're keeping something from me. What is it?
When you go to the factory in the morning, I like to watch you leave.
Mm-hmm.
I can see you from the bedroom window. Oh, I hope you don't mind, Charles.
Of course I don't.
It's a little like saying goodbye a second time if I can see the drive away.
Why, that's charming, Amelia.
After Henry took the car out of the garage for you this morning, he went back to his cottage.
Well?
Henry's little dog usually goes back to the cottage with him. But he didn't go back this morning.
Henry's dog? But...
When you drove away, you ran over him. It looked almost deliberate.
Why, Amelia, I had no idea.
Henry was
I'll have to speak
broken-hearted.
to Henry about it. I didn't see him. Amelia, I swear I didn't. Good heavens, I know what that dog means to him.
I thought perhaps you were worried about something and didn't realize what was happening.
Worried?
You've been acting so strangely the past few days, as if you had something terribly important on your mind.
Why, I don't understand, Amelia.
I know what it must be like. Married to my money.
What do you mean?
It puts you, outside in a way, doesn't it?
Amelia, you mustn't feel that way.
Just the same. From now on, everything I have is yours and everything you have is mine. That's the way marriage should be, don't you think?
Please, darling.
Money isn't so important, Charles. Happiness means much more. I found that out. I called the lawyer this afternoon. There'll be some papers to sign, and then I'll feel better. Oh, I wanted so much to marry someone who wanted me and not my money.
You do believe in me, don't you, Amelia?
You needn't ask me that. I always will.
You hate her for that, don't you, Charles? As usual, she's done the honorable thing. Signed over all she has to you, making you wonder whether the rest of the plan is worthwhile. You were stunned by it, weren't you, Charles? The money is yours now, and you can stand pat. That is, if you're willing to spend the rest of your life with her. When you face that question, you realize you're going ahead with a plan. It's been boiling around in your brain too long, hasn't it, Charles? So now you're going to kill her. That's why you walk up to the desk of the Roosevelt Hotel in North City the next afternoon. North City, 100 miles away from Green Acres and Amelia.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
My name is Charles Carter. I have a reservation.
Just a moment. I'll check.
All right.
Yes, sir. Room 241.
Oh, I asked the clerk for something at the back of the building. I have some reports to write. I'll need quiet.
Well, you'll find this satisfactory, I'm sure. Soundproof and in the rear.
I'll be typing all afternoon, possibly late into the night. I don't want to be disturbed under any circumstances.
Yes, sir. I'll tell the operator.
Oh, and would you tell the maids, too, please? If they hear me typing inside, then not to come in.
If you say so, sir. I'll have a boy take your bag. It looks heavy.
Excuse me, clerk. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking the other way. Clerk, I've decided to take that room you were holding for me. Lane is the name. 385.
All right, Mr. Lane. Just a minute, please. Oh, here's the boy, Mr. Carter. Oh, you can go on up.
Thanks.
Well, Charles, it's underway. And you're a little jittery. Was it unusual that Mr. Lane, the man who bumped into you at the desk, was the same man who looked at you peculiarly when you almost ran into him at the entrance of the hotel? You finally decide that it's natural, that you're on edge, imagining things. 5 minutes later, alone in room 241 at the back of the hotel, you open your bag and take out a small portable phonograph with a repeating attachment. Connect it, put on a special record, and listen. Yes, Charles, you're busy typing on a phonograph record. You watch it repeat a couple of times, satisfy yourself it's working perfectly, then sneak out of the room, down the back stairs, and out the trade entrance at the rear of the hotel. In a bar around the corner, you find a telephone and put in a long-distance call to Johnson, your personnel manager at the factory.
You surprised us, Mr. Carter. We didn't know you were going to North City. How long will you be there?
I came down to look over the new assembly line. Got in about 2 hours ago. Had the car checked over. I'm going to the plant in the morning. Everything all right?
Well, there are those reports that you took with you. The auditors are coming tomorrow.
Well, I didn't have a chance to check them over last night, Johnson. I'll have them ready by morning.
Yes, but if you're in North City...
I'll be coming back as soon as I check the plant. I ought to arrive at the house around 11. Why don't you and I meet there? And then I'll give you the report.
Oh, all right, Mr. Carter. 11 o'clock. Good afternoon, Roosevelt Hotel.
Will you ring Mr. Charles Carter's room, please?
Just a moment. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Carter isn't receiving any calls.
But this is important. I'm the superintendent of one of his plants.
I'm sorry, sir. If you'd care to leave a message...
He is there, isn't he?
Yes, sir. He's quite busy, though, and requested not to be disturbed. If you leave a message...
No. I'll call back later.
The clerk is a first-class man, isn't he, Charles? Follows instructions to the letter. You're positive now that no one can get through to you, that no one will go into the room as long as the typewriter is working. You're on the last lap, Charles. On your way to the back alley where you left your car, you stop at a drugstore and pick up a small bottle of liquid. That's for Henry, to help him sleep better. Henry is a rather important part of it, isn't he? 2 hours later, you're driving up the road to Green Acres. But before you get to the house, you turn off the road and leave the car in a wooded section, hiding it from the highway. Then you walk up to the house and find Amelia in the living room.
Oh, Charles, it's you.
I didn't hear you come in.
I didn't mean to startle you, Amelia.
Where's the car, Charles?
Why do you ask that?
I didn't hear you drive up.
I had a little trouble with it. Left it down the road.
I'll have Henry look at it.
And not tonight, Amelia. It's late.
Yes, I thought for a while you might not be coming home. I'm having a glass of wine. Won't you have one with me?
Thanks, I will.
You look hot and tired. Did you walk far?
Oh, a couple of miles, I guess.
Here. This will make you feel better.
Thanks. That is good. I am tired for some reason.
Johnson called about noon. He was looking for some reports.
Yes, he called me. I made a trip to North City. He wanted to look over the new assembly line. Having some trouble with the hoist.
But I thought they straightened that out last week.
Oh, it's a technicality. Let's not talk business tonight, dear. I'm not up to it.
Oh, forgive me, dear. No wine.
Please. Well, that's fine. Why don't you run up to bed, Amelia? I want to take a bottle of bourbon over to Henry.
Tonight?
Well, I'm going to try to make it up to him about the dog. He'll feel better over a drink.
Well, don't sit up till all hours, will you?
No, Amelia. I'll be right back. Let me pour you another drink, Henry.
Aren't you drinking none, Mr. Carter?
Oh, we've been drinking wine, Mrs. Carter and I. They don't mix so well for me.
How come you're over here pouring me drinks this time of night?
Well, Henry, I feel so rotten about that dog. You know, I want you to know if there's anything I can do to make it up to you.
You never offered me a drink before. Funny you do it now. It ain't like you.
Oh?
Left her changing the spots that way. You never think about nobody but yourself. Anybody else would have stopped. You run right over Stubby and I'd seen her.
I'm trying to tell you you're wrong, Henry.
And that ain't all.
Here. Have another drink. Let me fill your glass.
Don't want another one. Don't want nothing from you.
Oh. Drink that and go to bed. You'll feel better in the morning.
Taking the bottle with you?
Well, it's empty.
Could have brought a full one.
You've had enough, Henry. More than enough.
Yes, Charles, that's more than enough, isn't it? The dope liquor will keep him asleep and harmless until the hue and cry is raised in the morning. You pick up Henry's hatchet and gloves from the wood pile at the back of his cottage and hurry back to the house.
No, that lamp. Yes? Nothing. Nothing, dear. I bumped into the lamp.
Turn off the lights before you come out.
All right.
You stand there for a moment, Charles. At the last minute, with a hatchet in your hand, you begin to waver. What are you waiting for, Charles?
What's the matter, Charles?
What?
Why don't you come up?
I think I'll read a little while, dear. Go to sleep. I'll be up pretty soon.
Yes, get yourself together, Charles. You want to give her a chance to fall asleep, don't you? You're safe now. Henry's in a drunken stupor. He can't wake up. And after it's over, you'll plant the hatchet in Henry's cottage along with the gloves, just as you did with the gun 4 months ago. There'll be no question this time. No footprints in the red clay path. And who'll believe poor, confused Henry in his story about the drinks you gave him, with you busily typing on a report in a hotel room 100 miles away? A few minutes later, you see the light go out at the top of the stairs, and you sit there in the living room until you're sure Amelia's asleep. And then, holding the hatchet tight in your right hand, you start up the stairs. There's Amelia on the bed. You do hate her, don't you, child? You try to steady yourself, forget the pounding in your head, and walk over to the bed.
Well, Charles?
Amelia!
You can stop striking the bed, Charles. I'm not in it. I'm over here by the window.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a question. Which of these parts could your car get along best without? The water pump, a universal joint, or a steering knuckle? Well, the answer's obvious. Without even one of its vital parts, your car couldn't run. That's why when your signal dealer lubricates your car, he takes no chance of overlooking even one part. It's for that very reason that he uses Signal's famous lubrication chart, which shows every lubrication point on your car and specifies which of Signal's 9 specialized oils and greases each part should have for long, trouble-free service. And he checks each part against this chart not just once, but twice, which is why it's called Signal Double-Check Lubrication. This is typical of the more thorough, more conscientious service your car gets from dealer-owned Signal stations. Nowadays, when cars that are already old must keep on serving you until there are enough new ones to go around, I'd say this is another mighty good reason for today's swing to Signal. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Charles, the master touch wasn't quite enough. You stand there bewildered as Amelia switches on the light. The shot through her window 4 months ago, the careful, gradual cultivation process, the marriage, the alibi in North City. It all seems ridiculous, doesn't it, Charles? And you're too dumbfounded to say anything.
You can put the hatchet down, Charles. You won't need it.
What are you doing?
Nothing. I was looking out of the window. The moonlight's beautiful. You can see for miles. Isn't that your car down by Miller's Pond? It's hidden from the road, but I can see it clearly from here.
Oh.
No, Charles. I said you wouldn't need the hatchet.
What's going to stop me, Amelia?
What I have to say.
Won't do you any good to stall? I've come too far for that.
Yes, much too far. You see, Charles, I know everything you did today. I hired a detective to follow you several days ago. He was waiting for you at the Roosevelt Hotel when you arrived. I talked to him on the telephone just before you came in tonight.
His name is Lane, isn't it?
Yes, that's the name he used.
Well?
He told me you were rather a good typist. And I told him that you couldn't type at all.
So he went into the room.
It was a clever way to establish an alibi, Charles. But I wasn't sure until he told me about the bottle of sleeping drug you bought in North City.
Get to the point.
It's pretty ridiculous, isn't it? My believing that out of all people there was one whom I could believe in.
Where's your detective now? Outside?
No. He did his work. I dismissed him.
You mean we're alone?
Yes.
You expect me to believe that?
It doesn't matter whether you do or not. Remember our agreement, Charles? Everything I had was yours. Everything you had was mine. So when you decided to take my life...
Quit simpering. You think you can talk me out of it?
I said it doesn't matter anymore, Charles. Nothing matters now. You see, the wine we drank together tonight was poison.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal, gasoline, and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen with tonight's story by Robert Foster, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circled signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please, for today is called Northern Light.
This is a story about the temporal displacement of mass. It is also a story about teleportation. Do you know what those terms mean? No, I didn't think you did, but you stay right where you are, my charming friend, and you're quite likely to find out. You just stay right there and listen. I'll tell you everything you want to know. And maybe a couple of things you're not terribly anxious to know. Ever see the Northern Lights? Aurora Borealis is their right name. You don't see them very often below the 50th parallel of latitude in this country, but up in northern Minnesota and Canada, upper New York, places like that, they're quite common of a winter night. If you've seen them, you know what they look like. If you haven't, there's no use my trying to describe them. Sometimes they fill the whole northern sky with waves of color, like a fire burning way beyond the horizon. Sometimes they're just long streamers of fire filling up the whole sky. And another time they look like gigantic, fringed curtains of pure light, swaying as if some cold cosmic breeze plucked at them, way far off there to the north. And you can hear them, too, sometimes. Well, maybe not exactly hear them, but there's a sound, a humming, a crackling somewhere inside your head. And there are times when you'd swear it's a voice talking to you, talking in some kind of strange language you can almost understand, filling your whole being with a kind of desperate, inescapable terror. You know what I mean? At night, in the cold night, voices talking and saying things to you that you can almost understand, filling the night sky with signs and portents of inescapable terror. And nobody in the whole world knows what they are, nobody in this world at least, except me. And after I get done talking to you, you'll know too. And you won't be happy. Let me show you something now. This is from a recording I made on, December 13th, 1948, a little more than a month and a half ago. I started the recorder while Norman and I were just about finished with our work that afternoon here in the laboratory. I just set the microphone on top of the file cabinet there and turned on the machine. Listen, I'm going to play it back for you. The quality isn't so very good, but you can recognize my voice and Norman's, I think. Here.
I got the call. Rewound now, I guess.
You ready to test it?
How can I test it when I said I just got a rewound?
Well, hurry up. It's almost 6 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, it's dark out. I didn't realize the time.
Hurry up.
I'm hurrying. Be a display tonight, you suppose?
How do I know? Been a display the last 3 nights.
Well, that was a dinger last night, wasn't it?
Yeah, the machine wasn't ready.
Hey, listen, now, do you think you can do better than I can? Ouch!
What's the matter?
Oh, I stuck my finger.
Where'd you put the copper sulfate?
Up above the sink.
Huh? I got it. What are you doing?
Testing the coil.
How's it?
Oh, it looks okay. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, it's okay.
I'll be right with you. Hook it up.
What are you going to send?
Try my cigarette lighter. That won't work anyway. I won't miss it if we don't get it back.
I don't know how the thing will work when the northern lights aren't shining.
Maybe they are shining. Turn off the room light. Let's see.
All right.
Pretty early.
What's the matter?
Hey, look.
Out early tonight. Oh, boy, that's fine. The whole sky. Look, blue and yellow. See, I never saw those long fringes before.
Never the same.
What's that? You turn on the recorder?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's turning over. Let's see. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their party.
Leave it alone. You about ready now?
What's funny about the aurora?
Northern Lights? Listen to this part closely, friend.
Oh, I don't know.
Remember what I told you.
You can almost hear the darn things. Not hear them, I mean, but it's kind of like somebody talking to you in a language you can almost understand. I don't know. I mean, you ever notice it?
Sure. High frequencies, I guess. Something.
Awful lot we don't understand.
Look, you go over there at the recorder and talk into the mic.
Talk what?
Well, just describe what happens for the record.
I'm no announcer.
I know you're not. Just say what you see so we'll have an accurate record.
Okay. Now?
Go ahead.
This is an experiment in the temporal displacement of a solid object. In other words, the first actual demonstration of a time machine, if it works.
It'll work all right. Go on.
Paul is now placing his old beat-up cigarette lighter on the stage of the hypercucambulator, and he is now setting the microchronometer to determine how far into the future he's going to send the lighter. Well, how far, Paul?
10 seconds.
10 seconds. At the end of that time, if our calculations are correct, and we hope they are, the cigarette lighter will reappear. In that period of time, it will have been into the future. We could send it farther into the future if we wanted to, I guess, but we'd just have to wait that much longer for time to catch up with it and make it reappear. But 10 seconds, we can prove our point by sending it 10 seconds into the future just as well as 10 years ahead, and this way we don't have to wait so long. Hey, how am I doing, Paul?
Go into your commercial.
When Paul presses the little button, the cigarette lighter will turn to nothing.
That's not right. It'll be here, but it'll be 10 seconds.
Listen closely, please.
Yeah. Well, now,
what's going to happen?
Mr. Paul McGillicuddy, a famous mad scientist, is about to press the big old button and send his lighter into the future. You ready, Paul?
Here we go. Stand by. Look, Norm!
By golly, it is gone. It just disappeared. Bang, like that.
Told you what, up close to the mic, Paul. It's over to record.
Yeah. There isn't a sign of the lighter. The little stage on which Paul placed it is empty, and it should appear again in just a second if it really did work. 3, 2, 1.
It's back! It's back, Norm!
It worked. We made it. Oh, man, let's see if it's all right. Oh, gee.
Oh, now what?
Oh, the lighter. Oh, it's cold, Paul. Ooh, here. Take it, Paul. Take it. Well, it's freezing cold.
What do you know? Look, the darn thing's like a piece of ice.
Where the dickens do you suppose it's been in that 10 seconds?
No, wait, friend. That's not the payoff yet.
You said only in the future.
Listen.
And
time's caught up with it. It's back, but...
Hey, Paul, look. Where did that come from?
What?
There on the stage where the lighter was. Where'd that come from? In the middle of winter.
What is it?
It's a caterpillar, Paul. A brown and black caterpillar.
Well, where do you suppose it came from? Well, it wasn't there.
I'll tell you where it came from, Paul.
What?
It came from the same place where the cigarette lighter went.
What are you talking about?
Well, feel it, Paul. Feel its fur. See? It's as cold as ice, too.
A caterpillar. A little brown and black caterpillar, the kind they call woolly bears. You know, larva of the tiger moth, the Icea isabella. In the dead of winter and as cold as ice. Where did it come from? Huh? You want to know. Incidentally, you know, the old-timers say that the
woolly bear caterpillar is a weather prophet. If the brown bands on his fur are narrow, there's a severe winter ahead. If they're wide, it's going to be a mild winter. Maybe. This one, you could hardly see the brown bands. Tough weather ahead, that's what the old-timers would say. But where'd she come from? She wasn't there when we put the cigarette lighter on the stage. When time caught up again, there she was. She? Sure, Isabella. I see her. Isabella. I told you, remember? Well, she was wiggling happily when she arrived from somewhere in the future. But as she warmed up, she seemed to go into a trance, almost a death-like trance. So Norman said, put her in the deep freeze. Maybe she'll come to again in the cold. So we put her in the deep freeze. And in half an hour, when we looked in at her, she was wiggling happily. At 10 degrees below zero, Fred. Now, can you tie that? My goodness, she should have been frozen solid. Well, nothing special happened for a couple of days. That, you remember, was a month and a half ago, December 13th, 1948. Where were you on the night of December 18th? Saturday night, a week before Christmas. I'd been Christmas shopping in the afternoon, I remember. I came back to the laboratory to check up on some stuff, and Norman was there, fiddling with things. Hi, Norm, I said. How's Isabella?
You know something funny, Paul?
What's the matter with you?
Well, me?
You look so pale. You sick? Eat something disagreed with you?
Paul, Isabella's singing.
Singing what? Isabella's singing? You're dotty.
She's singing. The caterpillar's singing.
Not tap dancing, I hope.
I'm not kidding you.
Oh, cut it out.
Open the deep freeze and listen.
You've been at the C2H50H?
I haven't had a drink since Thursday night.
Well, now, what?
Open the deep freeze and listen.
No kidding?
No kidding.
Well, we don't know where she came from. I won't be surprised at anything. Hello, Isabella.
Hey, don't do that.
What's the matter? Afraid she'll answer me back?
Well, I don't know what.
Hello, Isabella. I hear you singing.
I told you, Paul.
I don't hear anything.
Now, listen, Paul. I haven't lost my buttons. I've been hearing it all afternoon. I couldn't figure out what was doing it, and then I noticed it was louder alongside the deep freeze here. So I opened it up and stuck my head inside, and it was coming from her.
Yeah. What does it sound like, Norm?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like A-E-I.
A-E-I? Didn't she say A-E-I-O-U and sometimes W and Y?
Now, don't rib me. I tell you, I heard it.
I think you better take a Christmas vacation, Norm.
I'm not.
I know, kid, I know, but listen, we've been playing around with some pretty deep cosmic secrets, you and me. We've managed temporal displacement, which nobody in the world has ever done, see? Maybe we both need a rest.
You know what I think, Paul?
What?
I think we've managed teleportation, too, and we don't know it.
Teleportation? You mean like Charles Ford talks about?
I mean transporting tangible objects from one place to another without any mechanical means.
Electronically?
I don't know, Paul. All I know is that cigarette lighter was someplace where it was awful cold. And it wasn't cold here in this room.
Well...
And where did that caterpillar come from?
I don't know.
It came from wherever that cigarette lighter went, Paul.
But where?
I don't know, somewhere. And you know what? I'm going to find out where it came from.
You are? And how, may I ask you?
I'm going to modify this gadget of ours, this hypercubecambulator, so it'll carry a man. And then, my dear boss, I'm going to sit down in it and have you send me out there somewhere in time and space and come back and tell you all about it.
That's all for tonight, Bud.
What?
Come on, I'll take you out and buy you a drink.
I'm not fooling, Paul.
Okay, you're not fooling, Norm. Get your hat and coat and come on. I prescribe hot buttered rum.
Well...
Turn off the lights.
Will you listen to me for a minute?
Turn off the lights. I want hot buttered rum.
Okay.
Gosh, look out of that window.
The northern lights. Oh, they're really bright tonight.
Sure are.
Look how they pulse. Up, down. Up, down.
Norm.
Up. What?
Look at the deep freeze there in the dark.
What about?
You see it?
Light, Paul. Light. It's...
I see it, Norm. It's right in step with the northern lights.
And the same colors. Red, Red. Blue. Blue. Up. Down. Up.
Coming from the deep freeze where our little friend Isabella was singing to you. Now, what do you...
Paul, listen.
I don't...
Listen.
We never did get that hot-blooded rum. We stayed there in the laboratory for a long time, listening to the voice of the thing in the box, endlessly repeating A-E-I-O-U, the vowel sounds of our speech, and watching the light that pulsed up from the deep freeze in perfect rhythm with the flickering of the northern lights we watched through the window. And we thought long, long thoughts that I don't remember any too clearly now. I do know we both of us thought of ways to perfect our little mechanism, our time machine. Our machine that brought back a little cold brown and black caterpillar from somewhere. And when it was morning, and the lights had faded from the northern skies, we found that our machine was very different. The stage where we found the caterpillar was larger now. I had only a vague recollection of what had happened in the night. I said to Norman, I said, what did we do last night?
I don't know for sure, Paul.
Did we rebuild that thing? Make it larger?
I don't know. I think I dreamed I was working on it. I think I hit my finger with a hammer.
I see. Thumb's all bruised. Certainly looks it.
Well, nobody could have gotten in here. The door's locked.
The machine's certainly different.
This coil I picked, look, it's rewound different. Did I do that?
My head hurts.
Mine, too.
Oh, I don't get it.
I don't either. I wish I could.
Listen, Norm.
What?
Maybe we did change it.
Well, how could we have done all that by ourselves?
I got an idea.
What?
Why, maybe Isabella helped us.
The caterpillar? Oh,
let's see, shall we?
Open the deep freeze.
Well, I opened it. It was empty. There wasn't any brown and black caterpillar in the deep freeze. We took a flashlight and looked over every inch of it. We stood there and looked at each other for a whole minute. Norman said, well. I just shook my head. We went over and sat down. All of a sudden I said, I found her, Norman. And there she was. There was little Isabella, the caterpillar, crumpled up, stone dead on the floor of the laboratory. And you know, caterpillars have little tiny paws. And one of Isabella's paws was the end of a long piece of wire that ran up to the generator coil.
Well, how did she get out?
And I said the thing couldn't be opened from the inside. I said it was fastened down tight when I took the lid off just now.
But she did get out.
Maybe she did help us, Norm, I said. And he just sat there and stared at me. And I got up and put on my overcoat.
Where are you going? Where are you going, Paul?
I said, I'm going to find out something, Norman. Where I'm going, it's cold, I said. I know that, and I'm going to find out what's been going on and where that caterpillar came from. Norm goggled at me. I stepped on the stage of the machine that was to take me away somewhere in time, in space. I said, Norm, turn it on. Finally, he reached over and touched the switch. He didn't say a word. And I braced myself. I nodded at him. Go ahead, I said. And he pressed the switch. And nothing happened at all. Nothing. Why?
I know, Paul, I know. It's daylight, and there aren't any northern lights.
Well, it was just as well. I had a chance to think about it a little, and I realized that just an overcoat wouldn't do me any good where I might be going. And so when it was dark night again and the northern lights were flickering and dancing in the sky, I put on a high-altitude aviator's suit that had its own source of heat supply. Norman shook his head as I got back on the stage. Nodded for him to press the switch. Cold. You've never been cold, friend. Dark. You wouldn't know how dark it can get. And then I was standing on an immense plain that stretched so far into the distance, a plain of snow and eternal ice. A dead, cold, white world with the blackest sky above me. And the northern lights reached from horizon to horizon. Even through the high-altitude suit, I could feel a biting cold. And I was afraid. Shivering, abjectly afraid. The streamers of the northern lights reached down toward me and wrapped about me. I heard a sound of voices screaming into my mind. I could understand them. I wished heartily I'd never played around with cosmic forces. I yelled inside the heavy helmet. I yelled, Norman! Norman, bring me back! And there was nobody to hear me. No, I don't know where I was. Another planet. Maybe the North Pole. Maybe the lights were all around me. Maybe that's where it was. But it was the most terrible, awful, cold, lonely place you could imagine in 100 years. The lights, the flickering, living lights crawled over me and beat at me. I could almost understand what they were saying. And then, the crash. The sudden blackness. I was standing again in the laboratory I'd left only a few short seconds ago, and Norman was tearing at the fastenings of my suit and beating at me with both hands. I wondered what in the world he was doing until I got the helmet off. He was rushing caterpillars off me. Thousands of cold, freezing cold, brown and black Isabella caterpillars. I was in bed for a week or more. I don't know how long. Wherever it was I'd been, I'd nearly frozen to death in those short seconds. And at last, I was able to come back to the laboratory. I sat there that night with Norman. And outside the windows, the northern lights were brighter than they'd ever been before. Purple, green, yellow, black lights even. And there was a new rhythm tonight. A kind of code. Almost words. Thoughts. Not quite formed, and yet curiously disturbing. Norman, though, didn't seem to be as disturbed as I was. He just sat quietly and looked at me.
Where did those caterpillars come from, Paul?
I don't know. Where I was, that's all I know.
Did they attack you, or?
I don't know. They came from the lights.
The lights?
The northern lights. Where are they, Norman?
The caterpillars?
Yes. Where are they?
In the deep freeze, where Isabella was.
Poor Isabella.
What's the matter with you, Paul?
I'm listening.
Listening to what?
Don't you hear them?
I don't hear anything.
Don't you?
I don't hear anything.
Well, listen. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
Turn on the recording machine. I want to see if we could pick up their voices.
There isn't anything,
Turn it
Paul.
on. Turn it on. I want a recording. Quick. Quick, Norman. They're talking to us. Listen, friend. I want to play you another recording. This is what came out of our tape recorder that night when I was listening to the voices. And Norman couldn't hear anything. Just listen.
I still don't hear anything, Paul.
Be still. Listen.
I tell you,
Listen.
What's that?
Look at the deep freeze.
The top's coming open. Look at the light around it, Paul.
Be quiet. What?
How did they... Good Lord, look. The caterpillars are coming out, Paul. Look at them. There's millions of them.
Be still, Norman.
But Paul, your voice.
Be still, I said.
What's the matter with your voice?
We want to talk to you.
You what? You said we.
Why, of course, Norman. We.
Who for the...
It is Paul's voice, Norman. Paul's voice. Voice. But it is not Paul speaking. Listen. We speak to you.
Paul.
Not Paul. We, the people of the lights. We from the cold. We are speaking to you with Paul's voice.
I tell you that...
Paul's voice will tell you what to do when the time comes, Norman. We go to the machine now. Paul's mind is ours for a little time now. We go to the machine that brought us to your world from the world of the lights.
Who are you?
The people of the lights. To take over this world of yours. Only this world of yours is so hot. We must have the cold world. And we know how to make it cold.
What's the matter, Paul? Paul!
So hot.
No.
Quick, Norman. Turn on the machine. Send us to places in your world. No, our world. Hurry. So hot. Hurry. So hot.
Paul!
Hurry. Turn on machine.
That's the end of the recording. No, I don't know. I don't have any recollection of it at all. But the recording's there, isn't it? That must be what happened. Anyway, when I woke up, Norman was gone, and there were no caterpillars in the place here. And our machine that took people and things away into time and space, was wrecked. I don't know what became of it. You heard what they said about my voice. They're going to take over this world and make it a cold world, like the one they came from. Whatever that is, and wherever they went. No, I don't know where they went, where the machine sent them. I do have ideas. Yes. Are you cold? It's freezing in here. And just for example, you read the papers? Look at the newsreels. Did you see the pictures of the snow in Los Angeles? In subtropical Los Angeles, where it hasn't snowed for so many years? I wondered about it, too. I wonder if anybody saw any brown and black woolly bear caterpillars in Los Angeles. Larvae of the tiger moth I see, Isabella. The title of today's Quiet Please story is Northern Lights. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And my laboratory assistant, Norman, was played by Dan Sutter. The voices of Isabella and her friends was that of Cecil Roy. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, our writer-director, my good friend Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. For next week, I have a story for you that comes from the steel mills out South Chicago way. It's called At the Heat, Bogdan.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. And now, a listening reminder. How are your predictions of things to come? What's your batting average? Compare your average with the man who has made predicting his business. Listen to Drew Pearson tonight on ABC. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soups present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you once again to the Inner Sanctum. Do come in and join our circle, but watch out you don't get double-crossed. But, you're disturbed by those bodies dangling from the ceiling. Well, you know some people, they just die to come here. Then they hang around week after week and never say a word.
Well, I have a theory about that, Mr. Host.
What's that, Mary?
Maybe the reason they're hanging around is because they think we're going to serve refreshments later on.
Hey, that could be all right.
You know, lots of folks are like that. And who can blame them? When there's good food ahead, they just won't leave. And that's especially true if there's a chance that Lipton tea is on the menu. Now, the reason for that is simply this. Lipton tea is tea at its delicious best because Lipton's has such grand brisk flavor. In fact, brisk is the very word the tea experts themselves use to describe Lipton's full, hearty taste. You'll agree, I'm sure, the very first time you try it, for Lipton's is so lively and full-bodied and satisfying. Yes, it's that brisk flavor that makes more people buy and enjoy Lipton's than any other brand of tea in the world. So whenever you ask for tea, make sure you ask for Lipton tea.
And now, friends, draw close your chairs. If there are no faint hearts among us, we'll begin tonight's tale of terror. A story written especially for Inner Sanctum by Michael Sklar. Our star tonight is Santa Sotega, who plays the role of Elwood Fitch in You Could Die Laughing.
We wanted to escape our problem, to forget about it, so we went to the movies. But there was a doctor in the story, and every time he appeared on the screen, I remembered. Halfway through the picture, I couldn't sit there anymore. I nudged Catherine, and we got up and walked out. The street was cold and dark and empty.
Elwood, what do you want to do now?
I just want to go back home.
All right, dear.
Get in the car.
Elwood, I want to talk to you.
All right, there's time for that.
Please, dear, let's stop being silly about this thing. Let's face it.
I am facing it.
But you're not.
Don't argue with me.
For heaven's sake, don't you understand? The doctor said you only got a year to live unless we move to Arizona.
Doctors are human. They can make mistakes.
Not 3, Doctor.
I don't care.
Oh, why are you so stubborn? Why are you so dead set against Arizona?
You ought to know why, Catherine.
Me?
Yes, you.
Because of me?
Yes. I haven't given you much, Catherine, not even children. But I've been able to make a living. We've been able to get along. What would I do in Arizona without a job and without money?
Elwood, slow down.
I can still drive a car, Catherine.
You're speeding.
Let me alone.
Passing through a red light. Elwood, that man crossing the street's about to...
Catherine. Did I?
Yes. He's lying on the ground.
Good Lord. He walked in front of the car.
Well, we've got to help him. Is he?
He's dead.
Oh, Elwood.
I didn't mean to do it. I couldn't help it. It happened so fast.
Better call the police.
Police?
Well, you said he's dead.
The police? Catherine, there's no one but us on the street. Nobody else saw it happen.
What difference does that make?
Get back in the car.
Elwood, are you suggesting
I was speeding. I passed a red light. And now this. They'll arrest me. They'll put me on trial for manslaughter.
But my...
He's dead, isn't he? We can't help him. It won't do me any good if I go to jail.
But running away, leaving the body...
Catherine, we've got enough troubles without this. We're going to get into the car and drive straight to the garage. I've got a year to live. And I'm not going to spend it in prison.
Mr. Fitch. Want me to put the car away for you?
Yes.
Show must have let out early, huh?
We didn't stay to the end, Dan. I didn't care for the picture.
Ah, them pictures. I always tell my wife. Say, what did you hit?
Hit?
Yeah, your front bumper. Blood on it.
That blood. A dog ran in front of the car. Do me a favor, Dan. Wash it off before you put the car away.
Sure thing, Mr. Fitch.
I didn't sleep well that night. Bad dreams, all mixed up. About doctors. They all looked like the man lying on the street. And their faces were covered with blood. I woke up exhausted.
Breakfast is on the table, Elwood.
Just a moment.
That newspaper can wait. Your toast is getting cold.
Oh, here it is.
What are you looking for?
The story.
You mean last night? It's in the newspaper?
Listen to this. Stenger, victim of hit-and-run driver. The body of Augie Stenger, underworld character, was discovered early this morning at the intersection of Broad and Main Streets. Police believe Stenger was the victim of a hit-and-run driver.
The front door.
Yes.
Do you think it's the police?
I don't know. Get a grip on yourself. I'll see who it is.
Morning. You Mr. Fitch?
Yes. What can I do for you?
I don't like to talk business on the front doorstep.
Business?
It's about last night, that accident.
What accident?
Don't try to act innocent. I saw that hit and run. Now can I come in?
Let me handle this, Catherine. Who are you?
The name is Chandler. I was sitting in my car last night at Broad and Main Street. I saw the accident and I followed you home. Thought I ought to talk to you about it this morning.
What do you want?
The cops are looking for that hit-and-run driver. I'm the only guy that knows you're him. It ought to be worth something for me to keep my mouth shut.
You want money?
Yeah.
Blackmail.
Don't talk to him, Elwood. Send him away.
No, we can't do that, Catherine. He'd go to the police.
But Elwood...
Leave this to me. All right, Chandler. I'll give you the money.
How much?
$500.
That's chicken feed.
1,000.
Ah, now you're talking sense. When do I get it?
I'll give it to you now. It's in my coat pocket. Here it is. You'll find exactly $1,000 in $20 bills.
Thanks.
Now, get out of here.
Now, wait a minute. Don't get nasty, Fitch. I'm doing you a favor.
You got your money. Now get out.
I'm going. But I'll be back. We'll call this the first installment.
Elwood, where did you get that money you gave him?
Money?
Last night you said we couldn't go to Arizona because we had no money. You just gave that man $1,000. Where'd you get it?
I was ashamed to tell you. I took it from Stenger.
Stenger?
The man we hit. I put my hand inside his coat to see if his heart was beating. The money was in the inside pocket.
Elwood, how could you?
Don't look at me like that, Catherine. We've been married a long time. Long enough for you to know that I'm not a crook or a murderer.
But to kill a man and then take his money.
Try to understand. All day long I've been thinking. A year to live. A year to live. When you know you're going to die, it does something to you. You forget what's right and what's wrong. I thought, with that $1,000 and a few hundred we've got in the bank, I thought we might be able to go to Arizona after all.
Well, the money's gone.
Yes.
Don't think about it anymore.
How can I stop thinking? You heard what Chandler said? That $1,000 is the first installment. He'll blackmail us out of everything we own.
Shut the door, quick.
Who is it, Catherine?
Shut that door, Mrs. Fitch.
You were here only yesterday. What do you want now?
The cops are after me. You and me on the same boat.
What have you done? What What do they want you for?
Murder.
Murder?
You shouldn't have come here.
I figured this place ought to make a pretty good hideout.
No. You can't stay here.
Who's going to stop me?
I won't allow it, Elwood. I won't have this man in my house.
All right, cut the squawk.
No. I stood a lot in you, Chandler, but stay away from me.
Don't you dare touch him. Elwood!
Elwood! Don't cry, Kathy. I'm all right.
Any more back talk, Fitch?
No.
Okay. I'm moving in.
He took over the house. He used Catherine and me as servants, treated us like dirt. There was nothing we could do about it. Just the three of us, cooped up in that little house. We couldn't go out. Food and cigarettes were sent up from the store. Went on like that until Tuesday morning.
Hush, Elwood. Chandler will hear you.
He can't. He's in the bedroom.
You're going to give yourself up?
I can't stand this anymore. I can't stand it.
Well, do what you think is best, darling.
I've made up my mind. Rather than put up with that man, I'd prefer to go to prison. I'll call the police right now. Hello, operator. Get me police headquarters.
Got a pal at headquarters, Fitch?
Hey, Chandler. Don't point that gun.
Cancel that call.
Oh, all right. Hello, operator. Operator. Never mind that call to police headquarters. No, nothing's wrong. I just made a mistake. Thank you.
You made your last mistake, Fitch.
Imagine that black villain, Jack Chandler. First he blackmails Elwood, then he blackjacks him, and now he blackballs him from using his own telephone. You know what I'd do if I were Elwood? I'd apply for a writ of habeas corpus. That is, if Chandler doesn't turn Elwood into a corpus first.
Things do look bad for Elwood, I must admit, Mr. Host. My, what a lot of unpleasant surprises he's been having.
Yes, and he's in for a lot more, Mary.
Goodness. Well, right now, I'd much rather talk about pleasant surprises.
Well, that's a lady's privilege, Mary. You go right ahead.
A good instance of a pleasant surprise happened to me one of those glorious sunny days last week. Florence Perry and I drove out to the woods to gather spring wildflowers. But we'd scarcely reached the woods when the sky clouded over, and in a few minutes we were chilled to the bone. Back to the car we hurried, figuring the whole afternoon was ruined. And it was then that Florence brought out that pleasant surprise I mentioned. A whole big thermos of heavenly hot Lipton tea. Well, we sat down and had ourselves a regular tea party right there in the woods. Suddenly everything seemed bright and cheery again. Lipton's had certainly saved the day with its bracing, cheery taste, its delightful, brisk flavor. The same thing happens so often with so many folks. Any time during the day, Lipton's is a pleasant, refreshing treat. Tea with a glorious, full-bodied tang that adds extra zest to every occasion. The reason? It's worthwhile remembering, friends. Lipton tea has brisk flavor.
Now, friends, let's get back to those lovely people, Jack Chandler and Elwood Fitch. Chandler the murderer and Elwood the hit-and-run driver. It's quite a pair. Together they make a full house. A moment ago, Elwood tried to give himself up to the police, but Chandler caught him at the telephone.
So, you were going to double-cross me, huh?
No. I was only going to tell the police about myself.
What do you suppose would happen to me when the cops came for you? I ought to kill you right now.
Oh, no.
You shut up. First thing I'm going to do is pull out that phone so you don't make no more calls to headquarters. Yeah. That settles the phone. Now, stand up.
What are you going to...
The door.
Can you see who it is through the window, Fitch?
Yes.
Take a look. But remember, I still got this gun. Don't try any tricks.
It's a man.
Recognize him?
No.
Now listen. Before you open the door, I'm taking your wife into the next room with me. I'll be able to watch you and hear every word you say. You know what I'll do to Mrs. Fitch if you double-cross me.
Yes.
Okay. Now, answer the door.
Mr. Fitch? Elwood Fitch?
That's right.
May I come in?
Yes, of course.
I'm Detective Farley from headquarters. Here's my badge. Mind if I ask a few questions?
What about?
Well, I've been assigned to the Stenger case. Familiar with it?
I read about it in the newspaper. A hit-and-run driver.
That's the case. What do you know about it, Fitch?
Why, nothing.
Are you sure?
See, hey, you don't
You and your wife went to the movies Friday night, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Did you drive straight to your garage from the movies?
Why, no. It wasn't a good movie, so we left early and went for a ride.
Did you pass the corner of Broad and Main Streets?
No. We went in the other direction.
You're lying, Fitch. I've been checking garages for that hit-and-run car. Your garage man told me you brought your car in Friday night with blood on the bumper.
I told him we ran into a dog.
Don't make me laugh. Your story wouldn't hold up a minute if that fool garage man hadn't washed the blood off.
Are you going to arrest me?
I need evidence first. When I get it, I'll come back.
Blood on the bumper. That cop is wise to you, Fitch.
He said he'd be back.
Sure. He'll be snooping around looking for proof. This is one heck of a hideout. I'm leaving.
You're going away?
Glad of that, ain't you? Well, you got nothing to celebrate.
What do you mean?
I need time, plenty of time to get away from the city. I'm not going to leave you here to squeal to the cops as soon as I'm out of the door.
We wouldn't tell the police.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure you don't. I got one murder rap on me already. It might as well be 3.
3?
Elwood, he means that...
Listen, Chandler, I swear we won't tell. Why should we? Remember what you said. We're both in the same boat. The police are after me, too.
You tried to double-cross me once before. I ain't taking any chances.
Please.
There's no use begging. It won't do no good.
When are you going to do it?
Before I go. Sometime after dark.
The rest of that day was a nightmare. Chandler wouldn't let me separate from Catherine. Everywhere we went, everything we did, he was always behind us with that gun in his hand. The gun. I had to take it away from him. He was much younger than I, big and tough. But I had to try. I watched for my chance. It came late in the afternoon. He was lighting a cigarette. He put the gun down on the living room table while he felt in his pockets for a match. Both of us were the same distance from the gun. I made a dive for it.
Hey, get away from that rod.
No, let go.
Hey, kid.
Catherine, help me. Grab his hand.
Let go of me. Let go.
Hold him, Catherine. Hang on to him.
He's dead.
I had to shoot him. I had to.
Now what will we do?
I don't know. What would he do if the positions were reversed?
Call the police.
No. The money. The money I gave him. The $1,000 I took from Stenger. He still got it. It's ours again, Catherine. We're going to Arizona.
Arizona?
Don't you see? It's just like it was before he came. We'll take the money and we'll go to Arizona.
But his body...
He's a murderer, he said so himself. We'll put the body into the car, drive out to the suburbs, and leave it on the highway. The police will think it was just another gangster murder. I was just able to squeeze the dead body into the luggage compartment.
Hurry, Elwood. Let's get away before one of the neighbors sees us.
Oh, my gosh.
Now what's the matter?
The gasoline gauge. It's almost empty. We'll have to stop at the garage. I drove back to the garage. Had Dan fill the tank. And paid him with one of the $20 bills I'd taken from the body of Stenger. Dan gave me a queer look as he brought me the change.
Here you are, Mr. Fitch. 13 gallons out of a $20 bill.
Thanks, Dan.
Oh, by the way, did a detective come around to your house the other day?
Yeah, yes, he did.
I hope you don't hold it against me telling him about that blood on the bumper of your car.
Oh, of course not, Dan. Why should I? After all, I had nothing to hide.
No, that's right. Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Fitch, I was a little suspicious of you. I thought you really might be that hit-and-run driver. Not that it matters much now.
No?
No. The police don't care much now about that driver.
Why not?
Oh, he's small potatoes now. I just heard over the radio that guy Stenger was just about dead even before that hit-and-run driver hit him.
How could that be?
Well, the way the radio explained it, Stenger was shot in the back, and he staggered out into the street, and then the car hit him.
But you said he wasn't killed by the car.
Yeah, that's right. The coroner's inquest showed that he died of a bullet wound. He'd been murdered. The police even know who killed him.
They know the killer's name?
Uh-huh. I heard it over the radio just a minute ago. Oh, yeah, Chandler. Jack Chandler.
I don't remember driving away from the garage. It kept going around in my brain. Chandler had murdered Stenger. Catherine and I had run away from a crime we hadn't committed. No wonder Chandler had seen the accident. No wonder he feared the police. And now he was dead. His body packed into the luggage compartment of the car.
Elwood, you're not listening to me.
What? Oh, I was thinking about Chandler.
That's what I was talking about. If he killed Stenger, why can't we go to the police and confess everything?
Because we killed Chandler.
But it was self-defense.
Would the police believe that?
They'd have to believe it.
Even if they did, it would be murder in the third degree. They'd learn about the $1,000. I'd be held for trial. We'd never get to Arizona. No, Catherine. We've got to go through with our original plan.
Elwood, that siren.
It's a police car behind us.
What are you going to do?
They may not be after us. If they do stop us, let me do the talking.
Hey, forward! Stop that car!
Don't be afraid, Catherine. I'll handle it.
Uh-huh. Middle-aged man and woman. You answer the description, all right. Name Fitch?
Yes. What's the trouble, officer?
There's an alert out for you. You bought gas back at your garage a few minutes ago. Paid for it with a $20 bill.
That's right.
Got any more of those bills on you?
Why, yes.
Hand them over.
Here. Here they are.
Uh-huh. Looks like it's all here. This is the stuff, all right.
What stuff? What are you talking about?
This money. It's counterfeit. Just like the bill you gave the garage man.
Counterfeit?
Phony money down to the last dollar. Move over. We're driving to headquarters.
Well, that's the story, Detective Farley. You'll find Chandler's body in the back of my car.
Willing to put your signature to this confession, Mr. Fitch?
Yes, I'll sign it.
Oh, you could have saved yourself a lot of grief. I knew you were the hit-and-run driver when I came around to your house. But I needed the proof, and you gave it to me when you broke one of these phony $20 bills.
Well, did you know then about the money?
Sure. Stenger had a long record as a counterfeiter. His girl told us he was carrying $1,000 in bad money the night he was killed. Naturally, when we didn't find the money on his body, we knew it had been taken by the hit-and-run driver. And the blood on the bumper of your car was the giveaway.
Well, now that you've caught me, what's going to happen to me?
Well, depends on the jury. You might get 20 years. Might get life imprisonment. You might even get acquitted.
I'm in the courtroom now. Catherine beside me, waiting for the decision. The jury just filed in. The judge has asked if they reached a verdict. The foreman of the jury is rising to his feet.
Your Honor, we find the defendants not guilty.
Oh, Catherine.
Oh, Elwood, thank heaven.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh, darling, you were right from the very beginning. Money or no money, We're going to Arizona.
Fooled you that time, friend. Slipped you a happy ending when you weren't set for it. But that jury decision, I don't know. It sounded a bit fishy. But seriously, friends, do you like happy endings? I don't, but then some people do. You know, someday, just to make sure, I'm going to have some research organization take a gallows poll.
Well, Mr. Host, that seems a lot of trouble to go to when there's plenty of proof right in front of your nose that says people love happy endings.
And what is that proof, Mary?
It's the way thousands and thousands of families every day top off delicious meals with delicious Lipton tea. There's a real happy ending for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, folks. Try it and see. In fact, so that you won't forget it, add Lipton tea to your grocery list right now, this very minute. It's the world's favorite tea, and you're always sure of getting tea at its tastiest when you get Lipton's. Because remember, Lipton tea has that marvelous brisk flavor.
A parting word of advice, friends, drawn from the experiences of Elwood Fitch. If your wife wants you to take a trip, don't argue. No, don't protest. Simply bash her on the head and deliver her to the police. You can always say she tripped. Oh, yes, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is I Hate Blondes by Wolf Kaufman. And next week, the makers of Lipton Tea and Lipton Soups will bring you another Inner Sanctum story directed by Hyman Brown and called Screams in the Night. Of course, there'll be lots of screams. The kind you like, blood-curdling. And there's the usual triangle. A man, his wife, and another girl. But the joker is, he who grasps best gasps last. Don't get it? And for the details, better be listening to Inner Sanctum next week. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Let's begin at the beginning of the meal, friends, with the soup. If you want soup to be both delicious and easy to prepare, make it Lipton's Noodle Soup. Here's a soup that has real honest-to-goodness chickeny flavor. It's full of tender noodles, and because it comes in modern soup mix form, it saves both time and money. Lipton's Noodle Soup mix is quick to make, and it makes lots more than canned soups, yet costs less. Try Lipton's Noodle Soup. And tune in next week for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Began on a cold, blustering day last winter. For several months, Inspector Noah Danton and I have been trying to track down a gangster known as Duke Hensler. Duke operated a murder syndicate, and up to now had skillfully evaded all the traps we'd set for him. That very night, a telephone call came in, and we learned that on the day before, Duke had paid a call at a modest dwelling on the outskirts of the city.
Basil Fleming. I am Basil Fleming. And you're the man I want to see. The name is Duke Hensler. Oh. You, Duke Hensler.
That's right. Surprised, huh?
Yes, I am. Very much surprised.
They all are. Part of my business to look like a, shall we say, successful lawyer.
Successful law? Yes, of course. Come this way, please. In here, please.
Ah, nice place you got here, Fleming. Must be a rich man.
Far from rich, Mr. Hensler.
Retired, aren't you?
Yes. I've been retired for more than 10 years.
With an annual income of approximately $11,000.
You seem to know considerable about my private affairs.
I have to. Part of my business to know.
Yes, I suppose it is. Is there anything else you care to know about me?
No. Still, there's some things I can't figure. As far as I can see, you're pretty clean.
Clean?
Yeah, you never got mixed up in any deals. Nobody's blackmailing you. Most of my clients are troubled with blackmailers.
Yes, I suppose that would be a logical reason for engaging your services.
Oh, there are plenty of other reasons. Well, let's get down to business. Who do you want bumped off?
Bumped off?
Yeah, bumped off. Annihilated. That's what you sent for me for, isn't it?
Oh, I see. Yes, it is.
Now, let's have his name and address. Maybe it's a job I won't touch.
There are, then, jobs that you won't touch?
Definitely. Men in my business can't afford to take chances. My boys are kind of particular.
Boys? Then you don't do it yourself?
Yeah, you bet I don't. I'm not that much of a sucker. The suckers are the boys who work for me. But the boys don't even know who I am.
I see.
I only make the contact. After tonight, you'll never see me again, Fleming. And you won't be able to find me either. A man in my business has to be careful.
But you guarantee results?
Never missed yet. Say, this must be someone special you got in mind, huh? Asking so many questions. Usually guys just give me a name and the dough and let me do the rest.
It is someone special, Mr. Hensler. Someone very special.
Yeah? Who?
My wife.
Your wife?
Yes, Mr. Hensler. My wife.
Now, wait a minute. An old guy like you can't be playing around. I'd have known about it if...
No, Mr. Hensler. I haven't been playing around, as you phrase it.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not knocking off any old days.
Wait, please. You must listen to me.
No soap, Pop. In my business, a man has his ethics, just like in any other.
No, Mr. Hensler. My wife is very ill.
Sick? Well, then what the devil do you want?
Let me explain, Hensler. Lottie, my wife, is suffering from cancer. The doctors say she can't live more than a few months.
Well, this is something I don't get. If she's going to die anyway in a couple of months...
Every moment of every day, Lottie's in excruciating pain, Mr. Hensler. They give her dope, but the dope wears off and she wakes up screaming. It's terrible to watch, Hensler. Terrible.
Yeah, it must be.
Lottie has begged them to give her something to end her misery, and so have I, but they won't. There's a law.
Yeah, I've heard about it. There's been a lot of talk about it. What do they call them? A mercy killing.
I love my wife more than life itself, Hensler. We've lived together in peace and happiness for 50 years. I can't go on watching her suffer like this. I can't.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I'll pay you anything, everything I possess if you end Lottie's suffering.
Yeah, well, maybe you're going to change my mind a bit. Yeah, I never had a deal like this before.
Then you will do it?
Yeah, Pop, you've sold me a bill of goods. Where'll I find your wife?
She's upstairs in her room. I wanted to keep her here with me rather than send her to a hospital. Hensler.
Yeah?
You'll be gentle.
You won't know a thing, Pop. Not a thing. My boys are professionals. And now...
Yes. Now about the money. How much?
To you, Pop, I'm going to give you my rock-bottom price. $10,000.
$10,000. Very well. I have the money here. I think you'll find it all here.
Thanks, Pop. I won't even bother to count it. I trust you, see?
Mr. Hensler. Yeah, Pop. When? Maybe tonight? Maybe tomorrow? You'll have some visitors, see? Oh, don't worry. Everything will be taken care of. So long, Pop. Hello? Yes, this is Fleming. Oh, yes, Dr. Harvey. Yes? What? What? You took new x-rays? And you feel sure that with an operation you can save Lottie's life? Oh, my God. Forgive me. Hensler! 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 Where's Hensler?
It sounds like a screwy deal to me, Bud.
Yes, Inspector. There are some rather odd circumstances connected with the case.
Who was it called you, anyway?
That was Fleming himself. He merely stated that he'd come into his wife's room and found this young Dr. Gil Martin dead on the floor.
Funny Fleming didn't call the police.
Mr. Fleming explained that, Inspector, by saying that his wife was seriously ill. He was afraid that any undue excitement might upset her.
Well, if a guy being murdered in her bedroom didn't upset her, he shouldn't worry about a couple of cops being around.
Well, you see, Mrs. Fleming was under the influence of an opiate when the intern arrived, Inspector. She didn't know about the murder.
Intern?
Yes, Dr. Gil Martin. He's an intern at the Long Meadows Hospital. He come with the ambulance that was to take Mrs. Fleming to the hospital for an operation.
It still doesn't make sense.
Why not?
No motive.
That, Inspector, is why I disregarded Basil Fleming's request and brought along a cop.
Oh, Bud, you're wonderful. You know, sometimes I suspect you of thinking of me as a human being.
Oh, come, Inspector. You know very well that I became convinced long ago that you have at least half a dozen human qualities.
There must be some reason why I like this guy.
Hanson. Come on in.
Thank you.
Who's that with you, your grandfather?
Now, just a minute.
Relax, Gramp. I was only kidding. You're Barton Drake, aren't you, Hanson?
Why, yes, I am.
I thought so. I heard the old man give you a buzz. I've seen your pictures and read a couple of your books. You're a pretty smart cookie.
Well, thank you.
And who are you?
Me? Oh, I'm May Hamilton. I was the old lady's nurse.
What do you mean, was the old lady's nurse?
I got canned about an hour ago.
Well, that hasn't seemed to upset you very much.
You bet it hasn't. I was sick of the job anyway. And now that Gil's been knocked off...
Gil?
Yeah, Gil Martin, the intern. Him and me trained at the same hospital. He was my boyfriend.
Well, now, think of that. She's all broken up about it, isn't she?
Oh, corpses are okay when they happen natural, but... Well, Gil didn't die natural, see? Gee, just looking at him give me the screaming meanies. No, sir, I'm getting out of here just as soon as Charlie arrives.
And who's Charlie?
Charlie Butler. He's my other boyfriend. Them two sure hated each other. Oh, wait till Charlie hears what's happened to Gil. He'll sure get a laugh out of that.
I'll bet. It seems to me that you have rather an amorous existence, Miss Hamilton.
Amorous? Hey, you wouldn't be calling me names, would you, Hanson? Anyway, as soon as I got the can, I buzzed Charlie and told him to sit me up here.
Oh? Miss Hamilton, I thought I told you to leave this house.
Now, skip it, chum. I'm not leaving till Charlie gets here.
Pertinent woman. I beg your pardon, gentlemen. I'm Basil Fleming. I presume you are Barton Drake?
Yes, I am, and this is Inspector Noah Benton.
Hiya.
Oh, the police. Mr. Drake, I specifically
I'm sorry, Mr. Fleming, but I asked Inspector Denton to come along as a personal favor.
And it's a lucky thing he did.
Why do you say that, Inspector Danton?
Well, this babe here has given us more motives for a murder in the last 5 minutes than we've had for a week.
Listen, Flatfoot, are you saying I had anything to do with Gil being knocked off?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
Why, you
I
jerk.
think the inspector means, Miss Hamilton, that he'd like to ask you some further questions. Will you please not leave the house until we've had a chance to talk to you again?
I'm leaving the house when Charlie gets here, and no one's stopping me.
No? Well, you try it and see how far you get there.
This room here, gentlemen. There's the corpse lying on that bed.
Now, wait a minute. This isn't your wife's room.
Naturally not. I couldn't very well have the body there where Lottie
Well,
might...
you should have.
Yes, Inspector Danton's right, Mr. Fleming. You shouldn't have had Dr. Barton's body removed until we arrived.
But you don't understand, gentlemen. If Lottie had awakened and found a dead man in her room...
Your wife was under the influence of opiates, wasn't she?
Even so, I didn't want to run the risk of her waking up. Dr. Harvey quite agreed with me.
Dr. Harvey?
Dr. Leslie Harvey, yes, sir. He's our family physician and an old friend.
I see.
He arrived shortly after the ambulance. When he learned what had happened, he helped me remove Dr. Martin's body to this room across the hall.
And where's this Dr. Harvey now?
He's returning tomorrow to take Lottie to the hospital. He wanted her to have a day's rest after what happened.
Did Dr. Harvey say what he thought had caused Dr. Martin's death?
He said it appeared that death was due to poisoning.
Poisoning?
Dr. Harvey wasn't sure. He said the exact nature of death would have to be determined by the police.
And then he walked out before the police arrived.
Dr. Harvey is a very busy man, Mr. Drake.
Was it Dr. Harvey who recommended Miss Hamilton to care for your wife?
No. Help is so very hard to get these days. One has to take most anyone.
Now, that's just what you got, Father.
How long has this Miss Hamilton been here?
She came on duty this morning.
This morning? Say, that gives me an idea.
Yes, Inspector?
Don't you get it, Bart? It's as plain as the nose on your face. Hamilton had these two guys in love with her. Doc Martin knew she was coming to work on this case, so he got assigned to the ambulance that was sent for Mrs. Fleming.
I see. But before taking Mrs. Fleming away, he decided to poison Miss Hamilton because she wouldn't marry him.
Yeah, that's it. It'd be easy to make it seem like Hamilton had drunk the poison by mistake.
Yes. And they probably decided to have a friendly drink while waiting for Mrs. Fleming to wake up, and she switched glasses on them.
Sure, it's simple.
Oh, Inspector. No, I'm afraid you're all wrong.
Huh? Why?
Why? Because it's too simple. In the first place, there wouldn't likely be deadly poisons lying around. Nor would there be any liquor for that friendly drink that you speak of. Nor would it be natural for one, even as crass as Miss Hamilton, to suggest a toast over her patient sleeping form.
Well, it could have happened. Jumping Judas, what's that?
Sounded as though Miss Hamilton's in trouble. Come on, Inspector.
Where'd that scream come from? From the kitchen, huh? This way. Good heavens. Jumping Judas, look at that guy lying there with a knife in his chest.
It's young Butler, Miss Hamilton's other boyfriend. And there she is lying on the other side of the table.
Yeah, it's the nurse, all right.
Is she dead, Inspector?
No, only fainted.
There's no doubt about Butler being dead. That knife penetrated his heart.
What a horrible sight.
Do you recognize the knife, Mr. Fleming?
Why, yes, I do. It belongs here in the kitchen.
Come on, babe. Up on your feet. You're all right.
What happened?
Suppose you tell us.
Charlie. Where's Charlie? Oh, no.
So you recognize him, do you?
Oh, yes.
As a mackerel.
Oh, Charlie. Charlie, why did you come here?
Now, Miss Hamilton. Miss Hamilton, suppose you tell us exactly what happened.
Oh, I don't know. I came into the kitchen a little while ago and he was lying there.
Just like that, eh?
I think I screamed and then I must have fainted. I don't know.
Now, Bart, it doesn't add up. When boyfriend number one gets knocked off, he makes for the wisecrack. When boyfriend number two gets it, she's there with the tears.
Yeah, there's many things here that don't add up, Inspector. Look, I want you to take Miss Hamilton into the library and stay there with her until I get back.
Where are you going?
Mr. Fleming and I, Inspector, are going to call on Dr. Lester Harvey.
When's that guy coming back? He's been gone an hour.
Take it easy, babe. You're not going anyplace.
Oh, no. Well, you listen to me. I'm sorry, Inspector.
What's the matter?
I shouldn't have spoken that way. I must be upset.
Yeah.
Inspector Danton.
Well?
Did anyone ever tell you you were a striking figure of a man?
What?
So strong and masculine looking.
You don't say.
I could go for someone like you, Inspector Danton.
Well, now.
Inspector.
Uh-huh.
Kiss me.
Nuts. Listen, babe, you're not kidding me. Now take your arms from around my neck and go over there and sit down.
Why, you young brat, would I...
Anything wrong, Inspector?
No, everything's just dandy. What are you grinning about?
Nothing, Inspector. Absolutely nothing. I hope you and Miss Hamilton haven't been bored.
Now, listen, Bart, if you think...
Oh, not at all, Inspector. Not at all. Miss Hamilton, I'm sorry I kept you waiting so long.
Skip it, Handsome. For a minute, I almost had Grant acting human.
Here.
What's the verdict?
Not very good, I'm afraid. Mr. Fleming and I went on a wild goose chase.
Couldn't locate Doc Harvey, eh?
No, Harvey's out of town for the weekend. Miss Hamilton, I suppose you've been wondering why I insisted that you remain in this house.
I've spent more exciting hours.
The reason, Miss Hamilton, is that you're in danger of being murdered.
Murdered? Me? Say what?
I'm positive that you're scheduled to be the murderer's next victim.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Nobody's mad at me. I haven't done anything.
That's just the point. The murderer intends to prevent you from doing anything.
Oh, for crying out loud, can't you stop him?
I hope so, with your help, Miss Hamilton.
What do you want me to do?
The murderer knows you're in this room. He thinks you're alone. I propose that the inspector and I step behind that door.
Hey, roll back up. You're off the beam, Handsome. If you think I'm going to set myself up as a clay pigeon for a nut with a gun, you're crazy.
Then, what are you going to do, Miss Hamilton?
Why, I'm going to get out of here.
Oh, so?
Yeah, right now. You got any objections?
No, not at all.
Well, then. Say, who is this screwball who's got a yen to give me the work?
I'm not sure yet. All I know is that he's not far away this minute.
In this house, you mean?
Or outside, waiting.
For me?
Yes.
I see. You're a cool one, Drake. Okay, so I got my choice of being a clay pigeon or a dead herring.
You're a very brave girl, Miss Hamilton.
Skip it. What do you want me to do?
Sit down. Relax. Pretend complete surprise if you have a visitor. Inspector Danton and I will be behind that closet door.
Safe and sound, huh?
Everything depends on you, Miss Hamilton. The person who comes into this room will reveal himself to be the murderer in one of two ways. He'll either tell you...
Or he'll shoot me and explain things afterward, huh? Barton Drake, you're wonderful. Okay, let's go. Hamilton, you're a sucker. But so what?
Bart, what makes you so sure this plan is going to work? We've been here a half hour and nothing's happened.
I'm not sure, Inspector. It's a chance we just have to take.
The babe can't stand the strain much longer. It's the fourth cigarette she smoked.
I think we can depend on her, Inspector. She's much braver than either you or I. Consider.
Brave, my eye. She just doesn't know any better. By the way, what happened to Fleming?
He's upstairs with his wife. Mrs. Fleming died in her sleep while we were out.
What?
Yes, the strain was apparently too much for her.
Well, I'll be... Hey, what's that?
Keep quiet. Someone's opening the door.
Hello, sister.
Hello yourself.
You alone?
No, the U.S. 15th Army is hiding behind the floor lamp.
You killed me.
Well, you just make sure you don't return the compliment, and everything will be lovely.
Hey, you're kind of a cute number. Related to the old man?
Yeah, I'm his father.
And why didn't I meet you when I was here before?
So you've been here before?
Yeah, I was here before yesterday.
What's your name?
Duke.
Duke what?
Duke's all you need to know, baby. Where's the old man now?
How should I know?
Look, baby, skip the cracks. I got a message for the old man.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to tell him for me, baby.
Tell him what?
To say Duke was here and the deal's off.
What deal?
He'll know.
So tell him Duke said it was a matter of ethics. You got a reputation to think of like anyone else.
I don't get it, but I'll tell him.
Thanks, baby. You're all right.
Am I? Look out behind you.
What? Quit shoving me.
Well, Duke, you're a prize we've been after for a long time.
Tucker, you can't prove a thing on me, not a thing.
Oh, so? Well, I'm afraid you're wrong, Duke. Basil Fleming is quite dead, Ed.
Yeah, you shot him. We both saw it. So did the girl. Hey, what happened to the base?
She made a quick exit, Inspector. Really can't say I blame her.
So she didn't have anything to do with the murders, eh?
Not a thing, Inspector.
Then who was it?
Fleming.
Fleming? But he...
Yes, I know. You see, Fleming had hired Duke here to dispose of Mrs. Fleming.
That sounds crazy.
No, Inspector, it isn't. Mrs. Fleming was suffering from cancer. Fleming only wanted to end her misery. Unfortunately, after he hired Duke to take care of the matter, Dr. Harvey called and held out some hope for his wife's recovery.
But Fleming couldn't get hold of Duke to call off the deal, eh?
That's right. So it drove Fleming mad. He became suspicious of everyone who came to the house, thinking that Duke had sent them.
And he figured the only way he could stop him was to kill him himself.
Yes, the poor devil's warped brain became obsessed with that one thought. My suspicions became aroused when Fleming identified Charlie Butler as Miss Hamilton's boyfriend. Now, there was only one way Fleming could have known that. Charlie himself had to tell him.
But Fleming didn't believe him. He knifed him in the kitchen while we were in here talking to Hamilton.
That's right, Inspector. And then Duke, he had to return to protect his reputation.
And Fleming almost got him, too.
Well, now ain't that cute? All tied up and ready for delivery, eh? Just a couple of smart cops.
Yes, that's right, Duke. You know, Duke, there's one thing about you I can understand perfectly.
Yeah?
That's why you worried about your reputation as a head of a thriving business.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm. You see, in a way, you and I were running in competition. We were on opposite sides of the fence. Murdering was your business, and it's murderers like you that make mystery my hobby.
Join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. For in a few moments, you're going to meet a ghost, the strangest phantom that you ever heard of. But first, I want you to be my guest on a little train ride. We're running at 60 miles an hour on open track in the dead of night. Now we thunder through a sleeping village. Then beyond it, we plunge into the waiting mouth of a tunnel. We race through the tunnel and into the open again. Over a trestle and on into the night. A little world of our own, rushing forward resistlessly. A symbol of power and speed and life. Yes, trains do have a life of their own, as you'll see in the unusual ghost story that I call The Locomotive Ghost. My story starts some years ago in a hilly region of western Pennsylvania. It's almost midnight, and two men laden down with several handbags are moving cautiously over the rough ground beneath a railroad trestle. They come to a spot beneath one end of it, and there in the darkness, they stop and turn on a flashlight.
All right, we can sit down and rest now.
Hey, sure this is the right spot?
Of course I'm sure. It's the loading spur that branches off at the mine entrance. Main line's over there, about 100 yards away.
How long do you think we'll have to wait?
5 or 10 minutes. These mine trains don't run in a minute the way they do out in the main line.
Suppose the money isn't on the mine train. They might have changed their plans.
They'll be on it. Those miners are waiting for their pay, and the treasurer's bringing it himself. Plus bonus money and cash for operating expenses. Big haul, my friend. $200,000.
$200,000? That's a lot of dough, but...
But what? You getting cold feet?
No, of course not, but... Well, they'll be killed, won't they? The crew on the train?
Forget it. I thought you were turning soft on me now after I spilled the whole plan to you.
No, Joe, I'm not turning soft. Joe.
What is it?
I heard a noise down over there.
It's just your imagination. Oh, you're right. Somebody's coming. Keep the light steady. I got my gun handy.
Who could it be?
Probably just a bum. Something asleep under this trestle. All right, you step where you are.
Only me, boys. Just old Boomer.
Who?
Old Boomer, that's all. Looking for a place to bunk. Howdy, boys.
It's okay, Tom. I heard of this guy. So you're old Boomer, huh? The one they call the king of the bums?
Not the king, son. Just the travelingest one of them all. 50 years I've been riding the rods, and I guess I've covered 1 million miles of track. Mind if I sit down here? Got kind of ache in my bones.
Sit down if you want to.
Thanks, son. Say, you fellas ain't bums. You're dressed too good.
Never mind about us. Curiosity ain't healthy.
Old Boomer never fights with anybody. Live and let live's his motto. Listen, here comes number 25. Mighty fine train, 25. Got a 16-wheel Mikado engine, can pull 20 cars a day on a level track. He's 50 seconds late tonight.
Do you know every train on the tracks?
Pretty near, son, pretty near. I ain't rode them all. I rode them all, from the Lackawanna to the Santa Fe. There ain't much about trains I don't know. Say, you fellas wouldn't have a little nip handy to take the chill out of an old man's bones.
No, we ain't got a little nip handy.
Sure, son. There's no harm in asking. There's the 25 passing Minesville now. Ain't that whistle far off in the night a sweet, mournful sound, though?
Yeah, it is kind of mournful.
Sounds far off and ghostly, don't it? Well, sometimes it is a ghost you hear, not a real train at all.
What are you talking about?
I'm just saying that sometimes when you hear a train whistling far off and mournful in the night, it ain't a real train at all. It's a ghost train.
Ghost train? It's a lot of hooey.
You just think so because you're young and don't know better. But old Boomer can tell you. There's ghost trains and plenty of them. They're the ghosts of trains that died in wrecks. Anything as live as a train is bound to have a ghost live on after.
All right, can the chatter. You're hurting my ears.
Well, let him talk, Joe. It helps pass the time.
All right, but if you ask me, he's spotting a lot of bushwhack.
Go on, Boomer. What were you saying about trains having ghosts?
Well, I've seen them many times. Running the tracks with all lights out, going faster than the wind. Not a sound coming from them. I've seen the Heavenly Express, too, a couple times.
What's the Heavenly Express?
It's a special train, son. It's on the Earth to Heaven run. Travels 1 million miles a minute when it gets up speed. Takes the souls of railroad men from this world to the next. It always passes by when a wreck's going to happen.
That's enough talk. I'm sick of listening to you.
All right, son. You don't believe me, but I know what I know. I hear it coming. I hear it coming now.
Hear what coming?
The Heavenly Express. It's coming down this track. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
There's nothing to hear.
Passing right by overhead. Now it's slow. It's going to stop. It's never stopped before. That means the wreck's going to be here.
Joe, he knows.
That's it. That's what you're here for. You're going to wreck that mine train.
Hear that, old man? That's a mine train turning into this spur. You're right. We're going to wreck it.
No, you can't. You must.
But before we do, we got to take care of you. And this is how we're going to do it.
You shot him. Like this. The Heavenly Express. stop for me, too. I sure hope so. But you fellas, it'll punish you. It'll follow you. Sure as I'm laying here.
Oh, follow us. What are you talking about?
The judgment special. It punishes fellas who wreck trains on purpose. Runs any place has tracks. And it follows them until it gets them. One way or another. Because murdering a train is like murdering a man. You gotta pay for it. And you'll pay for it. Think I'm crazy. You'll see. You'll see.
Yeah, that shut him up. Crazy old coot.
I wish you hadn't killed him, Joe.
Don't be a sap. Couldn't let him live to tell what he knew, could I?
No, of course not.
Listen. I hear the mine train coming. We just got time to get ready now. Put the suitcase with the dynamite against the trestle here. That's it. Now, come on, help me unroll a wire.
Yeah, sure, Joe. Anything you say.
That's it. Keep coming. All right. Gotta get plenty far away. Hear the train now?
Yeah, I hear it. I can see the headlight, too. Look how bright it is.
Okay, this is far enough. Take me just a second to hitch up the detonator. There it is. Now we're all ready.
It's on the trestle now. Almost halfway across.
What's the matter? You sound shaky. Listen, Tom, you're in this now, and it's too late to back out, you hear?
Yeah, I know. It's almost across.
All right, then I'll close the detonator. Now, there she goes.
Later, the two men, Joe Malone and Tom Henderson, were driving eastward through the night, far from the scene of the train wreck. Between them on the seat was a large handbag, and Joe Malone at the wheel patted it lovingly.
$200,000. Huh? You realize that, Tom? We got $200,000 riding here between us.
Yeah, I know.
What's the matter? You don't sound very happy about it.
Sure I am. It's just...
Just what?
Well, I can't help remembering the crash when the mine train went into the ravine. The way the whistle kept screaming, just like the locomotive was something alive that was being killed.
For Pete's sake, the whistle valve got stuck when the engine crashed, that's all.
Sure, I know that, only... Well, I just can't help remembering it. Joe, the crew were all killed, weren't they?
Suppose they were. What do you care? You're as nervous as an old woman. Should never run you in on this job.
I'm all right, really I am, Joe. Listen, what are you going to do with your $100,000?
I'm heading for the big time. I'm going to have one swell time. Going to buy new clothes, stay at the best hotel in town, and really cut loose. Meet me in New York, I'll show you a real time.
Where are you going to stay?
Mrs. Miller's boarding house. It's over on the west side. You can find it in the phone book. I'm just staying there till I can buy some real classy duds. And I'm moving to Park Avenue. Always had a yen to live in Park Avenue. Now I'm going to see what it's like.
Yeah, sounds all right. Maybe, Joe, look out that train.
What'd you do that for? Why'd you grab the brake? You stalled us right here in the middle of a railroad crossing.
I had to, Joe. The train on the track there in front of us. We almost ran into it.
What are you talking about? There wasn't any train on that track.
But there was, running without lights and not making a sound.
You're crazy. I tell you, there wasn't anything in sight, not even a hand car.
I saw it, Joe.
Never heard of a train running without lights. That proves you're crazy.
Oh, maybe it was an empty. But if I hadn't stopped the car, we'd have smashed into the side of it.
Never mind the suck you won. Now we're stalled on the railroad track, and the car won't start.
I'll get out and push. Joe, look. Our headlight.
A real train this time, coming around the bend. It's up 200 yards off.
Joe, it's going to hit us. We got to jump.
Yeah, but this door won't open. It's stuck.
Come on, out this side. Come on, I got the bag.
Stop, my coat's caught in the car door. I'm stuck. Help me.
I can't, Joe. Jump.
Help me, Tom. Help me. Help.
Mister, you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. But my friend, he must have been killed.
Yes, he sure was. So when do you get away? Look at your car. There's pieces of it spread a quarter-mile up the track. Whatever made you stop right there in the crossing?
Car stalled. Who are you?
I'm the crossing watchman.
Watchman? Why weren't you on duty? Why didn't you signal there was a train coming?
Because I didn't know it, mister. That was the wrecking train taking doctors down to Mineville. It was unscheduled.
Oh, I see. What about the other train, the one that went past going east just before the wrecking train hit us?
Other train?
Yeah.
Well, no other train due through here till 6 a.m. this morning.
I saw it, I tell you, traveling without lights.
No train ever travels without lights. It's against the law. Say, are you drunk?
No, I'm not.
Where you going? Listen, I got a report to make on this. You got to fill out a form.
Forget it, I'm not interested. Getting away from here. I'm going to New York.
Late the next afternoon, Tom Henderson reached New York. Not knowing where else to go, he hunted in the phone book for Mrs. Miller's boarding house that Joe Malone had mentioned and went there. Mrs. Miller gave him a room on the top floor, and there he carefully locked in the closet the precious handbag that held $200,000. All of it his since Joe's unfortunate death. After that, Tom went out to see New York's nightclubs. He got back after midnight, feeling considerably more cheerful. As he was about to unlock his door, Mrs. Miller appeared in the hall.
Oh, Mr. Henderson.
Oh, yeah, Mrs. Miller.
I was waiting for you, Mr. Henderson. It's turned so cool that I lit the gas heater in your room.
Well, thanks a lot.
I just wanted to warn you that you...
What was that?
What was what, Mr. Henderson?
That whistle just now. What was it? A boat out in the river?
That was the freight train, Mr. Henderson.
Freight train? Here in the heart of New York?
Well, yes. They come down the west side elevated tracks to the freight yard downtown. They run past just a few yards down the street.
I didn't know that. I wouldn't have come here if I had.
Oh, I'm sure they won't bother you, Mr. Henderson. Really, they won't. Well, good night.
Oh, bad luck. You sure they won't bother me? It's too late to find someplace else where I'd leave here right now. I'll close the window. There. I'll keep the sound out. Anyway, suppose I can hear a train or two. I'm can hearing them do me. I'm going to go to sleep and forget it. Yeah, forget it. I've got $200,000 and my whole life ahead of me. Should let an old coot like that Boomer worry me. Joe's getting killed by a train was just an accident. Could happen to anybody. Me, I'm alive. Tomorrow, I'm going to start enjoying it plenty.
Then we got to be on time.
Boomer, it's you.
That's right, son. You got to wake up and get aboard. We're pulling out.
On a railroad station someplace, but everything's so misty I can't see much.
No time for talking, son. Got to get aboard.
Yeah, but I'm the only passenger, except for you and me, there isn't another soul in sight. And you're wearing a conductor's uniform.
They promoted me. Now, come on, get aboard.
I don't want to. I don't like trains. I don't want to go anyplace.
Can't help it. This is a special trip just for you. And you got to be aboard. Come on now, up those steps. That's it. Now we're off right on time to the millionth of a second.
Where are we going? What train is this? It's completely empty except for me and you.
That's right, son. It's a 1,000-car train pulled by 30 engines. And you and me are the only ones aboard.
Well, where are we going? What train is this, anyway?
It's a Judgment Special, son. And we're bound from this world to the next.
No.
Yeah, or any place there's tracks the Judgment Special goes. We stopped right outside your window and took you aboard.
I don't want to die. I don't want to.
having any choice, son. You're on the judgment special, and we're hitting 1,000,000 miles a minute now.
What?
Look out the window. There's the earth way down below us. See it?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to leave it. I want to go.
Look at the stars flash by. We're going 1,000,000 miles a minute, and it'll take us all eternity to get there.
Yep.
Here, I'll put the wind up so you can see better. There you are, son. There's the earth with us. That tiny little dot of light way up in the sky.
Oh, I won't go with it. I won't.
Hey,
I won't.
what are you doing? Get down. You can't jump out that window. We're going 1,000,000 miles in it.
I will jump. I'm not going with you.
Come back. Come back.
Wake up. Wake up, Henderson. Wake up. Wake up. What is it? Oh. What is it? Oh, Mr. Henderson, thank heaven you're still alive. I thought you were dead for sure. What happened? But you closed your window. I meant to warn you that with the gas heater on, you must leave it open, or you almost suffocated in your sleep. I was suffocated? Yes. If I hadn't heard you trying to get your breath and hurried in and opened your window, you'd have been dead now, for sure.
The rest of the night, Tom Henderson spent sitting on a bench in the nearest park, shivering at the nearness of his escape. The next day, he bought himself an expensive wardrobe. Then he checked into the biggest hotel on Park Avenue. There, 40 floors above the street, he was quite sure he wouldn't be bothered by hearing trains or having curious dreams about them. Especially as just before he retired, he took a sleeping tablet.
There. Fix it. No dreams for me tonight. Some layout. So this is what you can enjoy when you have money. And I'm going to enjoy it. I'm letting my nerves get the better of me. Not anymore. Feel better already. So I'll go to the light. I'll sleep like a millionaire. Yes, just like a millionaire.
And so Tom fell asleep. But unfortunately, he did dream. And he knew he was dreaming, but he couldn't wake up. It was a very curious dream indeed. He dreamed that he got up and dressed, rode down in the elevator. Then he walked out into Park Avenue. And there, down the street, he found a tiny door which he had. It led down a flight of steep iron stairs to a dark tunnel far beneath the ground. There in the tunnel, a man was waiting for him. The man turned, and he saw it was his former pal, Joe Malone.
Hello, Tom.
Joe, it's you.
Yeah. I've been waiting for you, Tom.
But you're dead. I saw you killed.
Maybe I'm dead. Maybe I'm not.
You're dead. I know it. It's just a dream. I gotta wake up.
Can't wake up. Don't you understand? You're never gonna wake up.
I will. I will.
No, Tom. Now come along with me. I'm here to guide you.
Where? Where are you taking me?
Down the tunnel. See how it stretches out? On and on. How it keeps going down and down.
No.
Where do you think it goes to?
I don't know. I don't want to know.
Come on now, Tom. I can't wait all night.
No, I won't go. I'm gonna wake up.
You can't, son. Night I was killed, you saw the judgment special. Now you never get away from it.
Not true. This is just a dream. I'm safe in my own bed in the hotel.
And you refuse to come with me?
Yes, I do. I refuse.
Listen, Tom.
Listen to what? I don't hear anything.
Listen. Closer now. You hear that? That's the judgment special, Tom. Coming through this tunnel.
Train. It's a train coming.
Where are you going to go? You're in a tunnel, Tom, and no way out.
It's just a dream. It can't hurt me.
It's coming closer, Tom. It's coming closer.
No, it's only a dream. I gotta wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up, mister.
Thank heavens I'm awake.
I'd say not any too soon either.
But... Who are you? So dark and carrying a lantern.
Oh, my, mister, I'm a track walker.
Track walker? What do you mean?
I mean that I inspect the track here under Park Avenue.
What? How did I
get here?
Why, mister, a minute ago I found you walking in your sleep, your eyes tight closed down this tunnel right under Park Avenue.
Park Avenue?
If I hadn't met you, you never would open your eyes again, because number 10 is due along here in 3 minutes.
And it wasn't a dream. I really am in a railroad tunnel. Yes, I am.
I'll say you are. How you got here, I don't know, unless you came down one of the inspection doors from the street, but... Brother, if this walking in your sleep is something you do often, take my advice and see a doctor.
But Tom didn't go to a doctor, for he knew what a doctor would say. But it was his nerves, his guilty conscience. Now Tom felt he had to go away, far away to a place where there were no trains to haunt him. At dawn, he bought a ticket on the first plane leaving for Canada. That afternoon, he found himself in a tiny town deep in the heart of Canada. There he hired a French-Canadian guide to take him by canoe far into the woods, away from any trace of civilization. Late that night, they arrived at the cabin where the guide lived with his wife. Tom unpacked his suitcase and joined the guide and his wife on the porch. For the first time since the wrecking of the mine train, Tom felt at peace.
Oh, this is something like it.
It is peaceful, is it not, monsieur? Monsieur, nerves are better already.
Yes, this is what I need. How far is it to the nearest railroad?
It is 80 miles, monsieur.
80 miles. Old Boo must have traveled anywhere there were tracks. 80 miles ought to be enough.
Pardon? I do not understand.
Oh, never mind. I've got to get some sleep now.
Of course. Good night, monsieur.
Good night, monsieur.
What was that?
What was what, monsieur?
That whistle then. It sounded like a train whistle.
Impossible. It must have been an owl.
Yeah, sure. Sorry about it. Good night.
Tom entered his room and went to bed. But he could not sleep. He tossed and turned, and at last got up and dressed.
The moon is bright. I'll take a little walk. Gotta calm myself down. Nothing to worry about now, not a thing. Out here in the wild, I'm safe. Perfectly safe.
Tom left the cabin and entered the woods. They pressed thick around him. But an open passageway through the trees attracted Tom. He started down it, the moonlight illuminating his way. He paused and made a startling discovery.
Why, I'm walking on old railroad ties. And there are tracks here, all rusted and loose. But the guide said there wasn't a railroad closer than 80 miles. He lied to me. He tricked me. A train. There's a train coming. It's coming toward me. Here's the headlight. I gotta run. Run.
Marie!
Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça, Pierre?
The nervous one. He is not in the cabin. He has wandered up into the woods.
Oh, that is strange.
We must go after him. Hurry, before he does himself an injury.
It's you. Behind me. Still following me. I can't run anymore. I can't go any further. I gotta stop.
The judgment special, son. It runs any place there's tracks. And it follows you till it gets you. Because murdering a train is like murdering a man. You've got to pay for it. You think I'm crazy. You'll see. Here it comes, son.
No!
He cannot be far now, Marie. See his footprints. He was running. Perhaps a mile.
He would do himself harm running so hard in his darkness. Look, Pierre. Where?
Yes, he's the nervous one. We have found him. He's lying face down. Wait, I will turn him over.
Pierre, he lies so still. Has he done himself an injury?
No, Marie. There is not a mark on him. Yet his face is twisted with fear.
Pierre, Is he dead?
Yes, Mary. He is dead.
Oh.
His heart. He killed himself by running, no doubt. But what was it he ran away from? There is nothing dangerous in these woods.
On led to an abandoned logging camp. They hadn't been used in 20 years, and no train could possibly have run on them. Except a ghost train. But of course, none of us believes in ghosts, so we just have to accept the coroner's verdict, which was heart failure induced by overexertion. Just the same, if you ever see a train running without lights and going faster than the wind, don't be too sure it's only your imagination. And next time you hear a distant, mournful whistle in the night, all this talk about trains is making you nervous, and you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. Shall we say next week at the same time?
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's cast were Maurice Tarplin, James McCallion, Joe Julian, Bryna Rayburn, and Cameron Andrews. Original music was played by Charles Paul. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
The Man the Insects Hated.
Another strange and shivery tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler has come to you from our New York studios. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story? Castle by the sea? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
Shall we sit here on the beach and rest, Marie? Walked a long way from the hotel.
Yes, let's.
Oh, I'm tired out.
But I thought we were going to climb the mountain over there to the west and get a good look at the old castle.
Well, let's rest first.
All right.
When we started walking this morning, the old ruins looked quite near. I'll wager we've walked 3 miles since morning. Seems as far away as it did when we started out.
Yes.
Glory, but this is a beautiful spot, Marie.
Isn't it, though? Oh, Dave, it was grand of you to pick such a beautiful spot for us to vacation in.
Knew you'd like it. Look at the sea. It sparkles like an opal.
Yes.
Off in the distance, it looks as white as milk.
That's lovely. Oh, look way out in the water. I see 2 tiny little ships. See them?
Yes, I think I do.
It's so beautiful here. You'd almost think you might be dreaming. The ships are so far away, you might think they're unreal.
The idol is a painted ship upon a painted ocean.
That's from something I read as a child.
Yes, remember it?
Well, not right now.
Day after day we stuck. No breath, no motion. This idol is a painted ship upon a painted ocean.
What's it from? The ancient man.
That's right.
And the tall, desolate castle over there in the distance gives me as many shivers as the ancient mariner did when I first read it.
Shiver over the castle, darling, because of the story the hotel proprietor told me about it.
Why did he act so mysterious?
Oh, I think the natives around here actually believe the old place is haunted.
Do they really? Okay, let's walk over and visit.
The other hotel said we wouldn't be able to get beyond the gate. There's an old servant woman who lives in it. She guards the place like a dragon.
An old woman lives all alone in that desolate place?
That's what he said.
Think of it. Where's the owner?
He is on the continent somewhere, I think. He's never returned to visit it.
Why not?
Guess no one knows. But the people at the hotel told me something very queer happened at the castle. All has to do with him. And that's why it's a haunted place now.
Oh.
Some calamity befell him there, and he left, never to return.
Is he an old man?
Must be from the story. It's almost become a legend. Must be a man in his 80s.
Think of it. Let's walk over to it, Dave, and at least see it from a closer vantage point.
I'm willing.
All right. We ought to reach it in another half hour.
Queer, Marie. We sat down here to rest. The sky was clear as a diamond.
Now it's getting cloudy, isn't it?
Yes.
Look, how fast the clouds are gathering, and they all seem to meet right at the top of the castle.
By George, they do. Maybe the old ruins are a rendezvous for the storms that scatter over the sea.
Yeah, you're only trying to frighten me and make it sound all the more mysterious. Wasn't that?
Yes, it was. We ought to turn back to the hotel.
Have we come this far? Oh, never.
They get caught in a nasty storm, you know.
Something weird about thunder in the heart of daytime, isn't there? I always associate it with black night.
You may have black night any time now.
Perhaps the old servant who would give us shelter in the castle.
Oh, that's what you're counting on, is it?
Ask me how far it is to the castle, Dave.
We know how far it is. You have to start climbing the hill in a minute.
Ask Linda.
I've seen the queer lights coming from it at night. Bewitched, that's what it is.
Listen, you don't really believe that, now, do you?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever been near it?
Once, a year ago, I went up to the knees.
Oh.
That's right.
I guess we'll venture up the mountain anyway.
It's on a storm, sir. I wouldn't go. Hear the thunder? When a storm comes up here on the sea, it's quite bad.
We'll take a chance, but thank you for your information.
The sea washes right up to the edge of the slope of this mountain. Real high, too. You won't be able to get away.
We won't stay long. Now, we won't get caught. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
You believe the story right enough. You ready to climb?
Yes, I'm more anxious now. Strange lights coming from it at night. Weird faces peering out. Who wouldn't want to go?
An inquisitive woman would.
Here's a path to follow. Makes climbing easier.
If we're near the top of the hill, the thunder sounds closer. But we've spotted its hiding place.
Look. It's an enormous structure.
All castles are.
The windows are tumbling out, falling into ruin.
I should say it is.
How could a person live all alone in this place?
I wouldn't want the job.
It's getting very dark.
Here comes the rain. We will have to ask for shelter.
The gate's unlocked. Come, we can at least sit on the veranda till the storm breaks.
All right, run. Run, it's coming down in a fury now.
I hope the lightning doesn't decide to strike this old place. Soaking wet.
I'll see what your inquisitive nature has led us into.
You want to come here sad as I did, and you know.
Now we are here. It's nothing but a roof and a first-rate thunder shower for entertainment.
Strange, the old servant doesn't come to scare us away.
You look so much like a mermaid with your hair streaming down. Maybe you frightened her away.
Dave, I thought I heard someone moaning.
Have your ears tuned for ghosts, honey. You'd hear anything right now.
No, I'm certain I heard someone this time.
Oh, it's thunder you hear.
I can hear the thunder all right. There's another peculiar sound, like a person moaning in distress.
I do hear it now. Wonder what it can be.
Do you hear it? Or doesn't it sound like someone crying out in pain?
Yes, it does.
See, see.
What?
Over there in the yard under the tree.
By George. Must be the old servant woman.
And she's ill. Go get her. Bring her here in the porch out of the storm.
Sure. Why, say, Fido?
I carry you over to the port, out of the storm? Here, let me lift you up. Carry you over the... Am I hurting you? Does it hurt to carry you?
I'm so sick. Is she hurt, Dave?
She's ill. See if you can open the door so I can carry her inside.
It's locked.
Well, see if you can find a bunch of keys on her dress.
No, you can't go in. She doesn't want us inside, Dave.
She's ill. We have to take her inside.
Here's some keys.
Find them.
Oh, this one doesn't work.
Another one.
I believe this one's going to fit.
Swing the door open wide so I can get through with her.
You must come in. No.
All right, lady, we have to help her. We can't leave you outdoors.
Where are you going to take her? Look up this hall. It's all cobwebs. I'm so sick.
We'll find some water or something and give you hot tea. Well, your clothes are wet clear through.
Shall I help her undress? No.
Come on, room. We'll see what we can fix for her.
All right. We'll be back in a few moments and give you something hot to drink. Yes, I'm so sick. I'm going to die.
Go away and close the door.
Right.
Now, I guess we are in for something.
Yes, I guess we are.
It's getting night. The storm hasn't stopped. The old servant is ill, and you and me. Well, it looks as if we had a job on our hands and a night to spend in a desolate castle.
She seems to be sleeping now, so I guess we can get some rest.
Think you'll be able to sleep in this bed?
I could sleep anywhere, weary.
This must be your woman's room.
Yes, it's filled with things that were once fine and lovely.
Now,
Guess I
the box down on food.
Wasn't it?
Yes. The owner must keep her supplied with enough to live on. That includes candles, I must say. I wouldn't want to spend the night in this place without light.
Nor I. Poor old lady. Do you think she is going to die?
I think she had a stroke.
We should go for a doctor in the morning.
We will if she isn't better.
She looks as if she'd lived for centuries, doesn't she?
It's like a witch out of a fairy story.
She has a beautiful old gold pendant around her neck, and she acts as if she were afraid we were going to take it. What was that?
The door. The wind blew it open and shut again. Locks are all worn out.
Give me the shutters.
You're going to listen to all the creaks and noises in this house all night. You'll have delirium tremens, not shudders.
Well, let's try and get some sleep. I wish it were morning. Dave, look over there.
Marie, I told you you'd hear strange sounds all night.
That sound came from right behind this bed. Over on the wall. It did, Dave. Listen to it.
I hear it.
Well, what is it?
I'm not Sherlock Holmes. I don't know.
There it is again.
My golly, that is a queer sound.
David. Look. Standing there in the doorway. Look.
What is it?
A woman.
Is it the servant?
I don't know. Speak to her.
What do you want? Are you all right?
She doesn't speak. It's a young woman.
Who are you?
She's moving right over by this bed. David.
Who are you? What do you want?
She's coming closer.
She's moving over where the knocking sound comes from.
She isn't alive. She's something inhuman.
Stands over by that wall, trying to take the bricks away.
Take me away! Take me away from here! Take me away!
A strange woman in the old castle. A woman who walks directly to the old wall and attempts to tear the bricks away. Why is her presence so frightening? Why does Marie cry out? She's inhuman. The hermit will tell you before the night is done. moments have passed, and suddenly the strange woman stops working at the wall. David and Marie stand transfixed. They think they hear the woman moan. Then, as silently and mysteriously as she came, she glides away. The old wolf Slim is moaning again. Let's go into her.
I'm afraid.
Come. Our imaginations are running wild. I can't leave this old woman. Come to her room with me.
Stay close beside me.
I won't leave you. Here's the door.
I'm going to die. Are you so very ill? Should we get a doctor for you? I'm going to die.
What can we do for you?
Did you see Noreen?
Who is Noreen?
The spirit of my mistress. She walks the house day and night. And now when I'm gone, she won't have anyone to keep her company. She'll be all alone. All alone. We thought we saw someone come into our room. You did. Noreen, the spirit of my beautiful mistress, trying to save her lover.
What is the strange story of this house?
When I die, will you stay and keep her company if I tell you her story? Will you?
Yes, we will help you.
I've guarded the secret all these years. Watched over her spirit. Will you care for her if I tell you the story? We'll watch over her. The owner of this house killed her body, but not her spirit. It lingers on, hunting for her lover, trying to save him. Her husband was a horrible man, a brute. The family arranged the marriage. Doreen loved life and beauty. 2 years before, she'd fallen in love with a young Spanish gentleman. He came right while her husband was away. But the master returned unexpectedly. I had but a second to warn her before he walked into her room.
I am too early, you mean?
Have you had bad news? You look like a thunderbolt.
Dismiss your maid.
You may go to him. Yes, madam.
My dear Noreen, if I'm not mistaken, there is someone hiding in your closet.
You are mistaken.
Tonight, while playing billiards, I learned that your charming Spanish lover.
You were misinformed.
I know there's someone hiding in that closet, and I shall look.
Stop. Take my word for it.
You will swear there is no one in there?
Yes.
Will you swear by this charm of my ancestors, carries the crest of my family, that your lips swear? Swear to me that there's no one in that closet.
I swear.
All right. I believe you. Now, call your servant into your room.
She's right outside. I'll ring for her. Yes, madam. What did you wish of diminutive?
It matters not the hour, Dominion. I wish you to call a stonemason to this room at once.
Yes.
And I shall sit and wait in this room until he comes.
And there he sat, never taken his eyes off my dear mistress for 3 hours, waiting for the stonemason. And the lover stood waiting for his face in the closed closet. So when the stonemason came, I took him into the room. The stonemason is here, sir.
That is good. Sir, go and fetch bricks. Bring sufficient to wall up the door of this closet. And then plaster the wall. I want it done tonight while I sit here. Tonight, you hear? Yes, may disturb your sweet sleep, my dear Noreen.
No. I shall sleep.
Then do the job tonight. Now.
It was awful. There he stayed. My poor mistress fainted during the night into a living tomb.
Great heaven.
was an awful thing to hear. It rings in my ears tonight. I can hear the master laughing as the scratching inside the wall began.
There was no one in the closet, was there, my sweet wife? My sweet Noreen.
Oh, have mercy upon me.
Mercy, mercy. There is no mercy to be had for the wicked.
But I loved you. We were going to run away together. I would have left you forever.
Yes, but it is now too late, my sweet. You can't get away, and surely your lover can escape. Smother me. Choke me, dying. Caught inside my lady's wall. You. Well, I am the one who lives forever, never return. You can do what you like. But if you ever tell of this, I'll publish your sin abroad to everyone in the country road.
This can't be true.
Yes, it is true. My mistress died shortly after. I told no one for her spirit returned, trying to find her lover each night, trying to get him out of the closet. And I stay with her and carry the candle in my hand to guide her. This is a chapter. With her vow upon it, she sealed him into death. But she's paid for her sin, hasn't she?
Her husband?
He's never come back. He sends me things from time to time, but he knows I won't talk, for I love my mistress. And now I shall die, and she'll be all alone.
Daylight will come soon. Then we'll get help for you.
I'm going to die. All these years, the spirit of Noreen and her lover, they've been constantly in this house. Only I've been near to watch them. But now I shall die.
Poor Dominica. Poor soul. Living with this spirit.
They've kept intruders out all these years. Now they'll come and frighten my mistress away.
We'll stay until morning. And then we'll bring you help. Now close your eyes. Don't try to speak. Rest and sleep.
Maybe one of us should have stayed with her instead of us both going to the hotel for help.
There's nothing to be done for her. She had another stroke early this morning.
So Miss walked fast.
Yes. What a horrible night.
What an awful life she's led. Can it all be true?
I don't know. We did see that.
Yes, I'm sure we saw the spirit. I know it. And the sound within the wall. We did hear that.
Yes.
Oh, look. Here comes the young boy we met yesterday walking along the beach.
Yes, it is. He, isn't it?
Shall we tell him we were at the castle?
No, don't mention it. At the hotel will explain it.
Hello?
Hello.
Walking again today?
Yes, just admiring your scenery along here.
I'm going towards the castle now. Look behind you and see what's happening to it.
What? Look.
Yes, it's all afire. I saw it when I was way down the beach and came running.
Merciful heaven. And we never looked back and noticed.
Just a bolt of lightning had struck it. The whole castle is ablaze.
I ran back to save the old servant.
Hey, if that old lady's still in there, we can never get there in time to save her. 30 minutes walk to the castle from where we stand now. We can never make it.
And she's all alone in there. Oh, run, David.
No use.
I'm going up to see what I can see. Guess no spirits will bother now. They've all been burned out. I'm glad we're gone. It was bad.
Murray, we aren't to blame. Don't tell them at the hotel where we were. We stayed in the shelter of cover overnight. We must stay. They would think we'd set the place on fire. And the story the old servant told us is weird as the tale of the ancients learned.
Bring them on.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. Whether the charmer, sinner it, or saint it, if folly grow romantic, I must paint it. One would almost think that Pope had written these lines about tonight's unsolved mystery, the romantic story of the Bandit Priest. The scene is Monterrey, Mexico. The time, night. A moon-drenched night brushed softly by the slightest breeze, and the air heavy with the fragrance of many blossoms. The white moonlight picks out the patioed houses in sharp relief, leaving the narrow streets a maze of black lines. A lone rider, but with 2 horses, stops at the end of one of the streets and, keeping well within the sheltering shadows, makes his way to a patio wall.
Rosita. Rosita.
Who is it?
Need you ask, Rosita?
Ramon, oh, you are so foolish to come tonight.
I could not stay away, Rosita.
But if they should miss you at the mission, you know what it would mean. They would kill you.
They will miss me in the morning, Rosita. I am not going back.
What is this you say?
I have left the mission. I have come to take you away.
Oh, but it cannot be, Ramon. Oh, do not ask if I love you. You know that I do, but we should be caught. We could not get away.
I have arranged it all. I have the horses. I have food for a long time. And when the search for us have died down, we can go to some other place. Or say that you will go with me.
Oh, Ramon, we should have waited.
Oh, wait. That is all we do. For more than 1 year we have waited.
Somebody's coming. Rosita, what are you doing? Oh, it is Ramon.
Ramon? Have you then run away from the mission, Ramon, that you come serenading in the middle of the night?
Yes, I have run away, Maria. I've renounced the church. I cannot go back. I will not go back. I've come this last time to ask Rosita to go with me.
And you hesitate, Rosita. Would you go? Me, I would do anything to get away from this house. Our father, he is old. He does not understand. See, I would go.
Then if you will go with me, I will go.
Perhaps Ramon would not like that.
Let us all go. Soon we will find a husband for Maria. We will be one very happy family.
But Ramon's hopes of an easy escape were doomed to disappointment. In these early days, the priests were powerful, and the following evening found Rosita, Maria, and Ramon hiding in a cave high in the mountains, watching the searching party in the valley below.
If they pass on, all will be well.
And if they do not, then what, Ramon?
Then we shall be taken prisoners.
I will not. Before one of them shall touch me, I will throw myself from the cliff.
So will I. It is death to go back. You know it, Ramon. Better to die here than...
One of them looks this way.
He cannot see us.
No, but he may see the opening of the cave.
If he should see and warn the others...
He must not warn the others. Both of you, get back in the cave.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to crawl out on the saddle of the ridge. If I think that he is about to warn the others, I shall silence him.
But Raymond...
Back, I say. It is his life or ours. Look, he is going to warn them.
That shot made Ramon and the two women outlaws. The necessity for food drove Ramon to play the role of bandit, and from the security of his mountain cave, he held up passing caravans. His fame spread far and near, and soon he was joined by other outlaws until a band of nearly 100 lived in the hidden valley. Keen-eyed sentries watched from the rugged crags by day, and at night the approach of a caravan was told in the ruddy flares of signal lights stabbing the velvet blackness of the sky. One night the quiet of the camp is broken by a signal flare at the valley's mouth. As if at a prearranged signal, the bandits mount their horses and ride down the slope.
What is it, Pedro?
A caravan, Ramon, and a big one. Over 100 mules and many horsemen. They come from the north.
To your places and quietly. You come with me, Pedro, and you on.
We'll be right back after this short break with more of this unsolved mystery. Welcome back. You're just in time to hear the solution to this unsolved mystery on When Radio Was.
Look, Ramon. The lights, you can see them now.
See, I see them. You, Juan, gather all the food that you can find. Leave them enough food to reach a town.
I understand, Ramon.
You, Pedro, see that the women are not frightened.
They are very close.
In a moment now, I will give the signal. Buenas noches, senor. You are in command here?
Si, senor Bandit. I am in command. And permit me to tell you, senor, that this outrage, you will be hanged for...
What you are, senor, will be changed to what you were if you do not show more command of your tongue.
Ramon, quickly, Ramon. Wealth untold. Gold. Oh,
Santa Maria. Church plate and bars of gold. A ransom for a king.
Millions of gold.
Yes, millions of gold.
But as gold often does, this gold changed the Bandit Priest. Its yellow glitter possessed him, body and soul, and day by day he ran his fingers lovingly over the burnished plate and the smooth roughness of the bars of bullion. From an easygoing bandit leader, he changed to a fiendish despot who trusted neither sentry nor listened to advice. When men crossed him, he shot them down. And at last, he set his few remaining helpers to pounding and powdering the marble rock to make a cement with which to close up the opening to his treasure cave.
Work faster! Faster! Faster, slaves!
Have mercy, Ramon. For days now we have done nothing but break stone.
And that is all you will do till you die.
But, Ramon, the opening to the cave is closed. No man can possibly get in. We have cemented the opening to a depth of over 70 feet.
Keep on, I say. The work is not finished till the mouth of the cave is smooth. Smooth, so that no man can tell there has been a cave there.
He's mad. I tell you, he's mad.
Please, Ramon, let them rest. They have been faithful.
You get tobacco, Rosita. There is only one master here. Back to your cooking pot.
But, Ramon...
Silence or I kill you!
Oh, we have done our...
Oh, Ramon, no! No, don't!
One by one, the maddened bandit shot down his comrades. The two sisters, Maria and Rosita, crouched, trembling in the other cave till the fit of madness passed. But with the coming of sanity came the hour of reckoning. $7 million was more than Mexico cared to lose to one bandit, and Ramon, the bandit priest, fell beneath the fire of the Mexican soldiers who stormed the bandit camp. Rosita and her sister, pretending that they had been held against their will, escaped. For over 100 years, treasure hunters have sought the $7 million hidden in the sealed cave. Has it been found, or is it still there? In just a moment, you will hear a solution as to what happened to the bandit priest's treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken with the solution for which we've been waiting. The story of what happened to the Bandit Priest's treasure is vouched for by Don Juliano Hernandez of Santa Barbara. The scene is just outside Mexicali, a farmhouse, and in one of the rooms a group of men sit talking earnestly. One, a young man, Pancho Villa, unknown as yet, shrugs his shoulders and waits for the murmuring voices to subside.
All very fine plans, but without money, what can one do?
We will get the money when the time comes.
Ah, you talk like a child. To free Mexico from these vampires, these bloodsuckers takes gold. Much gold. They are strong. They pay the army. We need an army. But soldiers do not fight on empty stomachs, and food costs money.
Pancho, I know where there is much money.
So do I, Gomez, in the banks. But to get it out is a different story.
But I am serious. Meet me tonight, Pancho, and I will tell you a secret.
Much against his better judgment, Pancho Villa went with Gomez. The story was so fantastic, but just enough possible to appeal to the desperate revolutionist that he gathered together 20 mules, and 1 week later found the two men standing before the sealed-up treasure cave of the Bandit Priest.
You see, Pancho, the old lady who told the story to my great-grandfather was the sister, Maria. Ramon made his treasure vault out of the cave that Maria and her husband had lived in before her husband was killed in one of their raids.
So far, Gomez, I am forced to believe the story. For here, as your map showed, is the sealed-up cave. But now, the other entrance.
Maria said it was at the back of the saddle. 2 or 3 smaller stones hiding one big one.
Gomez, I believe you are right. Here is the opening. Oh, if only the treasure remains. I'm afraid to look.
Do not be afraid. No one knows of this other opening but me. Help me with the rock.
See. I can get through. I can get in. Now for a light. Santa Maria. It is true, Gomez. There is gold. Millions of gold. Enough to start a dozen revolutions. Mexico, you shall be free.
And so, 150 years later, the Bandit Priest's horde helped Pancho Villa to finance his revolution. But today and tomorrow, the lure of treasure trove will continue to draw the adventurers to Mexico to hunt for the 7 million hidden by the Bandit Priest.
In just a moment, Suspense with William Powell.
Oh, Hap, here comes Harlow Wilcox.
No, Betty forgets I already have 2 sets of autolite resistor spark plugs and tries to high-pressure me into buying another one.
Well, hello there, friend.
Mr. Wilcox.
Hello.
Hey, Hap, you look a little worried.
Car not running right, maybe?
Why...
Spark plug trouble?
Well, none at all.
Listen, pal. What you need is a set of those sensational new ignition-engineered Autolite resistor spark plugs.
But, Harlow,
Why, the get-up-and-go a spark-weary engine gets from Autolite resistor spark plugs will turn your gloom to glee.
Look, Harlow, I already
Why, when you replace your old narrow-gap spark plugs with wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, by Cornelius, you can actually tell the difference in your car. Your engine idles smoother.
Harlow, wait a minute. I'll listen to you and my engine later, but...
Yes, but right now, let's listen to Suspense.
Suspense. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, William Powell in Anton Leader's production of Give Me Liberty. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I embezzled $250,000. I want you to know that needed brains, planning, patience. I devoted 3 years of my life to the trick, and I got away with it. $250,000. Of course, they caught me very easily, but they couldn't find the money. So they handcuffed me, brought me back to stand trial. The judge was as big a fool as the others.
7 years is a long time, Mr. French. The insurance company will agree to a much lighter sentence if you will reveal where you've hidden that money.
But I only smiled. So my right wrist was handcuffed to the left wrist of a detective, and they put me aboard a train bound for the penitentiary. I could see that the detective had instructions to soften me up. He was much, much too kind.
Here, come through, Mr. French. You want a magazine? Anything?
Well, I'd like to be able to lift my hand without raising yours into the air. Can't you guard me without being quite so attached to me?
Sure, I guess we can work that out. Now, tell you what, you sit next to the window. I'll kind of box you in. And that way you can wear the cuffs all by yourself and nobody loses.
Thank you.
Let me get my key. There. On for me, on to you.
Wonder if I've made a good change. Feels clumsy.
Oh, you get the hang of it in no time at all. The biggest trouble is when you read a paper. 5 inches of chain don't give you much room to turn a page.
And then I better leave the newspaper for a less constricting occasion. I'll have 7 years for reading.
7 years. And $250,000. Say, how smart does the guy have to be to get his hooks on so much lettuce?
Would you like some of it?
Now, you kidding.
Well, let's make a deal. You drop the key to those things on the floor, and go have yourself a nice lunch.
Sure. And when do I see Mr. French again?
When I meet you to pay off.
Uh-huh. I wouldn't be taking kind of a chance there, would I?
Stupid conversation, and I was only making words. I looked out at the fields and brooks and houses rushing past. I wouldn't see these things for 7 years, not counting time off for good behavior. But then I'd be free again. And I'd have my $250,000. Not a bad salary, huh? I'd use my brains for myself this time. Suddenly...
Everybody all around! There's another train on the track!
You all right? I see the car.
A car lay on its side, in flames. And those passengers who could move scrambled through the broken windows, paying no attention to a helpless man in handcuffs.
Frank. Give me a hand.
It was a detective. His legs pinned to the wreckage.
Move, will you? You want to see me roasted?
What can I do with my hands like this? What do you carry the key?
What do you want with a key? You can pull me up by an arm, can't you? You can grab me by the head.
You thick-headed fool, we'll both die here if I can't use my hands.
You can use them good enough.
Where's the key?
I can't find it. Frank, it ain't in my pocket. Look on the floor.
You're a liar.
Frank, my shoes are on fire. Please.
The only weapon was a suitcase.
I kicked him in the face. I bashed the suitcase on his head. And he didn't have the key. I emptied his pocket down to the last crumb of tobacco. But the fire kept closer. He hadn't the key to the handcuff. And I wanted it. Because this wouldn't be an escape. This would be a disappearance. Oh, what a chance. What a chance. I'd have my liberty. And I'd have my money. I threw away his pistol. I wouldn't need a gun. I used my head. Squeezed my college ring on his finger. Switched wallet.
Is there anybody in that car? He's this way. Over here.
There was a conductor out there. Crowd of passengers. I got to the opposite side of the car. No one. Not a soul. And there wasn't a splinter of glass left in the window. Went down the side of the car, cleared the wheels, and struck the ground running. A few moments, a few hundred steps, and I was safe in the dark. I was free. They think I was dead. And I had $250,000.
Suspense, Autolite is bringing you William Powell in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hap, my friend, have you ever heard a conversation between two cars?
Two cars? Hello, Wilcox, are you crazy?
Crazy like a fox. Listen, a sorrowful-looking sedan came up to me on the street the other day and said, "Pardon me, pal, but have you got a potent pill for a sput-puttering engine that keeps popping along on poor firing spark plugs?" Well, this car had sure come to the right man, old ALRSP Wilcox.
ALRSP?
ALRSP for Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs, of course.
Oh.
Well, before I could answer this fumbling four-door, up glides a cute coupe with a mellow murmur and says, "Say, chum, if you want to hum and hustle on the highway, if you want to idle smooth as a satin slipper, if you want better luck with lean gas mixtures, actually save gas, why, switch your narrow gap plugs for a set of those wonderful, sensational wide gap Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs. What's more," continues this chatty convertible, "Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs cut down spark plug interference with radio and television reception. Really, the spark plug of the future. Why, I was talking to a delighted television set.
Wait a minute, Harlow. Now you've got a car talking to a television set.
Why, Cornelius Hap, television sets, cars, and everybody are talking about Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs. And no wonder, because new Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs have a 10,000 ohm resistor, ignition engineered right into the spark plug, and a wider spark gap setting that means smoother idling and gas dollars saved. Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs fit any make and size of car, and don't forget, Autolite Resistor Spark Plugs are backed by the reputation of Autolite and the over 400 automotive, marine, and aviation parts made by the Autolite people. Pipe that.
Okay, but right now, let's pipe Suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage William Powell as Earl French in Give Me Liberty, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
My first job after escaping was to break out of those manacles. I sat in a wheat field, holding my hands overhead so the blood would run through my hands and wrists and leave them slim. It didn't work. I tried that until my shoulders were in agony, and it didn't work. I couldn't snap the chain. I twisted. I pulled it. Tried to fling my hands apart, and it wouldn't break. I rubbed it against stones until my skin was torn and bleeding, and it wouldn't break. By this time it was morning, and I was pretty desperate. I found a match in my pocket. I ran into the woods that bordered the field and built a fire. First the chain grew hot, and then my wrists. So I held them over the fire until I couldn't keep back a scream. And not until then but I believed that I needed help. I pushed through the wheat and the corn beyond it, and I stumbled down a slope into a barnyard.
Down, Jack, down.
A woman was standing near one of the hen houses, a can of chicken feed in her hand.
What do you want?
There's nothing to say. She's seen the handcuffs.
Come on. Speak up.
Look,
What do you want?
I'm innocent, I swear to you. I'm innocent.
Where you from? How'd you get away?
Well, we were going up to the prison, and there was an accident.
Well, what do you want from me?
Could you lend me a file? And if you could spare some food, I'll be glad to
You
pay
don't
for...
have to pay me for anything. Wait here. Jack, you up.
The fool went into the house, and the dog sat down on its belly and placed its nose between its paws. And its eyes never left my face for an instant. And then through the stillness, I heard the cranking of an old-fashioned wall telephone, and I knew what she was doing. I ran like a whirlwind. I couldn't get them off. I couldn't get the handcuffs off. I couldn't get anything to eat. I couldn't show myself. You know what it means to see food all about you and not be able to buy it? Don't tell me I could have eaten corn and fruit and roots. I can tell you the nature of every dog in that area, and the feel of every barbed wire fence, and the spang and roar of every rifle and shotgun. Crept into a village one night and forced up the window of a hardware store. I wanted a file, just a file. Do you know what they carry in hardware stores these days? Glassware, kitchen gadgets, garden tools, seeds, ovens, rat poisons, dressers. But then I moved behind a counter. The hardware store has to have a file somewhere. And my foot struck a wire, stretched across the floor. How tired have you been? Have you ever been so tired that your eyes felt like stones in your head? So weary that your jaw hung slack and your tongue seemed thick and heavy in your mouth? There were times when I thought I'd die. And on the evening of the fourth day of my liberty, I crawled quietly to the garbage can back of a roadside diner and began to paw about for something I could eat. But there was stuff behind me. I whirled about. It was a boy. We looked at each other for a long moment. He was waiting for me to speak. I said, "Hello, Sonny.
Hello.
You live in this neighborhood?"
Yeah.
I don't. I'm traveling.
With handcuffs on?
Oh, these? Yeah, a friend put them on it for a joke. Say, that gives me an idea, Sonny. Would you do me a big favor?
Depends upon how big.
Well, big to me, anyway. Honey, it's worth $10 to be able to have these handcuffs off before my friend shows up. Look, can you get me a file or chop them off with an axe, something like that, so I can have a laugh on him?
No.
Look, I'll let you keep them. They're fun.
Nope.
Oh. Well, then, would you do something else for me?
Depends.
I'm a little embarrassed about going into the lunch wagon like this. Look, would you step in there and buy a few hamburgers for me?
How much?
Same $10.
For a couple of hamburgers?
Why not? Then maybe you'd change your mind about the file.
Let's see the money.
I got it right here in my pocket, ready to jump into your hand. There's lots of things that a boy can buy with $10. Ah, there we are.
How do I know it's good?
Don't you trust me?
Drop it on the ground.
Drop it? Why?
You drop it and back away. Then I'll pick it up.
Oh, hey, that's very smart. How's that? Far enough?
I guess.
He picked it up and began to walk around the diner. But when he was out of reach, he broke into a run.
Come on. The time is now back. Grab the gun with handcuffs on. Stop it. If there's trouble,
I got away. And I couldn't tear them off. I couldn't. I had $250,000 ready to weigh, and it was worthless to me. Do you know it can be bought with $250,000? Why, a man's soul can be bought for less than $250,000. And I couldn't buy a 10-cent file. I spent that night in a nest of cast-off railway ties. That's siding. I opened my eyes in the morning. I had company. There was a hobo sitting on the top of my fortress-like bedroom. A very unusual-looking hobo, in blue jeans and a navy coat. She was counting my money, smoothing each bill with loving care. She grinned when she saw I was awake.
Good morning, chum. You sleep like an honest man. What's the matter, chum? Never speak till they bring you your oranges?
Listen, I'm in trouble. I want you to help me.
To get the bracelets off?
Yeah.
Oh, chum, wouldn't that be kind of silly? I might lose all this hard-earned dough.
Look, there's more where that came from. A lot more. I'll make you rich.
Yeah, I heard that one before. So long, chum.
Listen to me. I got $250,000.
Yeah, I get feelings like that, too.
Come back, will you? It's true. Don't you read the papers? I'm Earl French.
I never heard of you. And where would you get that much dough?
Look, go into town and buy one of the newspapers of 6 days ago. That'll tell you.
Tell me what?
Don't people read anymore? Earl French, the embezzler. I stole $250,000.
And you're wearing those things so you won't pick your own pocket.
Don't try to be clever. I died in the train wreck near Scottsville.
Hey, you're so sure about that, chum. You croaked only a few days ago.
No, you fool. They only think I did. Now, you get those newspapers. You come back here with a file and some food.
No, don't order me around, chum. If you're a corpse, I won't take it from you. And if you're not a corpse, I'll poke you in the eye. Just play it easy, huh? Yeah, maybe I'll be back. Could happen.
I waited for her all through that long, blistering day. Crouching within those four walls of railway ties. I lay there like a trapped animal. And yet I knew she'd be back. She couldn't resist it. Cheap little thing like that. I knew she'd be back.
Chum, it seems you were a very important guy in your time.
You saw the papers?
Yeah, and I got good news for you. Mr. French, you're now burnt to a crisp. That's the way they found you in the train.
Recognized me by the ring on my finger?
Yeah. Well, you're dead, all right. You and $250,000.
Well, we'll come to that later. You get to work with the file.
No. You're giving orders again, and I told you I don't like it.
Give me that file.
It's right here in my dream. And that's where it stays until you lead me to my share of that dough.
Oh, you'll get it. You'll get it.
Chum, listen to Mama. I can pick up 500 fish by turning in an escaped prisoner, or you can dig up that treasure chest and buy this file for half the plunder.
That's 400 miles away.
Well, that's a fair distance.
But I can't ride a train or a bus with these on my wrist.
It's okay, chum. We'll walk.
400 miles?
Yes, I've done it before.
We'll be seen.
Not at night.
How'll I eat? Where will we sleep?
You'll sleep in the woods, and I'll bring the grub to you. Me, I'll sleep in town where I'll be snug and safe. You don't take this file from me, chum. Not till I see my half of that dough.
And that's how it was. That same evening, we started a walk. At first, it wasn't so bad. It gave me time to think. And I knew I'd think of something.
You know, there's kind of a sneaky look about you.
What?
You figure that in 400 miles, a lot of things can happen.
Oh, no. After all, I want to do what's fair. We'll split.
If we don't, I'll split your skull, and don't kid yourself that I won't, little chum. Been waiting a long time for a break like this.
We walked, with the handcuffs digging so deep into my flesh that I began to believe they were a part of me. Yeah, she brought me food, but she wouldn't come close enough to hand it to me. And every time I reached for anything, it was torture. My hands and wrists were a mass of misery. as though her pet animal on a leash. My friend always walked 6 paces behind me. She was too smart. And I realized that I had to get away from her, and soon. And the morning I decided to do it, she found me a shack to hole up in. I could hardly wait for her to leave and go back into town.
Yeah, this shack looks good. I'll meet you back here tonight.
All right. See you tonight.
That's the way I like you, chum. Nice and agreeable.
Well, why not? Why shouldn't I be? See you tonight, as usual.
Sure there isn't anything special you'd like me to bring you to eat?
No, nothing special.
Uh-huh. Say, chum, I think you better turn around.
Why?
It's...
Hey! When I awoke, with a dull ache filling my head, I found myself neatly trussed up. I could move a little, but not enough to get free. Talk about female intuition. She had guessed that I was going to try to get away from her, and she beat me to it. But I didn't give up, though. She'd have to make one mistake. So the next night, we stopped for a rest.
Hey, friend.
Yeah?
How can you be sure that dough is still there?
It's safe.
How do you know? What kind of a place do you hide it in?
You'll see.
Hey, don't you trust me?
Of course. As much as you trust me. And it's time we stop playing this little game. Now get out that file.
When I see the dough, little chum.
Pick them off, will you? How long do you think I'm...
You'll wake up the neighbors. On, move.
No.
I said move.
No. That money's mine. And you'll never see it unless I want you to. And we'll go to it the way I say.
Chum, you're making me mad.
You get out that file and take these off. Go on and get it out. I can give orders, too. What do you think you are, an animal trainer?
Now, that's not a bad idea.
Is it? But it happens when I'm not an animal. And it happens that... What's that for? You can't frighten me with a knife.
I wouldn't try.
You use that on me, and we both lose out.
Whenever my old man used to teach one of us kids, he always said the same thing. He said, never use a switch thicker in your thumb, breaks the skin, but no bone. A kid can go on with it.
A switch?
Yeah, like this one. Nice and green and limber. It's all the nicest for. I wouldn't use a knife on a buddy.
You won't use that either. Put it down.
You know, this is something I wanted to do ever since I found you sleeping in those railroad ties. You going to get up?
No.
This'll hurt.
I'll kill you someday. I swear I'll kill you.
I once had a husband like you. Brave enough outside, but once anybody put on the pressure...
You talk too much. Go on, I'm calling you bluff. I'm sick of hearing you talk.
All right.
We walked. God, how I hated her. And she? Well, she was sure she'd beat me down altogether because she didn't even bother now to taunt me anymore. She was very quiet after that. And a little careless. I'd stop now and then, and she'd bump into me in the darkness. But she'd always stop greeting before I could get my hands on her. Well, all things must end. Our pilgrimage ended one morning when I said, here it is.
What?
The money.
Where?
We're standing over it.
You up to some sneaky trick again? We're standing in the middle of a highway. You didn't do any digging here, chum.
Look, there's a culvert running under the road here. A 24-inch pipe. Come into the ditch. I'll show you.
You didn't kick that dough into the pipe. Must have washed away.
Not in the pipe. It's in a deep crevice between the pipe and the concrete. Pull out some of those stones.
You pull them out.
What, with these hands? Why, I can't touch anything without screaming. Pull them out.
French, help me if this is a gag?
She believed me. She had to. She saw the truth in my eyes. The money was there, my $250,000. She bent over to target a stone. She turned it back to me for the first time. And that was it. That was the mistake I was waiting for. A flying fall on a cross. Down on her head. The violet. Her head. Ah, the pain. The pain I ripped. Ah, but I didn't care. I didn't care. My hands. Covered with blood. Her blood. Mine. She was dead. But I couldn't move. My hands. My poor hands. I had to wait until the shock drained out of them. Finally, I reached into her pocket for the file. It isn't there. Oh, it must be in this one. No. No file. She hasn't got a file. She never had one. Ah, the cheat. The dirty little cheat. Come on, little children. Come on, you babies. 250,000 beautiful little babies. Come on. I can't get hold on. I need a few pieces. I can't. With these handcuffs on, I need one arm free. You handcuff you. I'll break this chain if I have to rip my hands off. I'll get that money. I must have the money. I want the money. Money. It's my money.
That's the way I found him, Chief, sitting in the ditch beside a dead girl and babbling like an idiot.
Thank you, William Powell, for a splendid performance. Mr. Powell returns in just a moment.
Well, Hap, my friend, now...
Harlow, I've been trying to tell you I already have 2 complete sets of Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Congratulations. Everyone should have a complete set of Autolite resistor spark plugs. Those modern miracles of Autolite ignition engineers, those monuments to tireless Autolite research. So, friends, why not drive down to your nearest Autolite dealer tomorrow, early tomorrow, and get your car a set of Autolite resistor spark plugs. They're sensational. And not because I said so either, but because they really are. Autolite means spark plugs.
Ignition-engineered resistor spark plugs.
Autolite means batteries.
Stay full batteries.
Autolite means ignition systems.
The lifeline of your car.
And now here again is William Powell.
My thanks to the fine cast of Suspense actors who helped to make my appearance here so pleasant an experience. I'm a regular listener to radio's outstanding theater thrills, and I'll be tuned in next time to hear John Garfield in Death Sentence, another gripping study in
Suspense.
William Powell appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, producers of the Technicolor production The Three Musketeers, starring Lana Turner, Gene Kelly, June Allison, and Van Heflin. Tonight's suspense play was written by Herb Meadow, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lutz Luskin. Ann Morrison played the part of the hobo. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader.
This is
the Autolite Suspense show, subscribe to your local community chest. Everybody benefits. Everybody gives. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, Autolite presents Suspense with John Garfield.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, hello, Mary. Where's Hap tonight? Anaheim, Azusa, or Cucamonga?
Oh, no, Mr. Wilcox. He's giving a speech at his club tonight. He was scared to death, too. Didn't know what to talk about.
Well, why doesn't he talk about those bang-up, bonus-built Autolite stay-full batteries? Why, by Cornelius, he could talk a whole evening about them. For Autolite stay-full batteries have got something that practically eliminates a major cause of battery failure. You know what it is?
Why, sure, they have...
No. Now, please, don't steal my thunder, Mary. Autolite stay-full batteries have an extra-large liquid reserve, which means, in plain old Wilcox language, that Autolite stay-full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use. Why, by Cornelius, everybody ought to get an Autolite stay-full battery. They'd be enthralled, enthused, and thrilled.
And thrilled? Oh, no, Mr. Wilcox, but shh, here comes Suspense.
Suspense. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Mr. John Garfield in Anton Leader's production of Death Sentence, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It's hard to tell where it first started. It was 6 months ago that I nabbed a killer, Maxie Dunn, and cashed in $15,000 in reward money. Sure, I knew that Maxie worked for Lou Cromwell, but the killing was a private affair, so I didn't think Lou would be upset. Right after I got the killer, I took a small job that meant going to Brazil. But the trouble started before then. By the time Maxie Dunn was arrested, the chips were down and the wheel was already spinning. Anyway, that's how Lou Cromwell would put it. Lou would know because he knows his gambling. He runs the gambling in this town, along with a lot of other things. I hadn't been back in town 10 minutes when I ran into Brad Cummings, local columnist, in front of the Region Hotel.
Well, you're back in town. How are you, Tommy?
Hello, Brad. How's the column?
Oh, great. Don't even have to write it anymore. I'm reusing last year's stuff. Say, Tommy, I'm just going to a cocktail party in the hotel. Come along.
Whose party?
Lou Cromwell's.
Say, he'll be surprised to see me.
Oh, you'll love it, Tommy. Come on.
Okay, let's go to your party.
Here's Tommy Johnson. Hiya, Tommy.
Hiya, Tommy. What do you say, fella? What do you know?
Well, it doesn't look like Lou's shown up yet.
Well, what's he celebrating?
Well, he hasn't said yet. Say, why'd you come back, Tommy?
Why shouldn't I? It's a nice town.
Sure, except when Lou Cromwell doesn't want it to be.
Meaning?
Oh, nothing much. I'm only a columnist, Tommy. And like I said, I'm using last year's news, so I'm still interested in Maxie Dunn.
Oh, it's a dull story, Brad. The cops couldn't find Maxie, so the widow of the guy he killed hired me. I dug up a tip on Maxie's hideout and brought him in. There happened to be a $15,000 reward, so I had myself a custom-built vacation. I guess I was just born lucky.
Lou may think you ought to die the same way.
I can take care of myself. Besides, why should Lou worry about it one way or the other?
Well, you have done some work for him.
Oh, sure. I'm a private investigator. I work for anybody who'll pay me as long as the job's on the level. And those I did for Lou were, too.
You don't have to argue with me, Tommy. But I told you a year ago not to get mixed up with Lou. A man has to pick one side of the fence and stay there. He can't play on both sides.
I don't know, Brad. I've done pretty well at it.
Until now. But Maxie was Lou's right hand, so I don't think he liked it.
So he didn't like it. In the meantime, I'll...
Tommy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello there, Muggsy.
Tommy, Lou wants to see you.
Lou? Well, how did he know... Okay, never mind. Where is he?
Not here. He wants to see you across the street in his office.
Oh. Well, let's go. Back in a few minutes, Brad. Have a drink for me.
Sure, Tommy, sure. I'll drink to your health. Tommy. Nice to have you back with us.
Nice to be back, Lou. Seems to me you heard pretty fast about me being in town.
Well, you know how it is, Tommy. People drop in here and gossip, and I hear things. Sit down.
Thanks.
Cigarette?
Sure.
Have a nice vacation?
Good enough.
I guess you're just naturally lucky, Tommy. A long vacation and $15,000 to spend. Now me, I didn't get a vacation. I had to work pretty hard, and it cost plenty trying to save Maxie Dunn. And now it's very inconvenient finding someone to take his place.
Well, if you're offering me the job, I'm not interested.
I'm glad to see you haven't changed. But seriously, Tommy, you shouldn't have turned Maxie in.
Oh, I'm sorry I inconvenienced you.
No, it's not only that. You know how it is in this racket. Either you keep rolling sevens and stay on top, or you're on the bottom. It don't look so good for me to let one of my boys take a rap.
Oh, he had it coming.
Possibly. Maxie was dumb to pull that personal job. But if I let you come in and grab off my boys, somebody will start thinking that Lou Cromwell is slipping.
Oh, I never thought of that, Lou. What's the pitch?
Let's see. Maxie goes to the gas chamber in 7 days. That's just how long you have to live, Tommy.
What? Lou, you're punchy.
Maybe. But you and Maxie are going out together.
Now, look.
You've got 7 days, Tommy. No more. You can take care of the job yourself then, or we'll handle it for you when the time's up. Play it your own way.
I could get the DA in my corner.
I don't think so, Tommy. You and I have just had a friendly talk. Nobody's made any threats. Besides, you won't win playing that way.
Maybe. And maybe there are other ways to play.
Not this time. You know, I like you, Tommy. Ordinarily, I'd even like to see you win. But once in a while, the house has to rake in a few chips to stay in business.
Yeah, but you better tell the house man to keep his foot off the brake. I'm playing to win, Lou.
I knew you would. That makes it more interesting. I get tired of playing with plain suckers. Well, I got a party across the street. Care to come along?
I've already been there. It's not much of a party.
It'll get better. I'll see you around, Tommy. Don't start brooding about the 7 days. Make the most of them. Oh, you need any money?
No, thanks. I'll make out all right.
Good. Go out and have some fun. It's a great life, Tommy, as long as it lasts.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Mr. John Garfield in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Mary, let me tell you about a most wonderful experience I had this afternoon.
Why, sure, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, I drove my car into a nearby service station, and the attendant, new man, you see, he said, check your battery, mister? Well, by Cornelius, this is the chance I've been waiting for ever since my grandfather traded his horse for a Stanley steamer. Young man, I says, that gorgeous hunk of battery you're looking at is an Autolite Stay Full. Why, that Autolite Stay Full battery hasn't needed a drop of water for months. And I'll bet you a $40 fedora it doesn't need water now any more than a goldfish needs a raincoat.
Did he take your bet, Mr. Wilcox?
I should say not. Bub, he says to me, you can't trick me. I'm an Autolite dealer. Why, I'd rather bet a barrel of bucks on a three-legged horse than bet an Autolite Stay Full battery needs water. What's more, says he, that Autolite battery is built to last longer than batteries without Stay Full features. It's got oversized electrical capacity, plus fiberglass insulation, and it's one of over 400 automotive, aviation, and marine parts made by the Autolite people in their 26 nationwide plants. Chew on that a while, mister. He says to me, imagine the nerve of this guy, Mary, stealing my sales talk. Me, Harlow A for Autolite Wilcox.
Well, you just go feel sorry for yourself, Mr. Wilcox, while I listen to Suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to a Hollywood soundstage Mr. John Garfield as Tommy Cochran in Death Sentence, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Seven more days to live. I wouldn't admit it to Lou, maybe not even to myself, but it was almost that simple. Sure, I could go to the police, but I didn't have any proof that Lou was out to kill me. And I knew that sooner or later, no matter where I went, one of Lou's boys would catch up with me. As I rode down in the elevator, I kept remembering one of Lou's gang who turned state's evidence once and got off with 3 years. 10 days after the guy checked into the big house, he was knifed to death in the prison yard. And they never found out who did it. That's the way Lou operated. Patient, deadly. Well, there wasn't any point of making plans with a guy like that. I'd pretend to follow his advice about having a good time. All I could do was keep on my toes and watch for an opening.
Main floor, sir. This is as far as we go.
Oh, thanks. It's about as far as I go, too. I didn't know just where I was going for the first stop. But sometimes it's better if you just play it off the cuff. I guess I was still thinking of the next spin of the wheel as I walked out of the building. I didn't even notice the taxi standing at the curb of the...
Hey, why don't you look where you're going?
I'm sorry. I hope I didn't hurt your traveling case.
No, but I thought you were going to stumble right off the curb.
I guess I was thinking... Say...
What?
Yeah, beautiful.
Well...
I hope you'll live forever.
Thanks, I'll try to.
Yeah, if you find out how, let me know, will you? Where you going?
Huh? Well, now, really?
No, I mean the traveling case there.
Oh, to Santa Barbara.
Santa Barbara, huh? Well, that's not a bad idea. Tell me something. If you had just 1 week, where would you go?
Well, I do have about a week, and I'm still going to Santa Barbara.
All right, honey. Thanks for the idea. Maybe I'll run into you again.
You must...
that got bothering you?
Oh, hello, Muggsy. Look, will you be a darling and help me bring these bags up to Lou's office?
I threw a few things into a bag and headed for Santa Barbara. Seemed like a good place to wait for that opening. Lou would never think of me going to a pleasure resort so near. Anyway, 3 hours after I left Lou's office, I was on a plane bound for Frisco. That's right, San Francisco. When I got there, I rode around for an hour and a half in 3 different taxis, then caught another plane out for Salt Lake. From there, I swung back to Santa Barbara, checked in at the Swank Ocean Club Hotel. I was pretty sure I'd shaken anybody who may have been watching me. I could count on maybe 2 days before Lou's boys caught up with me, and by that time, I might have a plan. I wandered around on the beach a while, keeping my eyes open for the other reason I had picked Santa Barbara. And then, when I went inside, I saw her, sitting there at the bar. It was the same girl, and she was alone.
Well, I beg your
Hello there.
Oh, it's you. So you did come to Santa Barbara.
Well, you told me, remember?
I only suggested that...
Yeah, I know, I'm kidding. Mind if I join you?
Please do.
I'm Tommy Cochran.
Tommy Well, hello, Tommy. My name's Helen Ludlow.
Helen, huh? Maybe it's silly, but I was feeling like a kid in the wrong schoolhouse. Until I saw you sitting there. I know that sounds like the usual
No, I know what you mean. In fact, I felt the same way.
Good. So now we're both happy.
I guess we are. Are you here on vacation?
Not exactly. I retired yesterday. What about you?
I guess I retired, too, in a way.
I've seen you somewhere, Helen, but I just can't remember.
Probably in a show. I'm a dancer.
Sure, that's it. And Top of the Roof last fall.
Bad guess. That was my kid sister. She had a second lead in it. I'm strictly chorus.
Strictly chorus?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you need a new manager. How about having dinner with me tonight and we'll talk about your career?
Well, I don't know if All right.
Good. It's a date.
Look, Tommy, we met each other entirely by accident, but suddenly we're friends. I mean, really friends. At least, I feel that way.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Go on, Helen.
But we don't know anything about each other, and that's the way it's got to be. I won't ask any questions, Tommy, and I can't answer any. If we keep it like that, then maybe everything will be all right.
Okay, it's a deal.
I don't even know why I feel this way.
Tell me if you find out.
After all, I'm not a kid 16 years old. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I've known a couple of girls myself.
What are you doing this afternoon, Tommy? Would you like to go horseback riding?
Horse? Why, sure, why not? I've never been on a horse, though, but you can always pick me up.
Then it's a date.
Sure, how would you like a drink first?
That's a wonderful idea.
A drink to the present. No past, no future. So Helen and I rode horseback in the afternoon, had dinner together, and then danced until early morning. It was great, except that it's hard to be with a girl like that and not talk about the future. I wanted her in my future, only I didn't have any. Maybe she sensed it. I hadn't seen any of Lou's boys. I kept looking around trying to spot them, thinking maybe the guy next to me might even be the one. I kept trying to forget them, and it wasn't too hard with Helen around. She was someone I'd been looking for all my life, and now maybe I'd found her too late. Every minute had to count, and I was still waiting for an opening. I got up early the next morning. Helen and I were going riding before breakfast, and for once I wasn't thinking about Lou and his boys until I walked across the lobby of the hotel.
Hello, Tommy.
Huh?
How are you?
Ah. Hello, Lou.
Keeping awfully late hours, Tommy? Or else you're up early?
Maybe a little of both. What are you doing here, Lou?
Checking in. I just got off the plane. But don't let it bother you, Tommy. You still have 4 days left. By the way, what room are you in?
425.
Now, that's coincidence. They gave me 427. You can knock on the wall whenever you get lonesome.
I won't get that lonesome, Lou.
Well, you never know. Anyway, let's not talk shop. Why not enjoy ourselves? While we can.
All right, why not? They tell me it's fatal to worry. I didn't see him again that day. Helen and I took that ride, went swimming in the afternoon, and then drove down the beach for dinner. The next day was about the same, except we ended up at the hotel for dinner and dancing, of course. Funny, I'd never cared much about dancing before.
You know, you're very good at it, Tommy. Even terrific.
Dancing?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I used to be a gigolo.
Tommy, did you really?
Yeah, no, I'm kidding, Helen. I've been a lot of things, though.
Yes, so have I.
Anything besides wonderful?
Everything but that. Things have been rough sometimes.
It's that kind of a world. It may not look it in a place like this. Soft lights and white tablecloths, nice, clean people eating nice, clean food. But down underneath, it's still rough.
You can forget it, though, while the music keeps on playing.
Yeah. How long are you planning to stay in Santa Barbara, Helen?
About a week. You?
A week? Why'd you come?
I can't tell you. And please don't ask me any questions, remember? Let's enjoy it while we can.
Yeah. Well, let's eat.
Oh, I wish it would last forever. I mean this week.
Maybe this is forever, honey. Here we are.
No, thanks, Tommy. What's this? You didn't order champagne, did you?
No, they must have made it. Oh.
I sent it over, Tommy. I thought you might like it.
Nice of you, Lou. Thanks.
Well, do I get to meet the lady, or are you starting to hold out on your old friends?
Helen, this is Luke Cromwell, Miss Ludlow.
How do you do?
You two make a lovely couple. You both seem to be having a lot of fun out there on the dance floor.
That's right, we were.
I'm glad to hear it. Have all the fun you can while you're here. Life's too short to waste any of it. Don't you think so, Tommy?
Well, 3 more days went by. I was still on my toes, but nothing had opened. I was like a fighter whose opponent wouldn't come out of his corner. I spent every minute with Helen. We weren't kidding ourselves any longer. We knew this was the biggest thing that ever happened to us. We'd both been kicked around a lot and made mistakes and played the game on a bluff, trying to get things we thought we wanted. And now we knew we had what we wanted. Only I knew how long it would keep. And there were times when I thought Helen guessed it. Maybe it was because she didn't ask any questions, as though she already knew the answers. Finally, it was nearly noon of my 6th day. I had a date for an early lunch with Helen, so I walked down the hall to her suite. I guess I was about 10 feet away when her door opened.
All right, honey. We'll leave it that way. Just see that you deliver in 2 days.
Thanks, Lou. I'll try to. Tommy.
You haven't changed rooms, have you, Lou?
Tommy, it's all right. I knew Lou before I came here.
That's right, Tommy. Helen and I are old friends.
Oh? I thought I introduced you.
That was just a little idea of mine. I've got to run along now, Helen, unless... Tommy has something he'd like to talk over.
No, Lou, just run along real fast.
Take it easy, Tommy. It may not make you live longer, but you'll be happier. See you around.
Would you like to come in, Tommy?
Thanks. All right, let's have it. How do you happen to know Lou Cromwell?
Oh, Tommy, doesn't everybody know Lou or know of him?
Yes, but you know him. How come?
Well, I was a dancer. I met him somewhere. You know how it is.
Yeah, I know how it is. Why didn't you tell me the other night when he sent us the wine?
He obviously didn't want me to, and I don't see how it mattered.
What did he mean before about you delivering in 2 days?
Tommy, I can't tell. Why don't you leave it that way? I can't answer questions.
You've got to, Helen. You know how I feel about it, yeah, and I thought you felt the same way.
Oh, Tommy.
It's too late now for that no-question stuff. I don't have the time. You've got to answer.
Please, try to understand, Tommy. I came here in the first place because of Lou, because he forced me to.
What do you mean he forced you?
Because of my sister.
What are you talking about?
It's true, Tommy. She's just a crazy kid, and she got mixed up in something. Lou could make it tough for her if he wanted to. I mean really tough.
Okay, so he forced you to come here. Why?
To do something I didn't want to do, but that I had to.
What?
I can't tell you, Tommy. I didn't want to. Believe me, I have to, and that's all.
All right. I believe you.
Oh, Tommy, I guess we're the kind of people who never win, no matter what.
Helen, I've done some pretty foolish things, been around a lot.
I know what you mean.
But it's never been like this. I've never been in love with anybody before like this.
Oh, that goes for me, too.
Will you do something for me? Something important?
What, darling?
Marry me tonight.
Tommy.
Please, honey.
I don't know.
What do you say?
I never wanted anything so much. And I ought to have just one thing I want. We both ought to. All right, Tommy. Tonight.
We were married at 8 o'clock with a hotel musician playing Oh Promise Me on a pint-sized organ. And then Helen went to her suite to change for dinner. At least that's what she thought. But I had a different plan. I was going to make my own opening and take her along. Oh, I ordered the dinner all right and made a big noise about it in the dining room, and then I went straight to my room. A charter plane was already warmed up and waiting at the airfield, and I had a taxi at the rear door of the hotel. This was going to be a fast break, and I wasn't even taking any luggage, nothing, except Helen and me, and a .38 automatic strapped on under my coat. It was about a half hour later when I finally went down to Helen's suite to pick her up. She didn't answer, so I tried again. The door was unlocked. Helen? It's Tommy, Helen. She wasn't in the sitting room or the bedroom, so I finally opened the door to the bath. I looked around, but she wasn't in sight. Then just as I started to leave, she fell. She'd been propped up in the tub behind the shower curtain. But she fell out, hitting with a horrible limp sound. She was dead. Strangled. I stepped out and pulled the bathroom door shut, using my handkerchief to wipe off the knob without even thinking. I didn't feel anything, except maybe a numbness that still hurt. Lou had seen how I felt about her, so he'd done this, or had it done. I tried to brush the fog out of my eyes and think not about her lying in there, or what might have been. No, I wasn't even thinking about my 7 days. I had something else on my mind. Finally, I stepped out into the hall and started for Lou Cromwell's room. But I had only gone a few steps when I heard two guys coming, and they sounded like cops. I stepped into the hall linen closet and pulled the door shut.
Some guy calls up and says this dame was just been killed, and we'd find the killer still there. I don't know.
I got it then. Lou had not only killed Helen, he called the police and said I did it. It didn't take long to reach his room.
Oh, it's you, Tommy. I thought it was one of the boys.
No. It's me, Lou.
I'm a little surprised at this visit, Tommy. Where's your new bride?
Why'd you do it, Lou?
Oh, you've already been there then. I thought you'd stick around longer after you found things.
So the cops would get there?
Well, something like that, maybe.
You didn't have to do it that way, Lou. Not to her. Why'd you do it?
You mean you don't know? You should have gone back to that party with me last week.
Why?
Because then you'd have found out about my surprise, Tommy. I made the announcement that I was going to marry Helen Ludlow at the end of the week.
So that's what you were forcing her to do.
Oh, let's just say that I proposed and conditions were such that she accepted. When I got here, she wanted a couple of more days, and I gave it to her. But today, she double-crossed me and married you. 2 double crosses. You can see the position that put me in, Tommy. It's bad for business.
Tell me, Lou, did she know about me? You know what I mean?
Yeah, she knew. I guess she thought the 2 of you could break the bank.
Sure, Lou, you had to do it. But you made some mistakes. You made one with... Well, what's the gun for?
Oh, I just feel more comfortable holding it this way, Tommy. Don't let it bother you, though. Go on. What were my mistakes?
One of them was not thinking I'd come here to your room and find you alone. But the big one was when you killed Helen. You shouldn't have done that.
Well, now, Tommy, don't let it get you down. Maybe I can fix it.
It's too late now. We've all had our last chance. The way you'd put it, the bets are all down. And the wheel's starting to slow up.
Well. Maybe you can tell me what number it's stopping on, Tommy.
Sure, Lou. The house takes everything.
What?
It's already stopped on 00. Hello? Desk clerk? I'm a stranger in town. How do I find the chief of police?
Thank you, John Garfield, for a splendid performance. Mr. Garfield will return in just a moment.
Mr. Wilcox, you look all out of breath. Did Suspense get you?
Me? Out of breath? Why, I only need 3 breaths a year in normal Wilcox use.
What?
I mean, Autolite Stay Full batteries need water only 3 times a year in normal car use.
My, I'm glad you got that straightened out.
Well, friends, here's something I'm really straightened out about. If you mean to make the most of your next battery buy, if you want to practically banish one cause of battery failure, then hie yourself down to your nearest Autolite dealer bright and early tomorrow morning and get your car a brand new Autolite Stay Full battery. Why, your friendly Autolite dealer will be downright delighted to put a wonderful, dependable Autolite Stay Full battery in your car. Don't delay. Get your ding-dong daisy of an Autolite Stay Full battery right away. And friends, remember, Autolite means batteries.
Stay full batteries.
Autolite means spark plugs.
Ignition-engineered spark plugs.
Autolite means ignition system.
The lifeline of your car.
And now, here again is Mr. John Garfield.
It's been a great pleasure to appear here tonight with this great cast of suspense actors. And I'm expecting almost as much pleasure next Thursday when radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you Ann Blythe and Edmund O'Brien and Muddy Track, another gripping study in...
Suspense.
John Garfield will soon be seen starred in the Roberts production Force of Evil, presented by Enterprise Studios and released through Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Tonight's suspense play was written by Lou Lusty and Les Crutchfield, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Rosalind Russell, Agnes Moorehead, and Ronald Coleman. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And next Thursday, same time, hear Edmund O'Brien and Ann Blythe in Muddy Track.
the Autolite Suspense show. Drive as if your life depends on it. It does. Good night. Switch to Autolite.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week. The Columbia Broadcasting System.